Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Good morning, my little witch. Luann and Hermione, who was sitting in the chair, hugged gently. Are you done with your work? As he was about to let go, Miss Hermione whispered in his ear. She looked at Luann's brown eyes with anticipation. Of course, everything is done. It was almost impossible to reincarnate Tom Sr. from the dirt. Luann nodded with a chuckle, and gave an answer that satisfied the little witch. The reincarnation of the filth requires living sacrifices and Tom's DNA, and it is not known whether Tom in the state of the soul can pluck off a hair. In short, there is no way to complete it now. After all, it is not every day that fugitives appear in Nocturne Alley. And after the resurrection, Senior Tom, he hasn't figured out where to send it. Have a honey muffin and a glass of milk. Under Hermione's dissatisfied gaze, Luann ordered a rich dessert breakfast. Dessert again. The little girlfriend looked at her little boyfriend helplessly. What happened to Ronald? After cutting a honey muffin 13, he looked at Ronald, who was listless, and turned to Hermione. Although Luann knows what happened to Manager Ronald last night, it's better to pretend he doesn't know and ask. Professor McGonagall looked for him one night yesterday and he was in his own bed the next day. That's all Harry told me. With that said, Hermione snatched a muffin from Luann with a silver-patterned fork. Sure enough, you can't let him eat too many sweets. Taking a bite of the honey-filled muffin, Hermione narrowed her eyes. So sweet. I don't know either, I didn't find him last night. 39. Harry also looked at Ronald, who was sleeping on the table, in confusion. As a result, the next morning, he suddenly appeared on the bed, and his face was pale. He didn't even know where he went last night. Someone cast an oblivion spell on Ronald? The clever Hermione guessed. Forget the spell, Luann once taught her in the room of requirement. So at once Hermione remembered the spell. I do not know either. Harry shook his head. You might as well take Ronald to the infirmary. Luann took a sip of milk and said to Harry. He also has a general understanding of Ronald's situation. It should be that Tom has been controlling his body, which caused Ronald to have no memory of yesterday. Okay, I'll ask you to help Ronald and me take a break from the potions class in the morning. Harry didn't hesitate, just shook Ronald awake and was about to leave the table. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Luann always felt that Harry looked quite happy. Is it because you don't have to take Snape's class? Things that can be solved with a single drop of mother-in-law. After breakfast, the two went to the potions class hand in hand. Snape's mood has recovered a lot in recent days, so the little wizards don't need to panic. After all, in the first few classes, many wizards blew their cauldrons because of Snape's gaze. In this class, maybe he didn't see the ragged face similar to James's, so Snape was in a much better mood. Of course, Gryffindor points are still deducted. Hesitation. Harry and Ronald are both gone, and Hermione can do anything. So this time the points were deducted from Neville. Every time I take Snape's class, I always get deducted. Hermione looked sullen. This year, thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Gryffindor was at the bottom of the list. Although so far it has not broken the bottom record of the previous year. Didn't you add it all later? Since the weather was a little hot today, Luann put himself and Hermione's robes into the camouflage space. Only the white shirt and tie inside were exposed. Miss Hermione's low ponytail was also twisted into a small ball, looking like Professor McGonagall. Did you know that Professor McGonagall is known as Little Hermione? Luann pointed to her hairstyle and couldn't help joking. You talk too much. Hermione wanted to grab that finger but fluttered in vain, only rubbing her little tiger teeth and looking at Luann. After fighting for a while, the two decided to stay in the room of requirement directly. Because it's too hot today. Even Miss Hermione rolled up her white sleeves, sweat dripping down her white forehead. Cool as the wind. Lu-En snapped his fingers, and a cool wind enveloped the two of them. This spell is just the most basic life spell, and it can be cast even without a wand. This spell is good, teach me tonight. Hermione felt the cool wind around her, her brown eyes sparkling. No problem. Lu-En nodded. He got this spell from Senior Tom, and it wasn't taught in Hogwarts charms class. Stroll on the old stone stairs of Hogwarts, surrounded by lush green grass, with the hot wind blowing like layers of heat waves. Lu-En glanced at the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor and smiled kindly. Humph. But the fat lady turned her head away after seeing the nasty little couple. She's been like this since the last time she didn't close the door. Hermione explained with a chuckle, covering her mouth. But it's early, and she doesn't often sleep in Gryffindor's dormitory. Sooner or later I'll tell Professor McGonagall about your sleepless nights. The fat lady made a face at Hermione, and it saw Hermione take her wand and aim it at her. Beautiful Miss Granger, you know I'm just joking. Didn't expect the fat lady to be such a person. Lu-En is a long-time acquaintance. Come on, let's go to the hut. Hermione smiled happily. Night falls. Inside the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Since the evening was also hot, Hermione wore only a light off-white dress. She was sitting on the couch taking notes from Charms and Transfiguration. And Lu-En rolled up his white sleeves and carefully transformed a suitcase with his wand. He remembered that a certain Hufflepuff senior had a suitcase with various creatures. See if you can figure out a way to put the basilisk in there too. After all, keeping the basilisk in the secret room all the time is not an option. In the Forbidden Forest, it is more likely to be found by Dumbledore. It has to be said that this space-extended luggage is really not easy to make. Looking at the suitcase full of runes in his hand, Lu-En's handsome face showed a satisfied look. Almost something. Lu-En, who was sitting on the sofa with his suitcase, muttered to himself. The traceless stretching spell was not too difficult for him, and soon the space in the entire suitcase was wide enough to be the size of an auditorium. Then use the rune to fix this huge space, so that it will not collapse suddenly. As the suitcase was ready, Miss Hermione also came over curiously, and a pair of white feet wearing slippers lightly stepped on the wooden floor. Why did you make this? Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she looked curiously at the suitcase in Lu-En's hand. This huge space is like bare land, only the earth-colored ground does not have any other colors. I remember that the untraceable extension spell seems to be considered illegal by the Ministry of Magic. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you, no one knows we broke the law. Lu-En was about to pinch Miss Beaver's nose in a funny way, but the other party avoided him directly. Yes, yes. We too broke the law. Hermione pounced on him from behind, rubbing Lu-En's cheek with her little head. The curly hair is still itchy to the touch, but the floral fragrance is very strong. Smelling it out, Miss Hermione has a unique fondness for the scent of jasmine. Itchy. Hermione picked up a strand of brown curly hair and tipped the tip of his nose, a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. After the space in the suitcase had completely stabilized, Lu-En finally realized what was missing. Some lights and greenery and water. Lights can be solved with magic, and as for plants and water, Hogwarts can be found everywhere. But it takes some time. Closing the suitcase in the corner, Lu-En grabbed Hermione, who was about to run to the bed. Where do you want to go? Lu-En asked with a chuckle. Too late, I want to go to bed. Hermione's smile froze, she knew the retribution had just come. Sleep. Lu-En pushed her slightly, pulling her over with a cry of exclamation from Hermione. You didn't look sleepy just now. Under the moonlight, Hermione looked at those azure blue eyes as charming as sapphire, and subconsciously moved closer. However, before she could get close, Lu-En stopped her with his hands. What are you doing? Hermione pouted angrily. Obviously the atmosphere is so good. Every time you take the initiative, this time it's me. 39. No, 35. The next day. The weather has been getting hotter recently. So the two took off the robes representing the academy, and walked out of the room of requirement in just plain clothes. Maybe it was last night. When she woke up this morning, Hermione turned her head to look at Luwen. It looks like a little girlfriend who is upset. This look intrigued Luwen. After waiting in the auditorium, Harry saw the two at a glance. You two have a fight? Harry's tone was somewhat curious, not worried at all. You fight Ronald, I can't fight Luwen. Hermione said something angrily. Me and Ronald, can I be the same as you and Luwen? Harry shrugged in his seat. Listening to the meaning of Hermione's words makes him and Ronald a couple. Good morning, Luwen, Hermione. Sitting next to Harry was Ronald, who had just been discharged from the hospital today. His complexion was much more rosy than yesterday. It looks like you're recovering well. Luwen glanced at Ronald, who was in good spirits, and asked. Ah, all right. Ronald looked at Luwen's eyes and looked a little dodgy. After all, after he woke up, the diary disappeared. Good morning, little wizards. 35. Just then, Lockhart with brilliant blonde hair came over. A confident smile appeared on his face again. It was as if he had completely accepted his identity. Professor Lockhart. Although Lockhart is a veritable parallel importer, he is also a professor after all. Instead, Luwen gave Lockhart a weird look, wondering what he was doing here at this time. And Lockhart also noticed Luwen's gaze and smiled at him. I'll find Harry Potter. Remember to come to my office after class today. After speaking, Lockhart left with a mysterious smile. What does Lockhart have for you? After Lockhart left, Ronald quickly asked his good friend. Maybe, because I'm going to help him reply some letters, right? Speaking of this matter, Harry's face was helpless. Reply to the letter? Luwen asked suspiciously. I was caught by Lockhart the night before yesterday when I was looking for Ronald, and he threatened me. Harry glanced at the confused Ronald and said, he asked me to go to his office to reply to some fans who sent him letters. I will go with you. Hearing that Harry was caught trying to find himself, Ronald naturally couldn't ignore it, and immediately said to Harry. Just some letters. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Harry and Ronald are finished. Hermione suddenly leaned over to Luwen and whispered. What's wrong? Luwen asked curiously. It's just replying to some letters. It's not that difficult, is it? Last time I saw Luo, Zhao's good, heart's letter, there were dozens of owls delivering letters for him. Hermione said with half-squinted eyes. Dozens of owls? Luwen was taken aback for a moment, then he looked at the two little lions who didn't agree. That's horrible. Why are there so many? He couldn't help asking. Valentine's Day. Right, my dear Miss Granger. Luwen looked at the smile of the little witch beside him, and immediately reacted. How could I have forgotten? Isn't this a surprise for you? You won't forget, will you? Saying that, Hermione took Luwen's hand under the table with one hand and whispered softly. Because it's Valentine's Day in a few days. How about my dear Mr. Gerald? Luwen remembers that there are not so many letters from owls to Lockhart. Valentine's Day is coming soon. Luwen wore a white shirt with a black-toned patterned tie, and finished in a green base Slytherin wizard robe. Looking at the handsome face and blonde hair in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. With the hint of Miss Hermione the other day, Luwen had already prepared the gift in advance. To that end, he even made a trip to the Weasley brothers to help make some fireworks. For this request, the two readily agreed immediately. It's not that hard for them to make some nice-looking fireworks. When Luwen walked slowly to the auditorium, he saw the little witch who had been waiting for him. Happy Valentine's Day. Llewellyn said and took out the gift he prepared for Miss Hermione from the Shinwei space. A bouquet of roses and a chocolate. Pretty standard Valentine's Day gift, but Hermione was delighted. The rose is enchanted to represent never withering. And Llewellyn also received a gift from Hermione. Some exquisite candies and various sweets are his favorite snacks. After sitting at the table, Llewellyn saw Harry and Ronald lying on the table. 703 These two people have unrequited expressions on their faces. Valentine's Day confession failed? Llewellyn asked in confusion. No, they're just continuing to write back to Lockhart fans today. Holding the bouquet of roses, Hermione explained with interest. No, you'll never know how rabid Lockhart fans are. Thinking of the letters he'd read over the past 2 days, Harry couldn't help rubbing his arms and complaining, the words are so gross. 5. I even saw a letter from Mrs. Weasley. 39. Speaking of this, Harry glanced at Ronald next to him. After a few days of rest, Ronald's situation has long since recovered. But after hearing Harry's words, his complexion turned pale again. My mom was like a big fan and had no idea what Lockhart books were good for. Ronald said weakly. 300 letters, the two of us have responded to 300 letters in the past 2 days. 35. Harry couldn't help shaking his hands when he remembered helping Lockhart reply to fans these past few nights. It's so hard. Dab. Might as well let Filch take him to lockdown. Just as the two kept complaining, today's owls flew in from the skylight of the auditorium. Miss Hermione's owl brought her a letter from the Grangers and a copy of the Daily Prophet. And Llewellyn's side has more things. A small gift box is beautifully packaged, and there is a pink envelope sealed with wax into a love heart. There are about a dozen or so. Ronald and Harry were both dumbfounded. Mr. Gerald, you have so many suitors. Hermione leaned over and hugged his arm, saying a little sour. You know, I like you alone. After Llewellyn glanced at those Valentine's Day gifts, he shook his head helplessly. Although Llewellyn knew that many little witches were watching him, he was inseparable from Hermione almost every day, and there was absolutely no chance for other little witches to intervene. However, even so, there are many little witches who are ready to give it a try. So, are you going to reply to them one by one? Hermione asked with half-closed eyes. She did not expect that so many people would dig her corners. I don't have that much time to reply. Llewellyn shook his head and said. Then he put these gifts into the Shinwei space. After all, those who gave the gifts were watching him, and it was not good to leave them on the table in person. Hey, Harry, you got a love letter too? At this moment, Ronald suddenly shouted in surprise. I saw Harry staring blankly at a letter in his hand, and the tone on it proved that it was a love letter. It turns out that someone likes it too. Take it apart and see. 35. Ronald urged on the side. Don't rush. Harry slowly opened the letter from Hedwig with anticipation. However, after seeing the contents of the first line, he was stunned. His face gradually turned red. What's wrong? Hermione asked curiously. Just read a letter, don't you feel ashamed like this? See for yourself. Harry took a deep breath and placed the letter in his hand in the center of the table. His eyes are green like a freshly pickled toad, he's as black as a blackboard, I hope he's mine, he's really handsome, a warrior who conquers the Dark Lord. Are you sure this is a love letter? Llewellyn couldn't help laughing when he saw the first sentence. Green eyes are like toads, and I don't know how Snape will feel when he sees this love letter. The only thing Harry had that resembled his mother was his emerald green eyes. Even Miss Hermione, who was beside her, pressed the corners of her mouth that gradually turned up. Can this really be called a love letter? Does this handwriting look familiar? 35. Ronald muttered softly. It must have been written by Malfoy and the others. Harry looked angrily at the table opposite Slytherin, where Malfoy was chatting and laughing with Goyle and Crabbe playing Hearthstone. Night. Inside the house upon request. Ha ha ha, that letter was written by Ginny, not Malfoy. As soon as she entered the room, Hermione was lying on the bed and couldn't help chuckling. She had seen Ginny's notes, which were exactly the same as the letter Harry received today. Then if you don't tell Harry, he's probably holding a grudge against Malfoy again now. 39. Luen hung the robes of the two on the hanger, looked at the little witch crawling on the bed, and said softly. After hearing Ronald's muttering, he immediately guessed who wrote Harry's love letter. Who else but Ronald's sister Ginny? Autumn Zhang. After the two dawdled for a while, Luen glanced at the watch in his hand, and then put out the candle in the room. Luen leaned against the window and pulled Miss Hermione over, who was a little panicked. A wisp of golden light dragged the smoke into the air. What do you want? 95. The time is almost up. Hermione's brown eyes couldn't help looking out the window. Just for you, fireworks. 35. On the lawn at Hogwarts, where the window of the room of requirement faced the clearing. Do you want to see fireworks? Hermione asked nervously. Fireworks? Hermione looked out the window with a pair of smart eyes, and the eyes that approached her gradually lost their minds. The golden light is very conspicuous in the night sky, dragging the tail smoke. When they were about to reach the dark clouds, golden fireworks exploded, like golden stars in full bloom. Brilliant and beautiful. As the first fireworks exploded, dozens of light spots of different colors flew one after another. For a time, the wizards of Hogwarts saw this gift from Valentine's Day. Purple, red, and gold were reflected on the black lake. In the office, Professor McGonagall stopped the quill in his hand and looked up at the fireworks in full bloom, with a smile on his lips. It's nice to be young. Look, there are people setting off fireworks outside. With the quill in Panasonic's hand, Ronald said loudly to Harry, who was still trying to reply. Don't look at the fireworks yet, there are dozens of letters left for the two of us, we haven't finished answering them yet. Harry looked at the trembling hands and sighed helplessly. Valentine's Day was lively, but there was no place for the two of them. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but think of the letter from this morning. He gripped the quill tightly. Malfoy, this hatred is on my mind. And this time. Miss Granger was leaning on Luen's arms, her eyes blurred as she watched the fireworks prepared for her outside. Various colors, under the technique of the Weasley brothers, were slowly drawn into a colorful curtain, replacing the dark night like a witch's veil. This is what you mean by surprise? 99. The little witch murmured softly. Like or not? Luen is very satisfied with the fireworks, after all, Fred and the others have studied fireworks a long time ago. Like. Miss Hermione nodded vigorously. The brown curly hair scattered behind him also swayed. Valentine's Day fireworks are destined to become a hot topic for little wizards. After Cedric found out that it was Fred and the others who made the fireworks, he immediately ran to the table of Gryffindor. Help me customize a Qiu Zhang one, the price is not a problem. Cedric said directly. The words caught the exhausted Harry's side. Sure. Of course, Fred would not refuse Jean Gallion, who came to his door. It's just a firework, it's not too difficult for the two of them, and it's a new business for Fairy Tale. Thinking of this, Fred's eyes lit up. Hermione and Luen sat next to them. Thinking of those fireworks yesterday, Miss Hermione couldn't hold back her smile. What a great gift for Valentine's Day. And Luen was propping up his chin, engraved with runes on a sheepskin holster. It was a new place for Senior Tom, after all, he couldn't be left in the enchanted drawer all the time. Until a living sacrifice is found, it is better to prepare a book cover for Tom to disable the spell. No way, Tom is too dangerous. He is looking forward to it now. When the young Tom meets the old Noseless in the future, it must be very interesting at that time. Transfiguration class. When Luen came to the classroom holding the book, he saw the tabby cat lying on the table at a glance. After staying in this academy for almost 2 years, all the second-year little wizards don't know this cat. Professor McGonagall, good morning. Lu En greeted politely. The fireworks last night were great. Professor McGonagall, who had changed from a tabby cat, looked at him with interest and said. She had already received news from her little lion. I have to admit that Geralt is the smallest and most romantic little wizard she has ever seen. Maybe, you'll get tired of those beautiful fireworks in the next few days. 5. Lu En said with a chuckle. Because this morning there were almost 5 or 6 senior wizards who found Fred and they made fireworks. As you can imagine, the night at Hogwarts will be shrouded in fireworks for the next few days. Yes. Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes, and she heard what Lu En meant. It seems that there is time to talk to Fred and the others. Seeking Flowers 0. Miss Granger isn't with you? Professor McGonagall turned his head to look behind him, but couldn't find the little witch who was inseparable. She couldn't help saying, this is really rare. She went to the bathroom, so I came early. Lu En picked up the 2 thick books in his hand and explained. Your transfiguration spell is very good. Looking at Lu En, who was about to return to his seat, Professor McGonagall said suddenly, but you must not learn AF*CK Gus alone, it is still very dangerous for you. In the opinion of Professor McGonagall, this talented little wizard is more proficient in the use of transfiguration spells than some of the wizards who are about to graduate. 0. At the end of the metamorphosis spell, there is only one AF*CK Gus, who represents the highest achievement. The transformation process of AF*CK Gus is very difficult, and even accompanied by danger. Professor McGonagall didn't want to see such a gifted wizard have an accident because of AF*CK Gus. Come to me in 4th grade if you want to study. McGonagall's eyes were serious. I understand, Professor. Lu En nodded and replied with a smile. He could hear Professor McGonagall's concern for him. Still, AF*CK Gus. Lu En thought for a moment. What are you thinking, so fascinated? A pair of small white hands waved twice in front of him. Think. Don't say you miss me. Vacation? 35. Lu En shook his head, looking at Hermione with pale blue eyes. You always say that. Besides, the Least Potions shop has also expired. No, I'm just thinking that the 2 of us might be separated for a while during the holidays. 99. After all, he has a lot of things to do this holiday. The first step is to bring Tom Riddle back to life, and then he has to practice AF*CK Gus for months or even years. Hermione was taken aback. Before Lu En could say anything, Miss Hermione pinched his face with her cold little hands. But Lu En is interested in buying it. It just so happens that you are not going on a trip on vacation. Lu En knew that Miss Hermione had received an envelope from Mr. Granger. Hermione had told him all the above. I didn't want to go. Hermione said helplessly. But since Lu En has her own business to do during the holidays, she won't go over there to cause trouble. The holiday is only 2 months away, we will meet soon. Lu En spread the book in his hand and whispered softly. After all, he had to stay at Knockturn Alley for the past 2 months, if nothing else happened. And taking Hermione is obviously not a good choice. I'm back with a present for you. 99. Holding Lu En's hand under the table, Hermione smiled. As the bell struck, Professor McGonagall's 707 shape class began. Unlike last semester, Professor McGonagall did not directly address the content of the final exam in his first class. According to her, this year's final exam is to choose one from the usual practice. This caused many little wizards to frown, because there were too many transfiguration spells to learn this semester. Like turning a coin into a bird, a glass of water into a snake. But this is not difficult for Lu En, he learned it as early as the 1st grade. Even Hermione had been taught all while staying with him. That is to say, the exam this semester is not difficult for them. Whether it's a spell class, a potions class, or even a history class, it's the same. Although Luan hadn't listened to the magic history class carefully, Hermione, who was diligent, would always write down the knowledge of all kinds of magic history in his notebook, very detailed. As time slowly entered May, the weather at Hogwarts was getting hotter and hotter, and many little wizards took off their college robes and wore only a cool shirt. Luan also left his green robe in the dormitory. He was wearing a black slim shirt and was reviewing exam content with Hermione in the corner of the library. There is still a month left before the end of semester exams. So the library, which was usually empty, was now full of little wizards who were studying hard, and even Fred and George came. How to review the dark magic defense class. Halfway through the study, Hermione suddenly realized that she had no notes from Lockhart at all. Because his class was so watery that he couldn't take notes. Because Lockhart taught and read according to his own biography, he also learned a few little magic spells that were not very practical this semester. Some spells, even Professor Flitwick taught. He's not going to test things about himself, is he? Harry asked worriedly. Speaking of Lockhart's exam, he remembered that the first class was full of useless ghost questions. That was just torture. I can't. Hermione was stunned. Don't worry, Lockhart won't test that. Luan shook his head at this time. Lockhart had been looking for him the other day. And told Luan a message. He's leaving at the end of the semester, because he's already managed to get into the Ministry of Magic. And also an Auror position. When he said this, Lockhart also showed a confident smile. He really has no other means of attack other than a master-level forgetting spell. But it's different now. The 10 magic rings in Lockhart's hand are combined with the undead body reincarnated by the dirt. With these two things in addition to the contacts he has accumulated over the years, he has the confidence to directly break into the top management of the Ministry of Magic. After hearing Lockhart's triumphant description, Luan couldn't help but give him a high look. Unexpectedly, Lockhart has already conceived the road behind. But that's fine, save him the task of arranging. After all, during the recent holiday, Luan was also a little busy. So Lockhart is leaving? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes curled up. Harry's face brightened after hearing Luan's words. Great, Lockhart is finally leaving. God knows how much he was tortured at Lockhart, and every day after writing his reply, he was dragged to take pictures. During that time, Harry was in the newspaper with Lockhart every day. Does that mean there's no exam content for our dark magic defense class? Even Ronald leaned over and asked. You need to ask Headmaster Dumbledore about that. Luan didn't know what to do with the final exam. After all, Lockhart hadn't told him about it either. The headmaster's room at Hogwarts. Gerald, are you sure you want to leave Hogwarts? Dumbledore looked at Lockhart who was holding the suitcase in front of him, and asked in a low voice. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Lockhart gave a familiar smile. You know I'm talented, so the Ministry of Magic gave me an Auror invitation. Oh, really? That's a pity. I also want to discuss with you how to turn a werewolf back into a wizard. Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind the lenses, glanced thoughtfully at Lockhart. That spell is very difficult, and I used it subconsciously in times of crisis. Lockhart froze for a moment, then shrugged with a forced smile. It seems that Dumbledore is also a little suspicious of his biographies, and it is better to leave Hogwarts early. 0.1 he thought happily. Since you insist, I will let the elf send you the salary. Dumbledore gave Lockhart a deep look, and when he looked a little hairy, he handed over the resignation paper in his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Lockhart held back his composure and walked slowly to the door. But just as he was about to open the door, Dumbledore's serious voice came from behind. You're the only good professor in the dark magic defense class for so many years. Are you sure you don't stay for another year? Fine. Lockhart's mouth twitched. His own body was burned to ashes by Luan, which is also called nothing happened. Not to mention that my soul is being toyed with by that second-year wizard. In the end, Lockhart left Hogwarts overnight. Lockhart's departure also suspends the dark magic defense class once again. Principal Dumbledore even announced at the dinner that the final exam of the dark magic defense class was officially cancelled. This made a group of little wizards cheer. The month of the exam is in June, which is already the season of entering the midsummer. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, and the whole Hogwarts looks very sultry. Hermione carefully poured the potion from the cauldron into the bottle, and the green viscous liquid smelled bitter. Seeing the taste and color of this potion, the little witch's brown eyes lit up. Then put it on the table, waiting for Snape's acceptance. This is the last exam at the end of the semester, the Potion of Chaos in Potions class. Beside Hermione, there was a cooled crucible, which was Luan's place. He was the first to cook it. Excellent quality, Miss Granger. When he arrived at Hermione, Snape glanced at it, and then commented in a nasal tone. 13. Hearing these two words, Hermione smiled. Just now Luan also received an excellent evaluation. This means that their two potions class grades are the same. I have won this game. Hermione clenched her fists and walked out of the dark potions classroom. Hermione couldn't help squinting as a light like broken gold fell on her face. How are the grades? Suddenly a voice came from her ear. Not bad. Hermione smiled with her head sideways. Today's Hermione wears a black plaid shirt and a gray pleated skirt that reaches her knees. He looks full of energy and youth. Do you think this time the result competition, you will win? Luan smiled and squeezed her little face with his fingers. You can't forget, my grades in the history of magic class, if nothing else happens this time, I'm also a 0. Feeling the touch on her cheek, Hermione couldn't help but puff out her mouth and scrambled away from Luan's fingers. Then we are at best a draw. 99. At this time, Harry also walked out of the classroom with a sullen face, looking downcast. Did you blow up the cauldron? Hermione opened her eyes wide, looking at Harry in front of him and asked suspiciously. Harry's face was now black and green. It didn't control the fire and it exploded. Harry said helplessly. If nothing else, he should be another monster this time. Then you may have to rebuild. 99. Hermione said. Perhaps you can drink some potion and plead with Snape. Luan couldn't help but suggest. Does it work? Harry looked moved. There is a high probability that it is the best, after all, you have experimented in the potions class. Hermione whispered from the side. It always feels like these two have bad intentions. Harry looked at the young couple and couldn't help thinking. But, how about trying to intercede with a potion? After all, he couldn't stand repeating Snape's class all the time. After chatting for a while, Luan and Hermione went to the auditorium. Harry, on the other hand, was waiting for his good friend Ronald, thinking about whether to become Harry and ask Snape for mercy. Auditorium at night. Today is my last night at school, and tomorrow the Hogwarts train to King's Cross will leave. With Professor McGonagall closing the doors of the auditorium, the final dinner of the semester officially began. Dumbledore stood in the central podium position. In front of him were 4 hourglasses filled with gemstones of different colors. Gryffindor is ruby, Ravenclaw is sapphire, Slytherin is emerald, and Hufflepuff is diamond. Among the 4 hourglasses, the emerald hourglass is the most. That means Slytherin is another Academy Cup winner this year. Under Snape's originally indifferent face, a rare smile appeared. Since he became the Dean of Slytherin, Slytherin has nearly won the Academy Cup for nearly 10 times. This is indeed a nice honor. And the transcripts that belonged to everyone were also distributed to the little wizard. I don't remember you blowing up the cauldron. Ronald glanced at Harry's report card and couldn't understand it. But why did you get an A pass? Hearing Ronald's words, Harry blushed and faltered, unable to answer. He couldn't say that he turned into Harley, and went to Snape in exchange for a favor. This was outrageous in itself, and even more outrageous that Snape agreed after hesitating. Harry really didn't understand, what exactly caught Snape's attention after taking the potion. "We're a draw." Lou-En glanced at Hermione's report card and showed off his grades with a chuckle. Both of them got O's. This semester is a draw. However, in the Academy Cup, it was Lou-En who won again. "Have a nice holiday, little wizards." Dumbledore also finished speaking at this time, and with the movement of his hand, a series of rich dinners appeared on the table. This is the last meal. The next morning, Lou-En had already received the salute of the two of them in the Shinwei space, and then set foot on the Hogwarts train to go home. It feels like time flies so fast. Hermione leaned on the 707 on the soft seat, and the Hogwarts castle gradually became smaller and smaller in her view, before finally disappearing into the fields. Yes, in 2 years, Miss Hermione is getting better and better. Lou-En leaned forward slowly and gently brushed a strand of curly hair from the corner of her mouth behind her ear. "Compared to the shy little girl you first met, you have grown a lot now. Can you play that?" Speaking of the first meeting, Hermione seemed to remember something and asked softly. "Performance?" Lou-En thinks about the scene where the two meet for the first time at the wand shop. A withered golden tree. Lou-En picked up his own wand made of Thunderbird's tail feathers, and used lightning to draw a golden tree in mid-air, surrounded by tiny fallen leaves. Lou-En leaned over with a chuckle. Looking at the little witch who slowly closed her eyes, Lou-En laughed. "But the new holiday has begun, asking for flowers, asking for a monthly ticket. Tom and Lily will come out later." He could see some redness at the base of the girl's ears. Hermione looked at the golden tree with a smile in her eyes, and then she got up and sat beside Lou-En. The sea of clouds surged under the blue sky, and the train in midsummer slowly passed through the vast plain. "I accept your reward." "This is your reward." King's Cross Station in the evening. With a melodious flute, the Hogwarts train stopped at platform 9 3/4. The terminal has arrived. Lou-En gently woke up the little witch who was sleeping soundly on his lap. Hermione half opened her hazy eyes and yawned sleepily. "Arrived at the station?" "Well, to King's Cross." 35. With the help of Lou-En, Hermione stood up slowly, staring at the dark platform outside the window with beautiful eyes. Another semester is over. And most importantly, this vacation is 2 months apart from Lou-En. You must remember to write to me. 39. Lou-En just took out Hermione's suitcase when he heard these words. "Certainly." He chuckled and nodded. As she left the carriage, Miss Hermione gave Lou-En a strong hug. After getting out of the Hogwarts train, the little witch saw the Granger and his wife in the crowd at a glance, and they were beckoning to this side. Remember to write to you, don't worry. 95. Looking at Miss Granger who was still exhorting, Lou-En interrupted her with a laugh. After receiving assurances from Lou-En, Hermione nodded happily, then trotted off to find the Grangers with the suitcase. In the distance, Mr. Granger waved at Lou-En in a friendly way. With the figure of the little witch completely leaving King's Cross Station, Lou-En is also ready to return to his home in London where he has lived for 11 years. The spatial coordinates were set up when I went home in the first semester, so I didn't waste much time getting home. When Lou-En stepped on the wooden floor, the room was filled with dust in an instant. Clean up. He frowned, covered his mouth and nose, and cleaned the whole room with his wand. Looks like I need a house elf. But when it comes to house elves, Lou-En can't help but think of Dobby who almost single-killed Harry. It's just that after the Quidditch match, he never saw the elf again, and he didn't know if he was summoned back by Lucius. Turning on the lights in the room, Lou-En took the suitcase out of the Shinwei space and threw it in the corner. At the same time there are 3 different photos in his hands. It was sent to Frog Cub after another trip last month. The date of return is also written on it, which is at 11 o'clock this evening. The first photo shows a rough sea, and a mid-sized schooner under sail is riding the wind and waves on the sea. Can't see anything strange. However, Luen doesn't know much about the world of the sea, and only knows a few. The second photo is also nothing special. It was a photo of his own frog cub with a clothed monkey, and in the background a group of ragged sailors could be seen busy with their posts. The third photo, on the other hand, is even more bizarre. Luen was stunned when he saw this photo. It was on a pitch-black sea, and the only light was the bright moonlight in the night sky. His own frog cub stood on the mast, and below stood a group of skeletons armed with sharp blades or flintlock guns that seemed to be fighting and celebrating. Even the monkey turned into a skeleton, standing beside the frog cub with a creepy smile. Pirates of the Caribbean. Luen had some impressions, and if I guessed correctly the brig was the Black Pearl. And those skeletons are the undead cursed by gold coins. What can the frog cub bring back? Those cursed gold coins. Luen glanced at the horse talisman on his neck. The skeleton curse should have no effect on him. Moreover, the curse of the undead is not as easy to use as his dirty earth reincarnation, at least the dirty earth reincarnation has its own sense of taste. Let's wait until the frog cub comes back at 11 o'clock. Before that, I still think about how to deal with the basilisk and Senior Tom. When he left Hogwarts, Luen packed the basilisk into a suitcase he made and took it away. And Senior Tom has not spoken at all in recent months, as if he has fallen into a deep sleep. There's nothing wrong with pretending to be dead. Because Luen's next plan is to find a way to reincarnate Tom into the dirt. It is a pity that this kind of talent is not used for himself. However, there is currently a problem, that is, whether Tom's soul can extract some hair and the like. After all, the reincarnation of filth requires some DNA from the resurrected. Thinking of this, Luen narrowed his eyes and thought. It's a little troublesome. Looking at the book cover with the forbidden spell rune written on it, he couldn't help shaking his head. Throwing the diary on the table, Luen sat on the sofa and turned on the black and white TV. This made the originally quiet house a little lively. 11 at night. Quack quack. With a rapid frog croaking, Luen quickly looked up. I saw my frog cub kicking upright and slumped on the table. The original lotus leaf hat was replaced by a leather three-cornered hat at some point, and there was a telescope on his back. So, brought a telescope this time. Luen walked over and poked the lying frog cub with his fingers, and asked curiously. He thought he could bring back a cursed gold coin this time. Cuck. Frog cub untied the package behind him and opened it in front of Luen. As the package was opened, an octagonal compass the size of the palm of Ba, Zhao of Zhao, lay quietly on the table. This is. Luen opened his eyes wide and picked up the somewhat worn compass. The news of the identification soon appeared in his perspective. Jack Sparrow's compass, a special and precious product from the world of Pirates of the Caribbean. Library. Function. The direction pointed by this compass pointer is what the owner wants most in his heart. If you don't have the desired goal, the pointer will have no direction. Use. Frog Cub successfully established a deep plastic friendship with Captain Jack. When he left the free ocean, he took this magical compass away. When using it, he meditated on what he thought, and then turned on the compass and followed the pointer to move forward. It is good. Jack's compass. Luen looked at the tired frog cub in disbelief. You were chased and killed by Jack Sparrow like this. Looking at the frog cub lying on the table, Luen's expression was complicated. He really did not expect that this compass was actually stolen from Jack Sparrow. From this look, it is estimated that he was chased and killed all the way. Crack. The frog cub pointed to his mouth and uttered an obvious meaning. Thanks for your hard work. Luen placed the butter bread that was already prepared beside it. The specialties brought back this time are beyond his expectations. Because this azimuth compass, which can only point to what you need in your heart, is really too precious. With this compass, many of Luan's current problems have been solved. For example, the sacrifices and the most important DNA tissue that Senior Tom needs to resurrect. A person's life in this world will definitely leave some traces. Luan can't believe that with this compass, he can't find half of Tom's hair. He opened the octagonal compass, and the needle on it turned rapidly, and soon stopped at a certain position. Southeast. There's what he needs most right now. Seeing the stopped pointer, a 707 smile appeared at the corner of Luan's mouth. Sure enough, the living sacrifice that Tom needs is over at the leaky cauldron. Looking at the palm-sized compass, Luan thought about it and pointed his wand at it. Shrink fast. 9. With the casting of the shrinking charm, the compass that was originally the size of a palm quickly became the size of a pendant. After securing it with a length of black rope, Luan tied it around his wrist. Originally, he wanted to hang it in front of his chest, but he already had a horse charm around his neck. Putting the compass away, Luan turned off the TV that was still playing, and went to sleep in the bedroom. Waiting until tomorrow is when the action begins. Get up early in the morning. Luan had a quick breakfast and was ready to head out to the leaky cauldron. It was hot today, so he only wore a light short jacket. As the vortex of divine power appeared, Luan's figure was slowly inhaled. Since the spatial coordinates have been set near the leaky cauldron before, there is no need to take a trip by car. I have to say that Kamui's space ninjutsu is very convenient in terms of rushing. Knocked open the wall of the leaky cauldron with a wand, and walked into Diagon Alley of Long Future. Probably because of the severe heat in the last few days, so not many wizards stayed on the street. Luan found a shady corner and turned on the octagonal compass on his wrist. After a few turns of the compass needle, it points to a location. Follow the pointer to point the position, and soon came to a dark alley. The entrance to Nocturne Alley. Luan has been here twice and is familiar with this place. If you want to find the Death Eaters, you still have to find them in Nocturne Alley, which is full of talents. Half-squinting light blue eyes, he slowly walked into the cold alley. Compared with Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley has a lot more wizards, but the atmosphere is extremely depressing, and every wizard passing by has an indifferent face. Luan's blonde hair and handsome face attracted dark eyes from many corners. He also felt these gazes, but he didn't take it to heart. Just a bunch of sewer rats. Not a threat at all to the current Luan. But, if they were to do it, then save yourself the search for live sacrifices. Luan thought of this, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The position of the pointer kept changing as it got closer to the target, which meant that the Death Eater he was looking for was also moving. Is it here? After walking for a while, Luan stopped. This is the northernmost position of Nocturne Alley. Collapsed houses are everywhere, and even some unknown tombstones can be seen in the corner. Nocturne Alley still exists. Luan had been wandering around the Borgin store all the time, and even the last time Musil was arrested, he hadn't gone this far into Nocturne Alley. Got you. Luan looked at the compass in his hand and chuckled lightly. Without any precautions, he detoured to the back of a collapsed house. However, before he got close, he heard a rapid roar. Selwyn, you are deceiving me. This is not a wolf poison at all. 5. Selwyn and the wolf poison potion. Luan paused. He heard the little witch give him popular science about this family, which, like Malfoy, is one of the 28 pure-blood families. When Voldemort first rose, their family was a well-deserved cult following. As for the wolf venom potion, it appears that Selwyn was dealing with a werewolf. Morris, you have to know that the wolf poison potion developed by Belby is not so easy to get. What's more, the things you help me, the humble werewolf, are not worth hundreds of gold galleons. A voice with a sneer tone sounded. It sounded like a middle-aged man. Did the transaction fail? Hearing this, Luan understood almost. However, the existence of a werewolf here was beyond his expectations. Werewolf. Lu En glanced down at the horse charm on his chest and narrowed his eyes. Just tried the curse on the werewolf and it didn't work. Thinking like this, Lu En closed the compass and walked out from the collapsed house. Who are you? The sudden appearance of a figure made the two people present stunned. Oh, a little wizard who made a mistake. After seeing Lu En's appearance clearly, one of the middle-aged men in a gorgeous dress laughed. The gold-encrusted scepter in his hand was aimed at his head, and a green light emerged. This isn't the place you're supposed to be. Selwyn, you really can do it. Selwyn, who was still very arrogant, had lost consciousness. He was lying on the ground in a mess, his limbs were still twitching. As expected of a Death Eater. Thunder. What are you babbling about? Boom one by one. Selwyn frowned at this strange blonde wizard, but before he could finish his words, he saw a golden thunder fall from the air. A man in a black robe next to him gritted his teeth, and the wand in his hand was also aimed at Selwyn. Being pointed at by the wand, Lu En didn't look flustered at all, and he snapped his fingers gently in his hand. Carl, who was wearing a black robe, saw this scene, his lips were trembling and he couldn't say it, and the wand in his hand fell to the ground unsteadily. Morris looked at the figure on the ground breathing weakly, and couldn't help shivering. The wand in his hand had just fallen to the ground in shock. The power of this spell is stronger than the 3 unforgivable spells. And it is unheard of to be able to summon thunder and lightning without using a magic spell. That blonde wizard. Who the hell is that, dash? Morris's eyes hidden under the black robe couldn't help but glance at Lu En, who was squatting on the ground to check the life and death of Selwyn. His handsome face looked very friendly and seemed harmless to humans and animals. Just don't die. Lu En looked at Selwyn with his chest heaving and nodded in satisfaction. He had controlled the power of the thunderbolt just now, otherwise Selwyn would have turned into fly ash by now. Use the wand to keep some of his serious injuries under control so that he won't bleed to death. Now the living sacrifice for Senior Tom's resurrection is ready. At present, there is only a little DNA needed to perform the ninjutsu of reincarnation from the dirty earth. Thinking of this, Lu En's eyes swept to Morris, who was standing dumbfounded. Is this the werewolf who needs the wolf poison potion? Hello sir, my name is Morris Carr. Seeing Lu En's gaze, Morris said quickly. I wonder if I can get out of here if you don't have anything to do. 35. Of course, I didn't see everything that just happened. The impact of the scene just now was too great for him, for fear that he would be the same as Selwyn who was lying on the ground if he was not careful. Are you a werewolf? Lu En asked curiously while looking at Morris, who had a flustered face. Yes, sir. I need the wolf's poison potion to bring me back to my senses on a full moon night. Morris gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. He knew that his conversation with that Death Eater in Selwyn had been overheard by the man in front of him. There's no way to hide it at all. Is that so? After Lu En glanced at him, he turned around and put Selwyn's body into the Kamui space. Seeing the body gradually being sucked into an unknown vortex, Morris's head lowered. Come on, you should have a place to live in Nocturne Alley. 35. Although it is an interrogative sentence, Lu En's tone is very affirmative. Like these homeless and despised werewolves, they can only wander in the forest or in Nocturne Alley looking for an abandoned dilapidated house. Yes, sir. Please follow me. Looking at Morris, who was leading the way obediently, Lu En chuckled and dispersed the golden thunderbolt wrapped around his palm. Sure enough, in Nocturne Alley, only power is the root of everything. Passing through the secluded road, passing a piece of collapsed houses. Finally stopped in front of a dilapidated 2-story building. This is where I live. Morris pushed open the wooden door, trying to avoid looking into Lu En's eyes as much as possible. He knew that he could not resist at the hands of this blonde wizard, and it was better to do as he said than to be killed. The environment is good. After Luan entered the room, he looked at the clean floor and furniture and said softly. The wizard's house is basically not too messy. Because cleaning up the environment only requires the simplest magic spell, which is just a simple wave. I can help you regain your sanity after turning into a werewolf. After sitting on a wooden chair, Luan said his purpose this time with a smile. He had also learned about the high-level potion of the wolf poison potion. The process of brewing this potion is very complicated, but it is not too difficult for the current Luan. Especially under the extreme observational power of the kaleidoscope. Although his current potion technology was still a little far from Snape's, a wolf venom potion could still be brewed. What's more, he wants to try it now, whether his horse charm can completely remove the werewolf curse in the wizard's body. But I don't have any galleons. Morris knows his current situation, he has nothing but a life. That's how he was tricked into doing things by Selwyn in the first place. Don't worry, you won't be charged any fees. You just need to help me with an experiment. If it works. Luan said slowly. Your werewolf curse will be completely gone. This. Morris widened his eyes when he heard this. Ask for flowers. And what if it fails? 35. He asked cautiously. Failure is nothing. Luan took out a glass of chocolate milk from his space and took a sip. The fact is exactly as he said, as to believe it or not. It depends on the other party. Anyway, whether this werewolf accepts it or not, he will use the horse charm to conduct experiments. But whoever named Luan is a polite little wizard. I agree to your deal. Morris was silent for a while, then nodded through gritted teeth. If you can really get rid of the curse of the werewolf. Morris has had enough of being a werewolf in hiding and being discriminated against and feared by various wizards every day. 0. Now even if there is only a ray of hope, he will seize it without hesitation. Wise choice. Luan said with a chuckle, then took out the horse charm on his chest and aimed it at Morris. The definition of the horse talisman is to cure all diseases, and the curse caused by any external force can also be lifted. But since the werewolf had never been tested, he didn't know whether it would work or not. With the horse spell, a soft white light radiated out under Morris' surprised eyes. At that moment, he felt as if his body had ascended to the sky, and he was very comfortable. And many more. Morris quickly pulled off the black robe on his arm, looking at the skin without any scars, he was stunned for a while. The wound I got bitten by the werewolf, disappeared. Want to try it? Luan also laughed, and he picked up his wand and closed the curtains in the room. Before waiting for Morris, who was stunned, to answer, a full moon slowly rose from the wand. Werewolves have the habit of howling whenever they see the moon, even if it's not a real moon. No, no, no. Curse, the curse is all gone. Morris stared at the full moon with wide eyes, and the desire that was originally left has now dissipated. I recovered. He murmured in disbelief. Then, he turned to look at Luan who was sitting on a wooden chair drinking chocolate milk. Sir, please make me your loyal dog. How many werewolves are there in Nocturne Alley? Luan asked Morris beside him. And Morris, who had just shown his loyalty, naturally accepted it. After all, the main purpose of his experiment with the horse charm was for this group of wizards who were cursed by werewolves. This is definitely a powerful force. Hearing Luan's question, Morris, who was standing behind him, thought for a while and said. There are about a dozen werewolves in groups, and they usually stay in the ruins at the northwest corner of Nocturne Alley 5. There are a few werewolves who help the purebloods, yes. Luan nodded and thought for a moment. These werewolves were not his main purpose at the moment. The matter of recovering those werewolves is still waiting for the resurrection of 710 Senior Tom. He believed that with Tom's talent, it would be easy to help himself manage a Nocturne Alley. And after bringing Tom back to life, it's time to practice F***CK Gus. Thinking of this, Luan released Selwyn in the Shenwei space and threw him on the wooden floor at will. You watch here, just don't let him die. Clear. Morris nodded quickly. There was still uncontrollable joy on his face. After all, he had been a werewolf for almost 2 years, but he didn't expect to turn back into a wizard today. This means that no one can hold back. Thinking of this, Morris watched the back of Llewyn leaving with excitement. Leaving the dilapidated 2-story wooden house, Llewyn turned the compass on his wrist again. We're just short of some of Tom's DNA. This time the time of rotation is very fast, and the pointer stops at a certain position. Northwest location. The specific point distance is not marked, which means that he needs to go to the northwest all the time to find it. Missed. Llewyn shook his head with a headache. It suddenly occurred to him that he might have to search all over England for objects such as Tom's hair. Even giving him a vacation can't do it. It seems that this compass is not so easy to use. Do you want to experiment with Tom's soul body? Holding this compass, Llewyn stood there thinking. After thinking for a while, he took the diary out of the Shenwei space. However, at this moment, the compass in his hand suddenly rotated half a circle, pointing to the diary in Llewyn's hands. Journal. Llewyn froze for a moment. The diary has Tom's hair in it. This compass will not lie to him, which means that there is indeed something he needs in this diary. Llewyn took the compass and took a turn on the spread-out diary, and the pointer was always pointing to the left. Is there something I want on the left? Llewyn thought. He opened a few pages with his hands, until about the first page, Llewyn saw a short curly hair. He picked it up and glanced at it, first ruling out the possibility that it was Hermione and him. The first brother had long curly brown hair, and he had blonde hair. As for Lucius and Ronald, it is even more impossible. After all, one is light blonde, and the other is genetic red hair. Exclude the owner of the diary, and then match the direction of the compass. I found you, Senior Tom. Llewyn's face flashed with joy. He thought he was going to look for it all over England, but he didn't expect to find one in his diary. After getting this hair, Llewyn quickly turned around and went back to Morris' hut. Master Gerald? Morris looked at Llewyn, who had suddenly returned, with some doubts, a little confused. Isn't he going out looking for something? I found something. Do you have a basement here? 35. Llewyn said directly. Have. Morris nodded. You carry Selwyn into the basement, and I'll go with you. 35. Llewyn looked at the curly hair in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Senior Tom, we two will meet soon. When Morris carried Selwyn into the dusty basement, he was ready to clean the dust with his wand. But it was stopped by Llewyn. Go upstairs first, don't get close to the basement. 35. Llewyn warned. Yes, Lord Gerald. Morris nodded respectfully, then turned and left the basement without much talk. As a wise man, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. After the basement compartment was closed, Llewyn used his wand to light up the darkened space. Place Selwyn, who is still unconscious, on the floor in the middle. At this time, he has more air in and out less, and if he is not sent to the hospital, he will not be able to hold it for a few days. Llewyn put the diary in his hand beside him, and took off the cover of the book with the forbidden spell. After everything is ready, the ritual of reincarnation of the dirt begins. With the seal completed, Llewyn patted the dusty slate with both hands. Soon, the surrounding dust began to surround Selwyn's body. After a while, some light blue rays of light appeared on the notebook around him, like glowing fireflies, very conspicuous in the dark basement. These blue fireflies wandered in mid-air for a while, then rushed into Selwyn's body. Are these the souls? Llewyn, who had been observing with his kaleidoscope writing wheel, watched the scene curiously. I didn't expect the soul to be like this. The dust began to slowly change Selwyn's 0.1 body shape, hair color, face. At this moment, a chuckle sounded that he would never forget. There have been some problems with the quality of the last few chapters. Calvin has been stuck all day, and I will adjust the status tomorrow. As his eyes slowly opened, Tom Riddle stood up and looked around in confusion. Where am I? He remembered that he clearly fell into a deep sleep in the diary. About 3 minutes later, a tall and handsome young man with curly hair lay down on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. It's a change from the inside out. Senior Tom, be my dog. I have to say that Tom still has some charm, otherwise it would not have attracted so many people's pursuit. Senior Tom, be my dog. There was a chuckle that he would never forget, and Tom, who was sitting on the slate floor, instantly widened his eyes and looked up. That repulsive bright blonde hair was so conspicuous under the fluorescent wand. And that face that always kept a small smile, like a nobleman's face. Lou Gerald. Tom's face gradually darkened after seeing the familiar face. Although he didn't know what happened to him, he could hear clearly what Lou said to him just now. Be your dog. Is Tom Riddle the future Voldemort and wants him to be someone else's dog? What are you dreaming about, dog thing? Don't be so angry, Senior Tom, and my impression is very calm. Lou walked up to him, crouching down slowly and looking straight into Tom's gray pupils. How about it? Does it feel good to be resurrected? Resurrection? Tom was stunned when he heard the word, and it was only at this time that he realized that some changes had taken place in his body. With touch and taste, this is not the Soul 13 body it used to be. I was resurrected by Gerald. What do you mean, Gerald? Tom stood up slowly, his gray pupils staring at Lou. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why I was resurrected by Lou. And resurrect a soul possessed by a diary. Tom couldn't think of any magic spell that could bring a soul back to life. This is simply a fantasy. Didn't I say, I want you to be my subordinate? 39. Lou patted his shoulder and whispered. Of course, your answer is not important to me. Because you can't go against my will, my dear Senior Tom. The voice fell, and Tom sneered. Although I don't know how you resurrected me, do you think you can control me like this? 55. Stop dreaming, Gerald. Lou didn't answer him, but threw Selwyn's wand at him. Okay, use Avada Thrall on yourself. Don't play dash. Tom caught it subconsciously, and before he could react, he saw that his hand had been raised uncontrollably. A gleaming green light shot out from the tip of the wand. Boom. Under Tom's terrified eyes, the death-defying curse directly hit him in the head. But I'm all right. Tom opened his eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the wand still in his hand. The green light just now was indeed a life-suppressing spell, and he even felt his hair stand up. That's a warning from danger. However, the life-suppressing curse hit his head, but he did not die, not even a nosebleed. No, the focus is not here. Rather, why did he obediently obey Gerald's orders? Thinking of this, Tom finally realized something was wrong. What did you do to my body? He asked in a deep voice, but the trembling in his voice could not be concealed. It's just a means to make you obey. Lou said, took out a mirror from the Shenwei space and handed it to him. Also, you can be said to be undead now. 39. Immortal body. Tom picked up the mirror suspiciously, and found a large irregular crack on his skin, like a burnt terracotta figurine. What attracts the most attention is the pair of black eyes and gray pupils, which seem to be full of dead energy, without any agility. Is this, me? A sense of fear rose in Tom's heart. In this body, only the soul residing in it belongs to him. You resurrected me just to let me do things for you. 55. He looked up at Lou and asked. Otherwise, to resurrect you and make you a mascot. Lou picked up the glowing wand and opened the basement plank. Let's go, maybe we can go outside for a cup of black tea and have a good chat. To be able to get Tom to surrender wholeheartedly, Lu-en knew that was impossible. After all, when he was at Hogwarts, he really went too far with what Senior Tom did. However, now Tom can't get out of his grasp, so there is still room for negotiation. Lu-en needs Tom's intelligence and charisma, not an unconscious corpse. You devil playing with the soul. Looking at the unsuspecting back, Tom wanted to give him a shot of Avada, but he couldn't lift his hand. It was as if there were no arms. This resurrection spell is really insidious. Geralt, you are truly a dark wizard. After pondering for a long time, Tom finally followed. Not being able to commit suicide, and not knowing the counter-curse of this spell, meant that he couldn't escape Lu-en's control at all. Master Geralt. Morris, who was waiting at the door, hurriedly shouted in a low voice when he saw Lu-en come out. Not to mention that Lu-en lifted the werewolf's curse for him, 710's power that did not need a wand to burst out at that time was enough for him to surrender. However, Morris was stunned for a moment after seeing the gloomy and handsome young man following Lu-en. Who is this? Tom Riddle. Lu-en briefly introduced it. Morris nodded knowingly, but did not continue to ask. And Tom, who came out, took advantage of the situation and sat on the wooden chair opposite Lu-en. So, Senior Tom, do you still understand the situation in Nocturne Alley? Lu-en handed over a cup of black tea and asked. You want to master this place? Tom sneered, and he heard Lu-en's undisguised purpose. Tom cursed fiercely in his heart. It's better to follow me well than to do those senseless resistance. This is nothing more than a gathering place for some dark wizards, werewolves and pure-blooded nobles. 39. Although he was extremely reluctant to answer Lu-en's question, he still said it involuntarily. Lu-en looked at the gradually distorted face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The damn curse. It must have been fun then. Don't be so resistant, you are completely obeying me now. I'm looking forward to seeing you and Voldemort. Bad guy. Hearing those soft whispers, Tom thought a little irritably. Like this guy, going to Slytherin is a pity for him. Azkaban is the perfect place for him. But the most important thing now is that he is completely in control, and what he wants to do is no longer according to his ideas, but according to Lu-en's orders. I really don't know how Geralt developed such a vicious spell. As the small talk begins. Tom also knew the purpose of the second-year wizard in front of him. Master the dark wizards and those, werewolves throughout Nocturne Alley. Those werewolves aren't that easy to control. Tom, who had dealt with werewolves 50 years ago, sarcastically said. He knew that the group of werewolves didn't like the wizards, just like the wizards disliked the werewolves, and the werewolves also distrusted the wizards, and even rejected them. After all, many circuses like to catch some werewolves to perform. Don't worry, I naturally have a way for those werewolves. Lu-en smiled and called Morris over. Morris Carr, if nothing else, is your assistant. Yet just a few hours ago, he was a werewolf who had been cursed for 2 years. Wolfman. Tom leaned back in his chair, frowning at Morris Carr, who was hidden in his black robe. He grabbed the point of Lu-en's words right away. In other words, he is no longer a werewolf. Tom's tone was questioning. After all, over the years, he had never seen anyone who could heal the werewolf's curse. Not even the best potions masters can do it. If Lu-en really has a cure for the werewolf curse, then he is sure that the werewolves of the British wizarding world who get the news will come to them overnight. Because no one wants to be a werewolf and go crazy on a full moon night. You may even bite your own relatives. 50 years before Tom lived, such examples were not uncommon. Master Geralt is right, the werewolf bite wound on my body has disappeared, and I don't have the instinct to howl when I see the moon. Morris turned to the young man who might be his boss. Is the mark of the werewolf bite gone too? 5. Tom frowned and muttered to himself. The scars left by werewolves cannot be removed by any potion, which has become a recognized thing in the entire magic world. But now a man who has recovered from his wounds is standing in front of him. He couldn't help but believe it. Looking at Lu and drinking black tea, Tom's manic mood could not help but set off waves. How old is he? A little wizard who is only going to the 3rd grade has developed a resurrection spell to play with the soul, and now he has a way to get rid of the werewolf curse. And what was he doing in 3rd grade? Are you trying to infiltrate the circle of those pure blood families? Thinking like this, Tom felt a little ridiculous. Oh, if you can really do it, the Ministry of Magic will definitely award you the Merlin First Class Medal, he said with a sneer. Although Tom is now under control, it does not mean that he has surrendered to Geralt. If it wasn't for the damn spell, he would have aimed his wand at Luen. Even if you can't beat it. This talisman heals the werewolf's curse. 55. Luen threw the horse charm on his chest to Tom, who looked bad. You will take care of things in Nocturne Alley. I think you can handle this trivial matter, Senior Tom. Saying that, Luen looked at Tom with a smile. He has now set spatial coordinates in important places such as Hogwarts and Nocturne Alley, so currently he does not need a horse charm to cure his motion sickness. Understood. Tom looked at the horse charm in his hand, and his expression became even more gloomy. Luen can give him the precious spell with such trust, which means that he has great confidence in the control of this spell, and he is not afraid of whether Tom will get out of control. And Luen took a sip of black tea lightly when he saw Senior Tom's appearance. He is the only person in this world who can release the reincarnation of filth. Even more than his younger brother Morris Carr, Luen believed in his resurrected Tom Riddle and the also reincarnated Lockhart. Speaking of Lockhart, I heard that he has successfully gained a lot of prestige by virtue of his superb spells and fearless behavior, and he can be regarded as a celebrity in the Aura organization. Lockhart is having a good time at the Ministry of Magic. So what are your plans now? After thinking for a while, Luen turned to Tom, who was brooding. His knowledge of Nocturne Alley is far less familiar than Tom's, at least he had been working at the Borkin store in Nocturne Alley 50 years ago. Let's start with the Selwyn family. Their family currently has a lot of properties in Nocturne Alley. After listening to Morris's account, Tom decided to start with his most loyal Death Eater. Tom's thinking is entirely based on Luen's interests. As for Voldemort, I'm sorry, now he's just a 6th grade Slytherin student. Then start tomorrow. Tonight, you will live here first with Morris, and by the way, take a good look at the current situation in Nocturne Alley, Zhao does. 35. You know, it's not 50 years ago here. After Luen finished speaking, he turned and left the dilapidated log cabin. Geralt, you are not a man. Looking at the back of him leaving, Tom couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Although he didn't want to help Luen, he couldn't help but go to Morris to discuss Nocturne Alley. Looking at the gradually setting sun outside, Luen couldn't help narrowing his eyes coldly. With the talent of Tom, the formation of forces in Nocturne Alley can begin. But before that, he was going to buy the potion shop he rented last vacation. Think of it as a place to stay in Diagon Alley. Hope you don't let me down. Senior Tom. Luen walked out of Nocturne Alley, the gathering place of dark wizards. As a shop in the golden area of Diagon Alley, it still costs a lot of gold galleons. Luen spent at least half of his family fortune. But these gold galleons are nothing to him, and when the Weasley brothers' shops gradually open up, the money is simply insignificant. Holding the title deed certified by the Ministry of Magic in his hand, Luen walked into this familiar potions shop. Since it has been closed for nearly a year, a lot of dust has accumulated. After cleaning the whole house with a spell, the familiar furnishings have not changed, just the same as last year's holiday. This also means that the original owner has not rented it out to others again. After finishing everything, Luen sat on the sofa in the hall with a thick book in his hand. It was a book about transfiguration spells from Origins of Animagus. He leaned back on the sofa, stunned for a moment. Sure enough, there is no Miss Hermione, I'm really not used to it. At this time of day, Hermione would have pressed his leg against his and leaned against the edge of the sofa to study together. Without one person, the whole room became deserted a lot. Lu-en shook his head, throwing these emotions 710 behind him. When did he become so sentimental? Interrupting these thoughts, Lu-en opened the book in his hand. This is a popular science book that introduces animagus. It explains that the animals of each wizard's animagus are different, such as Professor McGonagall's tabby cat, Peter Pettigrew's mouse. AF*CK Gus is limited to ordinary creatures in nature, such as unicorns, and magical creatures like fire dragons are impossible to transform successfully. The guess given in the book is that because the magic of wizards and magical creatures is different in the way they work, they cannot be deformed. After Lu-en studied it carefully for a while, he put the book down. AF*CK Gus's practice conditions are very harsh, and if you are unlucky, it may even take several years. The first step, the hardest, was to hold a single leaf of mandrake in your mouth for a full month from the first full moon until the next full moon. During this period, the leaves in the mouth cannot be swallowed or taken out. Once the leaf is out of the mouth, dab, it needs to reproduce the start. After completing the first step, the following steps are very simple. Just wait for the stormy weather to arrive, and at sunrise and sunset, you must point your wand at your heart and recite the spell. None of this is difficult, and even stormy weather can be simulated in the room of requirement. Thinking of this, Lu-en tilted his head and thought for a while. If he wants to practice AF*CK Gus, basically he won't open his mouth to speak for this month. As for the storm in a month, don't worry too much. He has already set up a space coordinate in front of the House of Need, and possessing divine power is almost a blink of an eye. When I have some things explained to Tom tomorrow, I will start practicing F*CK Gus. Lu-en picked up a mandrake leaf that had been prepared a long time ago and watched with pale blue eyes. I don't know what the state of his F*CK Gus is. As for the warning from the older cat lady, Professor McGonagall, he had long forgotten. Just F*CK Gus, even Peter Pettigrew can practice, is he likely to fail? Even if that rat did it with the help of 3 other predators. Early morning. Lu-en came to Knockturn Alley early and found Tom Morris who were studying the situation. I have to say, the ability to reincarnate in the dirt is still very useful. Good morning, Senior Tom. Lu-en greeted with a smile. But Tom ignored him directly and turned to find Morris to understand the situation. Tom, get yourself an Avada. Lu-en wasn't annoyed either, and spit out a few words with a chuckle. What's the matter with you? Before Lu-en could finish speaking, Tom interrupted him quickly, because he found that his hand had been raised uncontrollably. It's okay, I'll call you. Lu-en shrugged. He really has nothing to do, just come and listen to Tom's plans for the future. Geralt. Tom gritted his teeth and glared at him, but finally sighed helplessly. He can't do any damage to Lu-en now, and he can't even think of it. This damn spell is as powerful as the Dementor. Tom glanced at Lu-en, who was smiling, and turned to put on a black robe. Now you should rest in your room. Knockturn Alley is left to me and Morris. With that said, Tom glanced at the horse charm in his hand. With himself and the wizard Morris, it is still difficult to control a pure-blooded family. But with this thing, everything becomes easier. Those werewolves who are crazy about turning back into wizards will definitely use everything for him. Well, then I can wait and see. Looking at Tom's confident look, Lu-en chuckled lightly. It seems that Senior Tom already knows what it means to be unable to resist, so he silently accepts it. Really looking forward to seeing Voldemort next time. Looking at the 2 figures hidden in black robes, Lu-en couldn't help thinking. We're going to gather those werewolves, Lord Geralt. As he was leaving, Morris said in a low voice. This made Tom give him a dissatisfied look. Row. Lu-en nodded knowingly. Are you ready to start with that group of werewolves? That's a good start. After Tom Morris went to the ruins of the north and south, Lewin turned around and prepared to go back to practice animagus. Since Senior Tom has taken care of everything. Then in the next month, there is nothing that needs him to be busy. Having a subordinate like Voldemort saves a lot of heart. Thinking like this, Lewin glanced at the emerald green mandrake in his hand. Then gently put it in the mouth. The preparation for the next month is about to start. Tom's ability is still very strong. Only half a month had passed, and the werewolves in Nocturne Alley had all turned to him. Personality, charm and other aspects naturally need not be said. Otherwise he wouldn't be the second generation of the Dark Lord. Diagon Alley. Akali's potions shop. Lewin was sitting on the counter with his chin stuck in boredom, looking at the Lockhart biography on the table. Beside him, there is a cup of herbal tea with a straw. Since there are still mandrake leaves in the mouth, the herbal tea can only be drunk in this way. About half a month has passed so far. Tom and Morris occasionally come to the store to report the current situation, but they don't come often, because they usually live in Nocturne Alley. Cuckoo. With the sound of an owl, the wooden door with the wind chimes in front of the potions store was pushed open. What came in was the owl Lewin bought with Hermione in first grade. Woo-woo, hard work. 39. Lewin took out a bag of owl special food and put it on a small plate. This was originally reserved for frog cubs, but just a few days ago, it went on a trip again. Photos have not been sent yet. After seeing the food on the plate, the white-feathered owl immediately threw the letter and daily newspaper on its feet on the counter in front of Lewin, and then hopped over to eat the food. Lewin picked up the 2 envelopes on the table and looked at them. One was from Dear Miss Granger, and the other was sent by Fred and the others. He has been writing and chatting with Hermione since the holiday. After all, there are no telephones available on this side of Diagon Alley. Responding to Miss Hermione's thoughts with a quill, she turned to look at the envelope sent by the Weasley brothers. The family has just returned from a trip to the pyramid and are now preparing to invite Lewin to the burrow. After writing these 2 replies, Lewin handed it to the owl after breakfast. As the wind chimes rang again, the owl left the potions shop with 2 letters. Lewin took a sip of black tea, turned his head and glanced at the Daily Prophet, which was on the side. However, it was this sight that made him suddenly stunned. The first Death Eater who escaped from Azkaban, Sirius Black, please be safe, wizards. Sirius Black. Lewin took the straw out of his mouth and looked carefully at this issue of the newspaper. In the center of this issue of the newspaper, there is a picture of a man with a shaggy beard and messy hair. He was holding a sign with his name in his hand, and he kept roaring, and there were several Aurors around him who were blocking him. Below this dynamic photo, is about Sirius Black's life and things done. Will blow up an entire street with the blasting charm, resulting in the death of hero Peter Pettigrew. Lewin said softly, and the mandrake in his mouth almost fell out. Then he threw the newspaper directly into the trash can. Lewin, who has an impression, knows that Sirius Black was just wronged, and the real culprit has long since become a big mouse. Is this the consequence of the animagus not registering? Lewin couldn't help but think. If you registered AF*CK Gus, it is estimated that Sirius would not be able to escape. Lewin also had a rough guess as to where Sirius could go. Privet Road. After all, Sirius is Harry's godfather. Or, go have a look. Lewin couldn't help thinking with mandrake in his mouth. It's been really boring the last few days, especially after reviving Tom. I originally expected to spend a holiday in Nocturne Alley, but I didn't expect Tom to do everything directly. As expected of a senior Tom. There is no reason to be Voldemort in the future. What's more, he remembered that the main purpose of Sirius' release this time was to hunt down Peter Pettigrew. Maybe try to get in touch with Sirius Black. Lewin took a sip of black tea and had an idea in his mind. 4 flowers. 4 nights later. Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive. Lewin got out of the taxi clutching his dizzy head. Perhaps it was because he had been wearing the horse charm for too long, and when he first got into the taxi, he remembered that he was dazed by the transportation. No way, Shenwei's ability needs a specific spatial positioning, and his horse charm is handed over to Tom to keep. So I had to endure it all the way. Fortunately, the distance is not too far. Lu En leaned against a street lamp and calmed down his dizziness. Then set his sights on this privet road. The surrounding buildings are all double-story detached cottages, not as big as his residence. 0. On both sides of the tidy street, 2 rows of dimly lit street lamps illuminate the darkness around them. Lu En even saw the 2-story house at 4, Privet Drive, where Harry currently lives. But he didn't have time to find Harry right now. Open the compass on the wrist, the pointer quickly points to a direction, and is constantly changing the position. This means that what Lu En is looking for is nearby. Because if the distance is too far, the object moves a small distance, and the pointer will not change much. And swinging wildly like this now means that Sirius Black is nearby. Got you. Following the pointer's direction, Lu En crossed a silent square. When he was near a sewer, he found that the pointer on his wrist had begun to float. Until he opens it again. Taking out the wand from his waist, Lu En slowly closed his eyes. Has Sirius been reduced to this point? This is really one. Those pale blue eyes had turned into a scarlet kaleidoscope of sickles. In the sewer. He couldn't help but laugh. The scapegoat hides in the sewers, but the real culprit is the one who has a reputation and becomes a mouse to live comfortably. Lu En looked at this dark little water crossing and pondered for a while. The scarlet sickle kaleidoscope is very conspicuous in the dark. Lu En didn't use a wand to cast the fluorescent blink. Because the current Sirius Black is being chased and killed, if he rushes in, he might let the other party escape in advance. The route of the sewers extends in all directions. With that in mind, he lightly stepped on the muddy ground and walked towards this dark and smelly sewer. When he first stepped into the entrance, Lu En frowned and covered his mouth and nose involuntarily. It smells so bad, this rotten fishy smell. It is hard to imagine that Sirius Black, one of the oldest and noblest pure-blood wizards, could have been reduced to this level. I'm afraid not even those at the Ministry of Magic would have thought of it. Following the dim stairs, Lu En slowly walked into the unpleasant, July 13th, waterway. Without the light of the moon, the surrounding environment is pitch black. This dark environment is nothing to him with a kaleidoscope. At least some vague outlines can be seen. Lu En judged the position of Sirius following the direction of the compass needle. The branches in the sewer extend in all directions, and if there is no compass, it is estimated that it will take a long time to find. Are you near here? Lu En glanced down at the pointer on his wrist. It was already pointing in one direction. That means, Sirius Black has stopped moving. He stood at the corner of a sewer, a pair of scarlet sickle kaleidoscopes looking inside. Saw. With the blessing of the kaleidoscope, Lu En saw at a glance the black dog crawling on the ground in front of him, blending into the darkness. The black dog seemed to be biting at something, whimpering from time to time. Sirius Black, found you. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu En's mouth twitched, and he released his body from the Kamui space. I used Kamui just now to hide the sound of my steps. He took a step forward, exposing half of his body. This slight footstep sound is very recognizable in the narrow and hollow sewers. The ears above the head of the black dog that was crawling on the ground perked up, and it was obvious that he heard this subtle sound. The black dog, or Sirius Black, turned his head slowly, a pair of golden pupils staring straight at the figure in the corner. He, who had become a frightened bird under the chase, immediately bared his teeth and let out a low roar. At this time, Lu En could see the black dog clearly. It was as thin as a wood, its black hairs stood up like needles, and there were bright red bloodshots flowing from the corners of its mouth. He turned his head and glanced at the side of the black dog. It was a rat with a disembodied belly, and there were many tiny bones with minced meat around. Did he live in this environment? Luan couldn't help but stare. And Sirius had already realized that something was wrong, and looked at the blonde wizard with vigilance in his heart. Those scarlet eyes. At this time, Sirius also found a pair of red pupils that seemed to represent unknown. Under Luan's gaze, he couldn't help trembling in his heart. Was it the Auror who came after him? What a bunch of creepy mice. Sirius cursed in his heart, a low roar sounded in his throat, and then turned around and rushed into the depths of the sewer. Heck, his F***CK Gus was exposed to the Ministry of Magic too. Without thinking too much, the current Sirius just wanted to leave the wizard's sight quickly. It's good to be vigilant. Looking at the black dog who had turned around and had already run a distance, Luan seemed unhurried. Since he made a noise on purpose, he was not afraid that Sirius could escape from here. As the magic in his body surged, Luan's entire body seemed to have turned into lightning, rushing towards the black dog at a very fast speed. The dazzling golden lightning made a crackling sound, and the entire dark sewer was illuminated. Sirius, who was rushing ahead, heard the sound behind him, and couldn't help but look back. However, it was this look that made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. At some point behind him, a golden lightning bolt suddenly appeared, and the blonde wizard disappeared long ago. The next moment, that lightning bolt came to the black dog at an extremely fast speed. Under Sirius' horrified gaze, those thunderbolts slowly turned into the appearance of a blonde wizard. How is this possible? He has been in prison for so many years, and there is already such a powerful magic outside. Sirius's heart rolled like waves. And Luan, who was standing in front of the black dog, showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Thunder elementalization is really a good ability. Whether it is dodging attacks or chasing kills, it can be called top speed. Roar. Seeing that his path was completely blocked, Sirius knew that he could not escape today. The only way now is to fight to the death. The black dog's golden beast eyes were full of madness, and in the blink of an eye, he started biting at Luan. Not escaping. With the mandrake in his mouth, Luan sideways dodged the pounce of the black dog and snapped his fingers. The magic pattern ring on the finger emits a blue light. All petrified. In the next instant, Sirius, who originally wanted to continue his attack, was stunned in midair, and his petrified body fell to the ground. Petrification spell. Sirius looked at the blonde wizard who took out his wand, and felt a little sad in his heart. He swam here from Azkaban with all his might, but now he is going to be captured again. Harry Potter, my godson 0.1. And also Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of the yellow-skinned mouse in the newspaper, Sirius's breathing gradually became faster, his pupils were wide and filled with a strong hatred. The dust on the ground was blown up by the rapid exhalation. And Luan couldn't help shaking his head looking at the black dog lying on the ground. He was unable to speak with a mandrake leaf in his mouth, and was preparing to use his wand to communicate with Sirius. Sirius Black. A beautiful azure handwriting was very conspicuous in the dark mid-air. After Sirius, who was lying on the ground, saw this font, before he could react, the handwriting changed again. That mouse, I can help you catch it. The blue font is very dazzling in the dark sewers. The black dog lying on the ground had trembling golden eyes, showing disbelief. Apart from the group of four, almost no one knows the state of his own AF***CK Gus. But the blonde wizard in front of him named his name at once. And that mouse, if Sirius was right, the wizard was Peter Pettigrew who wasn't dead. Thinking of this, Sirius's eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. But how did he know I was looking for that mouse? You go to sleep for a while, the environment here is not suitable for conversation. Seeing that the black dog lying on the ground gradually stabilized, Luan launched a stun spell. The location where they are now is already deep in the sewer, and the stench here is getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't stand talking to Sirius here. Looking at the black dog in a coma, Luan used his wand to clean it up. The black 13 hairs that were originally full of mud and the bloodshots on the corners of the mouth became clean under the power of the magic spell. Then, he threw the unconscious Sirius into the Shenwei space. With the vortex floating, the figure slowly disappeared into the sewer. Inside Diagon Alley at 1 o'clock in the morning. Akali's potions shop. Lu En threw the sleeping black dog on the wooden board, and went to the potion store in the basement to get a bottle of sobriety. The potions in the basement were all made by him last year, and the potions had not yet expired. Poured the sobering agent into the black dog's mouth, and Lu En sat on the sofa waiting for him to wake up. About 3 minutes passed, and the pair of golden beast pupils opened in confusion. The soft, warm lighting made him squint his eyes. There is a crisp wind chime in the ear. It seems that since entering Azkaban, he has never seen such a warm scene. But after seeing Lu En sitting on the sofa watching him, Sirius subconsciously stood up, and a low roar sounded from his throat. 6699. Lu En reluctantly used his wand to write a black handwriting in the air. Sirius Black. 35. The black dog was silent for a while, and its brain was still a little dizzy. The next moment, the black dog's body began to change. After a while, a man in tattered clothes with a haggard face stood on the spot. If you're talking about the prisoner who escaped from Azkaban, it's really me. Sirius stared at the wizard in front of him with a pair of sinister eyes. Where did you hear about that rat? 35. He asked in a hoarse voice. You mean Peter Pettigrew? Under Lu En's control, the fonts in midair began to reorganize. After seeing this familiar name, Sirius narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands tightly into fists under the tattered sleeves. That's right, that cowardly mouse. He really couldn't understand how the wizard in front of him knew who he and Peter Pettigrew were as F***CK Gus, and how he knew that this time he escaped from prison to find Peter Pettigrew. Various questions came to Sirius' mind, which made him raise his head and look at Lu En. Wait, those scarlet eyes gone. Only at this time did he realize that the scarlet eyes he had seen in the sewer had turned pale blue, as if that scene was his hallucination. But Sirius knew very well that it was definitely not a hallucination. He could feel the ominous eyes that exuded all the time, just like Medusa's snake eyes, which had a deadly threat. The Marauder's Map. Lu En threw a newspaper to Sirius, then used his wand to draw a writing in midair. Not being able to speak is a hassle. Sirius picked up the newspaper and glanced at it. It was a group photo of the Weasley family going to the pyramid, and the mouse was among them. It was because of this newspaper that he escaped from Azkaban. No wonder you know that mouse is Peter Pettigrew. Seeing the handwriting in the air, Sirius nodded knowingly. As one of the founders of Marauder's Map, he certainly knew that the original name was displayed for AF***CK Gus on the map. So, what did you come to me for? Sirius skillfully sat on the opposite sofa and asked in a hoarse voice. He didn't believe that the wizard in front of him would be so kind to take in his stray dog. Everything people do is purposeful. I'll help you catch mice, you help me do things. A smile rose on Lu En's face, and his pale blue eyes looked at the stunned Sirius. He felt that if Senior Tom only used one assistant, his work efficiency might not be enough. Now there is just one ready-made, and the strength is also very strong. Oh, why do I need your help? After Sirius regained his senses, he couldn't help but sneer. He was enough to catch the timid mouse alone. Where do I need to use other people to help? You want to kill Peter Pettigrew? 713. Lu En asked rhetorically. I wish I could tear him to pieces now. 35. Sirius said unabashedly with hatred. And then, being locked up in Azkaban again, 9. Watching your poor godson get bullied by Snape at school. 39. The corners of Lu En's mouth twitched, knowing that when Sirius said this, he was hooked. Think about it, I can help you restore your reputation. You can even have Harry Potter call you Godfather. And all you have to do is take refuge in me. Looking at the black writing in the air, Sirius fell silent. Is that right? He knew that he could not recover his reputation on his own, because he was a fugitive from Azkaban. Who would believe the words of a fugitive? After a long time, he gave his answer. Sirius lost his voice, and even the sound of breathing almost disappeared. Getting the answer he wanted, Lu-En chuckled. Every word of Lu-En's handwriting is like a sharp blade, cutting in Sirius' heart. You don't want to see Harry keep thinking you were the one who killed the Potters after all. I agree to your request. Looking at Sirius, who lowered his head, Lu-En chuckled lightly. Trust me, I have a way of restoring you to the honor you deserve. By the way, do you want to eat? After seeing the last sentence, Sirius nodded silently. After escaping from prison in Azkaban, he first swam across a sea, and then fled everywhere to avoid being traced, and the only food he could eat every day was the smelly rats in the sewer. Just chased after Lu-En again, and now he doesn't have much physical strength. Lu-En cleared away the pile of notes on the table, and then brought out some pre-prepared food from the kitchen. Steak, pumpkin pie, rock crust, honey muffins. This is what he learned to do. Looking at these rich dinners, Sirius unceremoniously picked up the silver fork behind him and began to gobble it up. The aroma of the food filled his taste buds, which made him squinting. And Lu-En is sitting opposite, holding a cup of black tea and inhaling leisurely. There is also a thick biographical book in his hands. While eating rich food, Sirius was also looking at the surrounding environment and the blonde wizard in front of him. Looking at the bottles and jars placed around, this should be a potion store, and if you open a store, you usually choose to go to Diagon Alley. Which means he's probably in Diagon Alley now. Thinking of this, Sirius' chewing action was a little slower. Do you know that there is a long distance from Privet Drive to Diagon Alley? Did you use apparition? Looking at the handsome face of this blonde wizard, he should be no more than 20 years old. Thinking of this, Sirius wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth with his dirty sleeves and asked. Can you tell me your name? 99. Until now, he didn't even know the name of the wizard in front of him. Lu-En Geralt. Beautiful black writing appeared in midair. Geralt. Muggle-born wizards. Sirius turned his attention to the robe hanging on the hanger, which was a green-bottomed wizard robe. You're from Slytherin House, how could Muggle wizards enter Snake House? There was some doubt in his tone. Slytherin was nothing, after all the wizards in his family were Slytherin, except him. But it's unbelievable that a Muggle-born wizard can get into that group of unscrupulous snakes. Sirius could even imagine how Lu-En was sidelined in the Snake House. Slytherin's 3rd grade this year, puff. As soon as he drank the black tea in his mouth, Sirius spit it out in an instant, as if he had heard something incredible. Cough, cough, you said you're only in the 3rd grade. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu-En opposite him like a ghost. Mature words and deeds, a head shorter than him, and the use of spells. Is this really a 3rd grade little wizard? It's the 3rd grade this year. Lu-En snapped his fingers to remove the stains from the ground, then wrote this sentence in midair. Doesn't he look like a little wizard in 3rd grade? If you don't tell me, I thought you had graduated. Sirius said in a complicated tone. I didn't expect that he would be caught by a little wizard in the 3rd grade. He thought a little embarrassedly. So what do you want me to do for you? After filling his stomach, Sirius leaned on the soft sofa without any image and asked. Now that he has agreed to this little wizard's request, he will naturally not break his promise. It's just that he still doesn't know what the wizard in front of him wants to do. The task at hand is to master Nocturne Alley. WTF. After Sirius saw this sentence in the air, the wand in his hand was a little unsteady and almost fell to the ground. He even wondered if he was dazzled. But it turns out that there is no problem with the font in midair. Want to master Nocturne Alley? Nocturne Alley has existed since the establishment of Diagon Alley. In the history of hundreds of years, he has never heard of anyone who has mastered success. And now, a little wizard who is only in the 3rd grade wants to master a nocturnally? It's just like, gibberish. Sirius looked complicated. Sure enough, it's better to catch that mouse by yourself. You don't have to worry about how to master it, someone will find a way. 95. You just have to remember to follow me. After saying this, both sides fell into silence. Lewin was reading a book while thinking about what to do next. And Sirius didn't know what to say at all. Are you dumb? At this time, Sirius suddenly raised his head and asked curiously. After all, since meeting until now, he has never said that the wizard has said a word. Practicing AF*CK Gus. Luen glanced at him, then pointed his finger to his cheek. AF*CK Gus, a single leaf of a mandrake. Sirius suddenly realized. It turns out that the use of fonts to communicate is to prevent the mandrakes from falling out of the mouth. He had also practiced AF*CK Gus, and he naturally knew how tormenting the most advanced transfiguration process was. By the way, I remember you just said something like Snape. When Sirius mentioned the name, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and he asked softly, did he do something excessive to Harry? Zhao Diheo. Speaking of Harry, he suddenly remembered that Luen seemed to know that he was Harry's godfather. Damn, how did he know so many secrets? Sirius thought through gritted teeth. It always felt that the secret between them was transparent in front of Luen, without any privacy. You mean Professor Snape? Luen asked with a raised eyebrow. Snape, Professor Sim. 35 foot. Sirius repeated. So that damn Death Eater went to Hogwarts to be a professor. It's nothing too much, it's nothing more than deducting points from class every day. That dog thing. Seeing the words in the air, Sirius couldn't help cursing. He could now imagine Harry, who looked very similar to James, being harassed everywhere in Snape's class. The next day, early morning. After Lewin got dressed, he pushed open the bedroom door and walked towards the hall on the first floor. Sirius, who was curled up and sleeping on the sofa, was awakened by the sound of going downstairs. He quickly took out his wand from his waist and subconsciously aimed at the entrance of the stairs. It is you. Seeing the handsome face walking down the stairs, Sirius remembered that he was safe, and heaved a sigh of relief. He put the wand back on his waist and stretched his waist vigorously. Since he escaped from Azkaban, his mental state has been tense, and he has never slept as well as last night. Even in Azkaban, you have to be the food of those suckers every night, and you can't get a good night's sleep. Good morning, Lewin kid. When Sirius learned that Lewin was only a third-year wizard, his attitude became even more arrogant. 6699. Lewin looked up at him and said nothing. He is not the kind of person who cares about things, and he is basically not that strict with some common etiquette. Hey, are we going to eat these 713 rock cakes in the morning? At this moment, Sirius stuck out his head from the kitchen and asked suspiciously. In his hand, he still held the Kaya biscuits that he chose not to eat last night. Seriously, if he wanted to eat this biscuit, Sirius reckoned that he would have to use animagus to chew it. Is this biscuit eaten by humans? Looking at Sirius, who was picking and choosing in the kitchen, Lewin's mouth twitched. Suddenly want to give him a petrification spell. After a hearty pumpkin pie breakfast, Lewin went to Mrs. Malkin's clothing store to buy some summer clothes for Sirius. No way, let Sirius sleep on the sofa all night, and the whole sofa is just ridiculous. Plus Akali's potions shop has 2 bedrooms with beds, one is his and the other is Miss Hermione's pink bedroom. So I can only let Sirius sleep on the sofa. When he is properly sorted out today, he will be sent to Senior Tom. The clothes fit well. So when are we going to catch that mouse? Sirius, who put on new clothes, still thinks about the culprit, Peter Pettigrew. Wait until I start school. It's not important to catch mice, it's important to prove that you are innocent. Lewin took a sip of his bitter coffee, drawing lightly in mid-air with his wand. Since Miss Hermione was away from him, the morning drink had changed from chocolate milk to a variety of tea or coffee. Maybe it's a habit. Hogwarts starts in September, which means there is still about a month left to board. Sirius suppressed his restless heart. He knew what Lewin said was right. Only by proving his innocence can he return to his godson. After Lewin found him a set of black robes to put on, he was ready to take him to Knockturn Alley to find Tom. According to a recent letter from Tom, they are now preparing to attack Selwyn Manor. Almost all of the werewolves in Knockturn Alley chose to surrender under the power of the horse charm. No werewolf can resist the temptation to turn back into a wizard. Nasty Alley. Looking at the alley leading to the opposite side of Diagon Alley, Sirius took the wand in his hand without hesitation. He had been to Knockturn Alley a long time ago, and he naturally knew that it was full of notorious dark wizards. Where did you get your wand from? Lewin glanced curiously at the patterned wand in his hand. He remembered that any prisoners who were held in Azkaban had their wands kept by the Ministry of Magic. Because of the existence of the flashback charm, every wand of the criminal becomes evidence in the hall. From a passing wizard. Sirius said disapprovingly. As a qualified fugitive, it is dangerous without a wand. Maybe someday, an Auror will come to the door with a team. After crossing the dark street, Lewin took Sirius towards the northwest. Where are we going? After walking for a while with Sirius wearing a hood behind him, he couldn't help asking. The two of them were almost on their way to the suburbs. After walking a little further, we completely reached the boundary of Knockturn Alley. Just in the ruins ahead. Lewin held the address written by Morris, and looked at the ruins of the house in front of him with a pair of pale blue eyes. Not many wizards would choose to live here, only the homeless, and even fugitives would choose to come here. Waiting for the two to get closer, Sirius frowned and clenched his wand. He felt that a lot of eyes were watching the two of them. Lewin knocked on the wooden door before walking to the door of a small two-story building. Creak. A sour voice sounded, and the one who opened the door was Senior Tom, who had been working day and night in Knockturn Alley for half a month. You still have the face, Gerald. Tom gritted his teeth. Not only is the whites of his eyes pitch black now, but even the underside of his eyes has thick dark circles. Under Lewin's orders, he could only rest for 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time was full of high-intensity work. Even the house elves were not squeezed so much in the first place. Gerald, you should hang on the street lamp. Good afternoon, Senior Tom. Lewin held down Sirius, who was about to take out his wand, and said with a smile. This is not for your health, I have found you a good assistant. 99. Ah. Tom sneered disdainfully. If he could commit suicide, he would have gone to the god of death long ago. Unfortunately not. 4 flowers, 4 tickets, for everything. Tom didn't bother to look at the annoying face, turned and walked into the cabin. Sirius, who was startled by those strange eyes, asked curiously. Lewin said with a chuckle. Tom Riddle. This is my right-hand man at Knockturn Alley. 39. After all, he was the Voldemort of his youth. Who is he? I'm sure you two will have a good time. Get along well. Sirius nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. In other words, in the past few days, does he have to work with this young wizard? Lewin pushed open the wooden door that was closed again, and then walked in with little Sirius Wolfstar. It is noon now, and the weather in July is very hot, but after entering the house, a cool feeling hits instantly, as if you are in winter. Why do I feel the way your people look at us is wrong? Sirius observed the wizards around him and whispered in Lewin's ear. The eyes of the wizards clearly did not recognize him. No wonder, after all, it's always been Tom doing things for me. Lewin chuckled and described it in words. He did speak just now, but he still felt uncomfortable, so he switched back to the words. After all, the leaf had been in his mouth for nearly half a month. Then your relationship is really good. Seeing this sentence, Sirius Black sighed a little. Like this mutual trusting friendship, he couldn't help thinking of himself and James. 66.99. Llewellyn turned his head and glanced at him, looking a little strange. I don't know if Tom will kill Sirius after knowing this sentence. If Senior Tom had a killer, it wasn't Harry, nor Dumbledore, but Llewellyn Gerald. Master Gerald. At this time, Morris, who had been busy all the time, hurried over. What are Tom's plans lately? 35. Llewellyn waved the wand in his hand, and blue writing appeared in the air. Morris naturally knew that his master had been practicing AF*CK Gus. Mr. Riddle is going to gather these werewolves to attack Selwyn's estate in a few days. Morris said respectfully, ignoring Tom, whose face was darkened behind him. After all, he has a clear distinction between primary and secondary. Wolfman. Standing aside, Sirius couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eyes hidden in the black robe looked at the wizards around him. Looking at the number, there are probably dozens of people. Does this bring together the werewolves of the entire Nocturne Alley? How could these werewolves be so obedient? The doubts in Sirius's heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be wolf poison? Even in Azkaban, he has the habit of reading daily newspapers, so he naturally knows about the wolf poison potion that was researched not long ago. Just follow Tom's plan. Llewellyn looked at the gloomy youth leaning on the chair, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As expected of Senior Tom, resurrecting him is indeed the right thing to do. I am afraid that when the school starts, the entire Nocturne Alley will be mastered by more than half. 3 days later. Inside Diagon Alley. The wooden door rang with a wind chime, and a white owl flew in, with several letters and the latest Daily Prophet tied to his feet. After the black dog lying on the ground raised its head and glanced at it, it continued to crawl on the carpet and went to sleep. Considering that the transfiguration spell might not last long, Llewellyn had Sirius take the shape of AF*CK Gus and stay in the shop. There have been quite a few Auror raids in Nocturne Alley recently, and even some shops in Diagon Alley have been implicated. Llewellyn opened the envelope from Miss Granger, the beautiful handwriting told of Miss, and there are several photos of the trip. Llewellyn put these photos into a photo album on the side, and then picked up the quill to start the daily reply. After stuffing the written letter into the envelope, Llewellyn thought about it and picked up a blank piece of paper. He remembered that 7.31 seemed to be Harry's birthday and happened to write back together. After the enchanted birthday card was written, Llewellyn walked up to Sirius, who was sleeping on the ground, and kicked him. Ugh. The black dog raised his head and looked at Llewellyn suspiciously, not knowing what he was doing. It's Harry Potter's birthday in a few days, don't you Godfather show it? Llewellyn just finished writing this sentence when he saw Sirius changed back from the black dog state. Harry's birthday. Sirius also remembered. He quickly picked up the hood and put it on, ready to turn around to buy birthday gifts. Flowers 0. It's just that one foot just stepped out of the door frame, and he took it back. That, lend me some gold galleons, 9. Sirius said softly with some embarrassment. In the past few days, he has been eating and drinking in this potion shop, completely forgetting that he has just escaped from prison and is currently penniless. Don't worry, as soon as I get back to Black's ancestral home, I'll pay you back the double gold galleon. He said with confidence. How does Sirius feel like a scammer? Llewellyn shook his head speechlessly, but still threw him a bag of galleons. There are about 300 or 400 in it, enough for Sirius to buy gifts. Thanks. After taking the heavy purse, Sirius couldn't help but smile, and the thick beard on his face trembled with the smile. Llewellyn sat behind the counter with one hand on his chin, watching the figure sneaking out of the potions shop, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. Sirius is in much better shape than when he first met him. The eyes that were full of tiredness and hatred disappeared, and even the demeanor did not have that gloomy and indifferent look. Especially when he heard Harry's birthday just now, his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. After so many years of being imprisoned in Azkaban, it is rare to have such an emotion of joy. Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of the disgusting mouse, Lewin could not help narrowing his pale blue eyes. About evening, Sirius finally returned. He was holding a newest magic broom, Firebolt, in his hand, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Sirius heard from Lewin that Harry joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team when he was in first grade, so give him the latest broom and you'll love it. Lewin looked at the broom and was stunned for a while. This Firebolt seems to be on the market recently. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to Sirius. It's over. Noticing Lewin's gaze, Sirius took out his empty wallet and shrugged. After sending the gifts that Sirius bought together, Lewin picked up the Daily Prophet on the side of the table and glanced at it. The middle position of the daily newspaper was always the most conspicuous and most important. After seeing the headlines, he was slightly stunned. It was a beautiful manor that was burning with raging flames, and there were several dead wizards lying on the scorched ground. Immediately afterwards, Lewin saw the familiar Sirius wanted notice in the lower left corner of the daily newspaper. This news actually suppressed Sirius's wanted order. You must know that in the past 2 weeks, whether it is the Daily Prophet or other miscellaneous daily newspapers, the most headline position is always the dynamic photo of Sirius roaring. It can be said that as long as Sirius is not hunted down for a day, then the popularity of July 13th will never decrease. And now it has been headlined by a burning manor. The famous pureblood family, Selwyn Manor, was attacked by a group of premeditated dark wizards. At present, the Order of the Ministry of Magic has been involved in the investigation. Selwyn Manor. Lewin's pale blue eyes widened after seeing the name of the manor. Isn't this the pureblood family Tom and the others are going to attack? It's only been 2 days in the past, I didn't expect Senior Tom to start so quickly. Selwyn Manor. Hey, it seems that Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are going to be tossed by that chubby ugly woman recently. Sirius walked over, glanced at it and said involuntarily. Chunky ugly woman. Lewin gave him a puzzled look. Dolores Umbridge, Minister Fudge's confidante, I used to see her every day in Azkaban. The pink-skinned toad has a blood relationship with the Selwyn family. She herself claims to be the pure blood of the Selwyn family. Oh, and now the Selwyn family is completely destroyed. Sirius explained with a sneer. After so many years in Azkaban, he has long known the bottom of the short ugly woman. Umbridge? Lewin half squinted his eyes, some impressions in his mind. There may be a large number of horrors to investigate in the last few days, you try to maintain the state of scolding the F***ck Gus. 99. He reminded Sirius beside him. I know. Sirius nodded in disapproval, then cast a F***ck Gus and turned back into a black dog. Fortunately, the 4 of them were not registered with the Ministry of Magic in their F***ck form at that time. Otherwise, the current Sirius would have been brought back to Azkaban by those Dementors. I don't know what form Lewin's F***ck Gus is. Crawling on the soft carpet, the black dog's pair of golden beast pupils looked at the little wizard who turned to study and couldn't help thinking in his heart. This is simply the most diligent and best-learned little wizard he has ever seen. He is studying all kinds of things every day, either potions or alchemy, most of which even he doesn't understand or even hear. Do third-year wizards at Hogwarts know so much now? There is still about half a month before the start of school in September, and the hot temperature has gradually become a little cooler. A white owl flew in from the door and window and delivered a Hogwarts opening letter. Lewin opened it and looked at it, and it marked the books and a new cauldron and potion materials to be used for the next semester. Is it time to start school again? Lewin looked at the letter in his hand and whispered to himself. The mandrake leaf in his mouth was taken out and put into a small crystal vial on the night of the full moon last night, and the potion mixture needed in it was added under the illumination of the moonlight. Now it's time to prepare for a stormy weather. And Sirius, who was originally lodging in a collie's pharmacy, had gone to Nocturne Alley with Senior Tom after the Auror's frantic investigation some time ago. Especially after learning from those werewolves that the handsome young man had a mysterious charm that could make a werewolf turn back into a wizard, Sirius surrounded Tom almost every day. It seems that Sirius is also very interested in this magical charm. Luan looked at the name of the professor of the new dark magic defense class on the envelope, and couldn't help but smile. Remus John Lupin. After putting this letter away, Luan was ready to go to the room of requirement at Hogwarts first. He had put the potion from last night into the Shenwei space, in a dark and silent place. I hope that the environment produced by responsiveness can be useful. Otherwise, he estimates that he will have to wait for a long natural storm. Before leaving, Luan locked the door of the potions shop, and then slowly disappeared in place through Kamui. The 8th floor of Hogwarts. As the space twisted into a vortex, Luan's figure appeared in an inconspicuous corner. The surrounding walls were covered with frescoes, and not far away was the Fat Lady, the portrait of the entrance to Gryffindor. "Good morning, Fat Lady." When passing by the Fat Lady, Luan greeted him politely as he always does in school. "Oh, you nasty little wizard again, wait." 35. The Fat Lady who was sleeping was awakened, and she blamed the blonde little wizard angrily. But in the middle of speaking, the Fat Lady stopped abruptly. "Merlin's beard, it's the holidays." 35. She let out an exclamation, but Luan's figure slowly walked 0.1 away. The moment he stepped into this door, he felt a cold wind blowing. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the dark clouds were still floating in the distance. When he entered the room of requirement, he found that he was already in a dense forest, like the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Luan pushed open the door and walked in. Could the house of requirement even simulate this scenario? When he came to the portrait of the troll, he still meditated on the environment he wanted. Luan murmured softly. Dark nights, storms, silent forests. After walking back and forth 3 times, a smooth door appeared on the wall behind him. When Luan walked into the room of requirement, there was a flash of amazement in his eyes. This room is indeed the most mysterious place in the entire Hogwarts, and the dark forest with weather changes can be simulated. How was the house of requirement made? As a self-taught alchemist, Luan couldn't help but wonder. It seems that there is time to take a good look at the composition of the house of requirement. To be able to create such a large space out of thin air, it would be impossible to achieve without strong magic support. So where did these torrent-like magic powers come from? Now Luan is more and more curious about the hidden secrets of Hogwarts. But, now is not the time to think about that. He put these complicated and fascinating questions behind him, and then took out the prepared crystal vial from the Shenwei space. The next thing to do is to keep the bottle of mixture in a quiet, dark place. According to the book, The Origin of AF*CK Gus, the best way is to bury it in the ground. Don't look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm. This step is simple. Luan randomly found a sturdy old tree, dug a deep hole in its root and buried the small medicine bottle in it. Then used the wand to carve marks on this ancient tree. All that needs to be done now is to wait for the storm to come in a week's time. According to Luan's conception of this space, it will start to rain in a week, and then it will be good to dig it out. After finishing everything, he clapped the soil in his hands, turned and left the forest shrouded in moonlight. All I have to do for the rest of the week is to hold the wand at the position of the heart and recite the mantra silently every day. Until the storm comes, there is no shortage of spells that need to be chanted. Walking out of the room of requirement, Luan looked up and looked around. The originally bustling Hogwarts castle was very deserted at the moment, and even the portraits who usually chatted fell into a deep sleep. The only people left at Hogwarts now are Filch, a few professors and a group of house elves. And Hagrid, who moved back to the Forbidden Forest. After a semester of investigation, Dumbledore did not find the dangerous creature that was destroying the Forbidden Forest, so Hagrid moved back on his own initiative. After all, he still has quite a few cuties that are kept in the depths of the forbidden forest. Not good if you starve to death. As the whirlpool turned, Luan disappeared into the silent castle of Hogwarts. Although Shinwei's ability is not limited by Hogwarts, it needs to set the space coordinates in advance, which is not as good as Apparition. As long as there is a target land, Apparition can be activated. Would you like to go to Senior Tom to learn Apparition? Luan, who returned to the Akali Potion store, muttered to himself in a low voice. After being silent for a whole month, it feels really good to be able to speak. He stretched hard and looked at the empty potions shop. After thinking about it, Luan was about to close the door and go to Nocturne Alley to see Tom. Anyway, there weren't many people coming to his potions shop during the whole holiday except for the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. To be honest, this store is Luan playing. The real profitable business still depends on the Weasley brothers' fairy tale. Those entertainment cards are the best choice for making money. I don't know what happened to Fred and their werewolf-killing research. Inside Nocturne Alley. So far, the dark wizard power that Tom has in Nocturne Alley has not been underestimated. Especially after the last raid on Selwyn Manor. Some black industries have also been successfully controlled by him. Have your mandrake leaves been buried? Tom took a sip of butterbeer with ice cubes, and asked Luan, who was opposite him, with a blank eye. AF*CK Gus's transformation will be ready in a few days. 35. Luan said with a chuckle. After more than a month of getting along, Tom has almost accepted the current situation, at least he doesn't have any resistance now. Then your F*CK Gus form must be a dog. Tom sneered every day. Since the last diary incident has been madly pressing him, Luan's F*CK Gus is not a dog and he can't accept it. Sirius, who was sitting at the table next to Morris, frowned, feeling as if he had been offended. What happened to the dog? Did the dog eat your food? But he looked at the horse charm hanging on Tom's chest, and after thinking about it, he didn't talk back. After all, Sirius has a friend who is suffering from the werewolf curse. Senior Tom, you haven't learned the F*CK Gus yet. In the face of Tom's ridicule, Luan obviously disapproved. Just got used to it. I don't have time to learn that boring stuff. 99. Tom's tone was disdainful. In his opinion, AF*CK Gus can only be turned into some ordinary creatures without any practicality, and it is not as easy to kill as his death curse. So, what's the matter with you coming to Nocturne Alley this time? 35. Tom didn't want to continue dawdling with the wizard, and it was a torment for him to sit here. It hurts to see Luan. What can I do? Seeing Tom's expression of disbelief, Luan shrugged and said, I just came to you to learn the apparition charm. 99. Hearing the learning spell, Senior Tom's face darkened. To scoop up his wool again. After coming out of Nocturne Alley, Luan walked slowly in the evening sun. Senior Tom's ability to explain is very strong, and there is a Sirius on the side for tutoring. So it only took one afternoon to master all the theoretical knowledge. Looking at the Akali magic pharmacy shrouded in the dusk, Luan gently pushed open the wooden door with the wind chimes. Jingle tilde operator. As the wind chimes rang, the vision in front of his eyes turned black, and the soft touch gently covered his eyes. Guess who I am? Mr. Gerald. Guess who I am, Mr. Gerald? A sweet light laughter came from behind him, and the familiar floral fragrance also stirred the tip of his nose, and the smell of jasmine was very strong. Hearing this familiar voice, the corners of Luan's mouth couldn't help laughing. Instead of smirking Tom and Sirius with their smirks, it's a smile that comes from the heart. Miss Beaver? Luan guessed softly, with a hint of a smile in his tone. Wrong. Hearing the title of Miss Beaver, the figure standing behind him stomped his little feet hard. But I know Miss Beaver with curly brown hair. Luan took the hands that covered his eyes, the soft skin felt slippery, so, dear Miss Granger, can you let go? After taking the hands off, he turned around and hugged the other one around Miss Hermione's waist. With just a little force, and with an exclamation, Hermione was held in Luen's arms in a princess hug. "Long time no see, Hermione." Luen brought his face closer, his eyes met, and the tips of his nose touched each other. "Long time no see." Hermione's brown eyes flashed with joy, then she wrapped her arms around his neck, slowly closing her eyes and leaning in. About 2 minutes passed. The two gradually separated. "Did you miss me?" Hermione squeezed Luen's nose with her hand and asked softly. "I won't buy this store without you." Luen chuckled and put Hermione on the sofa, and the two leaned against each other. Then she took a cup of iced black tea and placed it in front of her table. "You bought this place?" Hermione asked with wide eyes in disbelief. She also worked in Diagon Alley for 2 months last vacation, so she naturally has a general understanding of the housing prices here. That's simply the astronomical gold galleon. But Luen bought it outright. This store will be handed over to Fred in the future. After all, Fairy Tale also needs a prime location. Luen explained by stroking his brown curly hair. "If we're buying a house to live in, we'd be better off picking houses from Hogsmeade or Autry-San Catchpole. Actually, I personally like going to the village of San Catchpole, after all Weasley and they are there." Hermione stared at Luen, who was explaining to her in surprise with her wide brown eyes. Has Luen already thought of such a long-term place? "So, do you like small lakes and gardens?" Luen asked softly. "Like." Hermione nodded vigorously. "As long as she's with Luen, she'll love it wherever she goes. By the way, are you the only one here?" 35. Luen asked with some doubts. "I told my father and the others that I will work with you next time," Hermione said with a sly look in her eyes. "Really?" 35. Luen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Miss Hermione, who was beaming with a smile. "It's still August, and although the weather isn't as hot as July, it's still unbearable." So Hermione wore a black plaid shirt today, with a light white long skirt and a pair of black stockings on the lower body, looking very charming. "Like it?" Noticing Luen's gaze, Hermione stood up happily and circled in front of him. The pale white long skirt danced for it, and even the brown curly hair tied into a high ponytail at the back of the head was scattered. "As long as it's you, I like it." Luen looked at Miss Granger, who was dancing like a butterfly, and said in admiration. He hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, but he always felt that Hermione had grown a lot taller, much taller than before. "I'm going to help you clean up your room." Luen pulled Hermione by the hand and pressed her onto the sofa, then got up and walked towards the stairs. "Today, can I be with you?" 35. However, as soon as he took a step, the corner of his shirt was pulled out by Hermione. She asked softly with half-closed eyes. If it wasn't for Luen's 5 senses being strengthened, he could hardly hear the sound. "This is not good," Luen said hesitantly, but he turned and walked towards the kitchen. "Anything you want to eat tonight?" Hermione couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "I want to eat hot pot." She reminisced about the dinner in the room of requirement. Hot pot. Luen froze for a moment. Although the season is not right, it is not impossible to eat. After all, the temperature in the room has reached about 16 or 7 degrees under the effect of the cooling spell, and it is completely different from the sultry environment outside. Wait a minute, I'll go get ready." After Luen turned his head and said a word, he walked into the kitchen. It just happened that the rest of the last time was stored in the Shinwei space, and it was not damaged. When everything was ready, Luen used a shape-shifting spell to create a hole in the middle of the table with a lot of materials. This is not in the room of responsiveness, so you can't use the cutting spell to get started directly. After I was busy with this set, the sky outside gradually became dark. The bright moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the dazzling moonlight could not be seen. "What have you been doing this month?" As the flames burned, Luan set up the dishes and sat opposite Hermione. And Miss Hermione, who was playing with chopsticks, looked a little unskilled. After all, she had never eaten with such a tool. To this end, he also prepared a set of silver forks and spoons for Hermione. "I've been traveling with me this month. Didn't I send you all the photos?" She remembered Luan saying that he was going to Nocturne Alley to do some work this holiday. He turned to pick up the fork beside him. Hermione looked at the chopsticks in her hand and gave up after trying hard. "Probably so, I occasionally go to Nocturne Alley to have a look." Hermione asked curiously. "Have you been opening shop in Diagon Alley this month?" In the originally quiet potions shop, there was now a lively atmosphere, just like last holiday. Luan chuckled. The hot night wind blew the wind chimes hanging on the wooden pattern door, making a crisp sound. Inside the Akali potions shop, the whole room became very cool under the blessing of the spell, and after eating, Hermione even put on a green robe of Luan and leaned on the sofa. Although she said she brought her own suitcase, she prefers to take one from the hanger next to her rather than her own clothes. The familiar smell made Hermione gently twitch the tip of her nose. "It's like the scent of the love potion I drank in the basement last vacation. Fragrant and charming." On the other hand, Luan packed up everything he had eaten, and changed the table along the way. When he came out of the kitchen, what he saw was Miss Hermione in a daze wrapped in her robe. "What do you think?" Luan smiled and walked over, rubbing her brown curly hair with her hands. "It feels the same as when we parted a few months ago. Thinking of you." A small smile appeared on Hermione's face, and she laughed softly, imitating his usual habit of speaking. "It would be my pleasure, dear Miss Granger." Luan sat on the sofa and looked at the smiling girl with 717, and slowly reached out and hugged. And Hermione also took advantage of the situation to lie in his arms, and gently rubbed Luan's chest with her head. "Where's your spell?" Miss Hermione asked suddenly. She remembered that the charm depicting a horse was always worn on her chest, and she even met each other every time they hugged. But this time it didn't feel like it. "I gave it to a senior to go to Nocturne Alley, and it will be returned to me when school starts." Luan explained. "Really?" Hermione raised her head and stared straight at those pale blue eyes she hadn't seen in a long time, the corners of her mouth twitching. She didn't pursue her further, because Miss Granger knew he was trying to keep her from knowing what happened in Nocturne Alley. "In other words, it is a kind of protection. I was just wondering what it would taste like if you drank a bottle of ecstasy." Hermione spoke with curiosity the questions she was thinking about in a daze. After hearing this sentence, Luan was slightly taken aback, and then he laughed a little dumbly. Did Miss Granger always remember the bottle of love potion she drank on vacation? Until now, I still think about letting him take a sip. But the taste. Luan can guess even without drinking. It should be a strong jasmine scent, as for the rest of the scent, I don't know. Luan's answer made Hermione's ears flush. Isn't the smell of jasmine just the fragrance of her hair? I don't believe it, unless you take a sip. The girl narrowed her eyes and whispered softly. This, isn't it? Luan hesitated and replied. Love potion should not be drunk indiscriminately. If he drank it, he would probably go to live in Azkaban with Sirius. Speaking of which, did Miss Hermione want him to take a sip last term? It's a thief. I miss you so much. Hermione couldn't help but leaned up and rubbed Luan's cheek with her small head. It's like being in a room of demand. After a few months of absence, she still couldn't control her behavior when she saw this familiar and handsome face again. Me too. Luan felt a little itchy side face, and hugged Miss Granger's waist with a chuckle. A young couple who hadn't seen for a long time wanted to hug each other. Bell bell. At this time, the wind chime at the door rang. Approaching the carved wooden door, it was gently opened. A black dog? Hermione looked up at the door. I saw a larger black dog pressing its head against the door, and walked into the potion shop's kitchen with ease. Completely unaware of the eyes of the young couple in the corner. Luan looked at the black dog who entered the kitchen with a helpless expression. Why did Sirius come to him again looking for food? Is the food on Tom's side that bad? Do you still have pets? Hermione asked curiously. Although the black dog looked fierce, it was not unacceptable since it was adopted by Luan. Ah, so it's... Luan hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. After all, he has been in charge of eating and controlling, this black dog is indeed like a pet. Have you ever been sterilized? Hermione asked immediately. No. Hearing this sentence, Luan shook his head with a complicated expression. If this black dog is neutered, I am afraid that Sirius will definitely give him an Avada with his wand. It just so happens that my father knows a great veterinarian, why don't we take this black dog with us tomorrow? Hermione rubbed her head against Luan's cheek and made an offer. Hey Luan, how come you only have rock crust cakes here again? At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from the kitchen, interrupting what Hermione was about to say, leaving her stunned. Is it a hallucination? Hermione raised her head and set her eyes on the kitchen door. I saw a middle-aged man with long hair and a beard coming out with a rock cake in his mouth, complaining as he walked. Can't you just eat what normal people eat? Is there not enough food for you at Tom's? Luan patted Hermione on the shoulder and said in a helpless tone. Hermione opened her eyes wide, and her brown pupils looked at the man incredulously. It was a black dog who just went in, wait, it's AF*CK Gus. The clever Miss Hermione figured it out at once. But where did this face seem to be seen? She couldn't help thinking. TSK, I can't grab those werewolves. Sirius shook his head and walked over. But when he walked to the opposite side of the sofa, he suddenly froze. Well, isn't it time for me to come? Sirius scratched his head and questioned. It's really not the time. Luan shook his head. Little Sirius looked at the young couple leaning against each other with a complicated look, and took a bite of the hard rock crust pie. A creaking sound came from his mouth. You are Azkaban's fugitive, Sirius Black. 99. The frowning Miss Hermione finally remembered. Sirius Black. This name has been in the headlines of the Daily Prophet since the holiday. His evil deeds are almost well known. Hey, little witch, take it easy. Seeing Hermione frowning, Sirius hurriedly raised his hand to indicate that he had no malice. Seeing how the two were leaning on each other, he also knew that this little witch was probably Luan's little girlfriend. Sirius Black, my, friend. Luan thought about it and introduced it to Hermione beside him. Friend? Hermione muttered to herself in disbelief. She looked at the helpless Sirius with a pair of eyes suspiciously. You must know that in the daily newspaper, the first fugitive of Azkaban made the whole wizarding world panic, and even Hermione, who was traveling abroad, had heard of this name. How did Luan befriend the fugitive? And, this fugitive is also an unregistered F***CK Gus. He escaped from Azkaban in the form of a black dog. Sirius was wronged, and he's Harry's godfather. Luan glanced at Sirius, who was standing with his hands raised, and began to explain to Hermione. The experience of Sirius is still very tragic. From being framed by Peter Pettigrew and imprisoned in Azkaban, he has endured the torture of Dementors for several years. Now escaped from prison to visit his godson, Harry Potter. That's right, Sirius' purpose in escaping from Azkaban was to not rest assured of Harry's comfort, not to hunt down Peter Pettigrew's mouse. Listening to Luan's narration for himself, Sirius nodded quickly. Harry's godfather. After listening to Luan's explanation, Hermione also felt some sympathy for the haggard middle-aged man in front of her. Well, if nothing happens, I'll go to Knockturn Alley first. Sirius glanced at the little witch who was already convinced, and said to Luan next to her, Tom asked me to go back early. He has been following Tom Riddle in Knockturn Alley for the past 2 weeks. He still has some admiration for that handsome young man who wears dark circles every day. So far, nearly half of the dark wizards in Knockturn Alley have entered Tom's position. Okay. 55. Lu En nodded with a chuckle. He still sees Tom's efforts, and has to say that letting him manage Knockturn Alley is definitely a correct choice. As the wind chimes rang again, a black dog left the potion shop in the dark. After watching the poor man leave, Hermione also came back to her senses. She looked at Lu En with doubtful eyes and asked softly, "Who is Senior Tom?" She found that she hadn't seen each other for 2 months, and she became less and less aware of the things around her little boyfriend. Tom Riddle, a Slytherin graduate, was a friend of mine. Lu En said with a sip of iced black tea. Anyway, he already had enough friends, and this one was not bad. Friends again. Hermione glanced at him with bright eyes. It always feels like a lie. Forget it, Lu En lied to her not once or twice anyway. What time is it now? Finding a comfortable position in his arms, the little witch raised her head and asked. It's only 11 o'clock. Lu En stroked his brown curly hair like a cat, looking thoughtful. You are tired. A little. Hermione looked at Lu En with wide eyes, but there was no sleepiness on her face. Looking at the girl in his arms, the corners of Lu En's mouth twitched. He picked her up with a slight force in both hands, then he waved the wand in his hand to extinguish the fire in the hall, and then walked up the stairs step by step. The two people's bedrooms are opposite, but at Miss Granger's request, the pink-hued room that belongs to her has not been taken care of, so they can only sleep in his room together. Although for a good little wizard, cleaning out a dusty bedroom is just a spell. Putting the slightly closed Miss Granger gently on the soft bed, Lu En pulled the screen by the window, and the white moonlight shone on the wooden floor, looking like a layer of gauze. The two who haven't seen each other for a long time always have a lot to talk about. From travel to alchemy and finally to AF*CK Gus. Speaking of AF*CK Gus, Hermione suddenly remembered something. 4 flowers 0. She pinched the tip of Lu En's nose leaning against the wall with her hand, and asked curiously, didn't you say you should learn the F*CK format during the holidays? Half of the study is done, now it's time to wait for the storm to come. Lu En answered her without hiding. Anyway, AF*CK Gus is not something that needs to be kept secret, after all, everyone's AF*CK Gus is just some ordinary animals. This simply represents Transfiguration's highest honor. You've had mandrake leaves for a month? Hermione quipped, then it looks like I'm here at the right time. 39. Yes. Lu En smiled and picked up a strand of loose brown curls with his fingers and used it to gently stroke the tip of Miss Hermione's nose. Your bad habit hasn't changed at all. Hermione hurried away from him, rubbing the tip of her itchy nose with her hand and complaining softly. You are a little taller than before. Lu En shrugged in praise. The next morning. Get up, Miss Hermione. Lu En yawned and sat up from his seat next to the bed, turning his head to look at Hermione behind him. As a result, nothing was seen. What about people? He thought suspiciously. If it weren't for some long brown curly hair and that familiar smell by the bed, he would have thought yesterday was just a dream. After getting dressed, Lu En pushed the door and walked down the stairs. A scent came from the kitchen. Good morning, Lu En. Perhaps hearing a clunk on the stairs, Miss Hermione leaned halfway out of the kitchen in a gray apron. Good morning, Miss Granger. Hermione hung the apron on the wall and smiled proudly. Lu En sat at the table looking at the soup with a good color and some bread and bacon, nodding with satisfaction. I learned it from my mother when I was traveling, how about it? A look of surprise flashed in Lu En's eyes as he watched Hermione serving some English breakfast on the table. Didn't expect Hermione to make breakfast, looks good. It tastes great too. Hearing these 2 sentences, Hermione sat down opposite him happily. I have to say, Hermione's cooking skills are still very good. After a simple breakfast, Lewin was ready to take the books and crucibles needed for the next semester in Diagon Alley in the Hermione district. The temperature was a little cloudy today, so Hermione picked up the green-bottomed wizard robe on the hanger as she went out. The height of the two people is somewhat different, and the robe is like a windbreaker when worn on her body. And Lewin felt a little funny seeing this scene. A little Gryffindor witch in Slytherin robes looks so outrageous. Bell bell. The wind chime at the door rang, and Lewin locked the wooden door of the potion store. Then I was going to go to Mrs. Mokin's clothing store first to buy the wizard robes to wear next semester. After all, the two of them have grown a lot after the July 17th year. Costumes, cauldrons, herbs and the last required books. Since there are elective courses after the 3rd grade, Hermione and Lewin have already selected the elective courses before Easter, so the books that need to be purchased must also be purchased according to the elective courses. You also reported runes and divination. Seeing Hermione holding a thick stack of books, Lewin reached out to help with a few. But after seeing the font above, he was slightly taken aback. Rune is another name for the rune, and some of the magic props made are engraved with this rune, which is the basic book of alchemy. But isn't Hermione not interested in alchemy? You must have reported runes and divination as well. Facing Lewin's doubts, the little witch showed a smile and said softly. The meaning is very obvious. I will also be with you in the subject you are applying for. But I didn't report as much as you did. Lewin glanced at the pile of books left in her arms and couldn't help saying. Because my goal is to beat you. Saying that, Hermione chuckled, then turned to Pay. Aren't you aiming for a ministerial position at the Ministry of Magic? Lewin shook his head helplessly. Thanks to him, Lockhart was sent to the Auror organization of the Ministry of Magic in order to pave the way for Miss Hermione. Speaking of which, he recently saw a story about Lockhart in the daily newspaper. What is not afraid of death, holding a wand has been rushing in the most dangerous position. It seems that Lockhart is running for the captaincy of the Auror division, and I don't know if he will succeed or not. However, with Lockhart's connections and fame, it is estimated that it is not a difficult task. Go, Mr. Geralt. Just as Lewin was thinking, Miss Granger had already stood at the door and shouted to him. I'm coming. When Lewin came back to his senses, he walked to the counter of Lehan bookstore, and when he was about to pay, he realized that Hermione had already paid for his book. He turned his head and glanced at the little witch wearing a Slytherin robe standing in the sun, the afterglow of Chao Hui poured on her body, and her brown curly hair seemed to be glowing. Hermione also noticed Lewin's gaze, and she slowly responded with a small smile on the corner of her mouth. Lewin laughed. Come on, let's go to the leaky cauldron to have something to eat. 35. He came over and grabbed the little witch's little hand, and said softly. Hermione bowed her head shyly. No matter how familiar she is with Lewin, she always blushes involuntarily. After wandering around for an afternoon after dinner, Lewin and the two returned to the potions shop in the evening. Amato, Animo, Animato, AF *CK Gus. After taking out all the things he bought today from the Shenwei space, Lewin took out his wand and chanted a spell at his heart. Hermione watched his movements curiously. She also thought about practicing about AF *CK Gus, but now the school is about to start, so she can only wait for the next vacation. The Monster Book of Monsters, this book looks like a spider. 35. Hermione sat on the sofa and took out one of the most peculiar books among the many books. The cover of the book appears to be made of animal fur, with 4 twitching eyes and spider-like legs. Looking at this book, she felt a little hair in her heart. This book is the textbook for the Conservation of Magical Creatures class. Lewin walked over and looked at it and said. It's not so much a book as it's a living, crazy animal. The book button next to it is its shackle, don't undo it, or the books in this room will be torn to shreds. Hearing this, Hermione hurriedly shoved it into Lewin's arms. Just put it in your closet. There are also quite a few books in my Shenwei space. Lu En laughed and shook his head. However, the monster book was still pressed under the table by him. Tonight's dinner Miss Hermione volunteered, while Lu En tidied up the little bedroom that belonged to her. After all, two people can't always sleep in the same bedroom. After eating, the two flipped through the textbooks to be studied this semester, and Miss Hermione felt a little dizzy after reading a lot of content. It's simple for Lu En. He had learned these contents during the vacation last year. Come on, it's time to sleep. Looking at Hermione with a small head, Lu En picked her up with his backhand. Some sleepy Hermione pushed her head into her arms subconsciously, as if she was looking for a suitable position. After putting Hermione on the bed in the room and covering it with a small blanket, he left. Lu En looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The time had come to 11:36. Tomorrow is about half an hour away. This is also 0.1, which means that the storm is coming soon in the room of requirement. Lu En hurriedly walked to the position he marked, and opened the small medicine bottle buried in the soil with his hands. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a violent gust of wind, even mixed with some fine raindrops. Thinking of this, Lu En locked the wooden door with a wand, and then left the potion shop through Shenwei. The surrounding trees swayed in the wind, as if they were about to rise from the ground. This is a vermilion potion. At this time, the liquid in the vial had already changed color. Lightning flashed across the sky, and a storm was coming. In front of the room of requirement. Lu En stood in front of the portrait and walked back and forth 3 times, approaching a smooth door that opened from the wall. Inside the house upon request. It was already 12 o'clock, and it was already the 3rd day of the coming storm. The howling wind was mixed with violent raindrops, and those sturdy trees were blown up and down at this time. Lu En cast a protective spell to separate himself from the rain and the wind. He dug up the soil where the small medicine bottle was buried with his hands, and he picked up a bottle containing a scarlet liquid. Lu En frowned and put the glowing wand next to his ear, then looked at the bottle of AF**CK Gus special potion. The turbid liquid had turned vermilion at this time, and some azure magic could even be seen surging inside. With the sound of thunder just now, this bottle of potion was ready to be taken. Only one step away from success. I don't know what kind of animal it can become. Lu En thought expectantly. He took a deep breath and opened the cork of the vermilion potion. Azure blue magic particles instantly filled the air, as if they wanted to return to nature, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The surrounding storms are entangled, whizzing past like sharp knives. Without much hesitation, Lu En 13 picked up the wand in his ear and pointed its tip to the heart, chanting a spell. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The voice read out was directly annihilated in the sound of the storm. Looking at the small amount of potion in his hand, he drank it directly. As the vermilion liquid was drank, some wonderful changes gradually emerged. His whole body began to hurt, and under Lu En's strong perception, his heart began to beat violently. Not for a while. The beating of the heart echoed, as if he now had 2 hearts in his body. Thump. Even if it was a pouring storm outside the magic protection, it still couldn't hide the heartbeat that was beating more slowly and louder. Lu En gritted his teeth, and now his forehead was covered with a layer of sweat, and the temperature of his body was heating up. He knew what that sudden heartbeat was. That's what AF**CK Gus transformed creatures have. What creature can have such a big heart? Elephant? Without leaving any time to think, the next moment, with the effect of the vermilion potion, a huge shadow of a creature that covered the sky appeared in Lu En's mind. What kind of creature is this? Before Lu En could judge, he felt a tear in his body, as if he was about to reshape this body. Pain filled his body. At this time, he had already felt a strange change in his body. Lu En forcefully opened his pale blue eyes and looked directly at his palm. This is a transformation of a magical creature. Pieces of golden scales have appeared on the originally white skin, and the palms have also become 4 palms similar to sharp claws. Any transformation of magical creatures will have unpredictable consequences. Thinking of the records in the book, The Origin of F***ck Gus, Lu En's heart sank. From the shadowy figure in his mind and the sharp claws with scales, he knew that his F***ck Gus was definitely not an ordinary animal. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, once the transformation of F***ck Gus started, it would not end. What we can do now is to put away those unnecessary emotions and watch this change carefully. With the passage of time, the storm became more and more violent, the sky was covered with clouds, and golden thunder and lightning flashed from time to time, and the thunder sounded. Boom! A crisp sound rang from Lu En's ear, and he knew it was the broken shield used to keep out the storm. Bitter raindrops and a biting cold wind hit him. The originally golden hair was blown backwards, and a pair of pale blue eyes turned into golden vertical pupils. Lu En's body is constantly getting bigger, and it has undergone earth-shaking changes from the inside to the outside. The original wizard's robe melted into the skin and turned into a golden scale. The surrounding trees became lower and lower, and in his vision, the tall old trees seemed to be small toys. The pain went away, and the changes in F***ck Gus stopped. Lu En just feels like his head is full of confusion now, as if he is going to eat his original sanity. Was it influenced by the altered beast instinct? After suppressing those chaotic thoughts, he had time to observe his own changes. The originally tall trees turned into pieces of half-height weeds under his feet, and his arms also turned into sharp claws covered with golden scales, and arcs of electric arcs were wrapped around them. The howling wind hit Lu En's body, and the wind that could have blown him away was painless at the moment. Roar! Looking at the cloudy sky, Lu En subconsciously roared. Immediately afterwards, he saw red thunderbolts rolling in the sea of clouds, and these red thunderbolts were very conspicuous in the night sky. This is definitely not an effect that ordinary creatures can issue. What magical creature have I become? Lu En looked down at his huge claws and had a guess in his heart. A low growl came out of his mouth, and Lu En can also speak the human language with this F***ck Gus body. If nothing else. Thunder Dragon King form. At this moment, Lu En seemed to have inexhaustible magic and power, and he even felt that his breath could easily destroy this space. With the swing of the wings, a huge gust of wind swept across a dense forest in an instant. The red thunder surging on the clouds overhead, a giant dragon shining with thunder light and with golden scales was standing proudly on the ground. This is simply beyond Lu En's expectations. Unexpectedly, the transformation into a magical creature was successful, and it was still in the form of a thunder dragon. He slowly turned his head and saw a pair of sky-covering bone wings slammed open, with golden thunder light on them. Surging magic is surging in Lu En's body. Just a slight exhalation was accompanied by a golden arc of thunder, sizzling. Is this the power of Thunder Dragon? Lu En felt his F***ck Gus form, and whispered something incredible. This is the role brought by the Dragon Slayer crystal. Thinking of the Thunder Dragon crystal in his body, he probably guessed why he became the Thunder Dragon form. I don't know if I can change it back. After all, according to the records in that book, any attempt to become a magical creature will have more or less problems. Thinking of this, Lu En took a deep breath. Now that he has completed the transformation of F***ck Gus, he is about to change back from the form of a brontosaurus to a human again. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he began to imagine his original body in his mind. Fortunately, what Lu En feared did not happen. The huge dragon body slowly became smaller, and the huge wings wrapped around thunder and lightning retracted into the back. The golden scales were replaced by a soaked wizard robe. The golden hair was messed up by the wind, and when he opened his eyes again, the originally indifferent golden pupils that looked like gods also changed back to light blue eyes. Protection. Lu En took out his wand from the Shenwei space as soon as he returned to his human form, and with the appearance of an azure protective shield, the storm was immediately isolated from the outside. Call. Looking at the changed hands, a smile appeared on Luan's mouth. It worked. His AF*CK Gus can switch between Brontosaurus and human form. If nothing else, he is the first ever successful shape-shifting magical creature in the entire wizarding world. However, after changing back to the original body, the thick, seemingly capable of destroying power completely disappeared. But Luan stretched out a finger, and the magic in his body began to surge. Lightning flashed at his fingertips. However, unlike the bright gold in the past, the thunder and lightning at this moment turned into red-black at some point. This is a kind of magic that suddenly appeared in his mind after turning into a thunder dragon. Red lightning. The power is much stronger than the golden lightning. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts. After coming out of the room of requirement, Luan was drenched like a chicken in soup. After drying his clothes and hair with his wand, he was ready to go back to take a shower. After all, there was a sticky feeling all over after the stormy scrubbing. As the whirlpool turned, Luan's figure disappeared into the silent castle. When he returned to the potion shop, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Didn't expect it to take so long. Luan hung the clothes on the hanger, then turned and walked into the bathroom. AF*CK Gus transformation is so exhausting. Both physically and mentally. Even though Luan has turned back into a human body, those chaotic thoughts still remain in his mind. It looks like it will take him a while to get used to it. The morning sun is very bright. Wake up. There was a knock on the wooden door and Hermione frowned, brown eyes looking at the unresponsive room. What's going on today? You must know that in normal times, Luan got up early at this time. And now it's about 10 o'clock, and there is still no response. Will nothing happen? Looking at the locked door, Hermione took out her wand after thinking about it, and pointed the tip at the doorknob. Eraho cave open. Softly reciting the unlocking spell, with the crisp sound of clicking, the door lock was easily opened. Hermione opened the door gently, and her little head poked in. The bright sunlight shone through the window and illuminated the whole room, and Luan was lying on his back on the soft bed, still sleeping. What time did you go to bed last night? When she got to the bedside, Hermione couldn't help pinching her little boyfriend's nose and whispered to herself. As if feeling the touch on his nose or hearing this soft muttering, Luan half opened his eyes. Light blue eyes reflected the little witch sitting beside him. Good morning, Miss Granger. 35. Luan said, reaching out and holding the small hand that was still pinching the tip of his nose, and yawned lightly. Although it is said that he has the physique of Thunder Dragon, after the torture last night, he is still a little sleepy. It's time for lunch. 35. Hermione looked at Luan, who closed his eyes again and reminded helplessly. It was the first time she had seen Luan so snooze. Well, I'll get dressed. After Luan finished speaking, he propped himself up and half sat up. My whole body is sore. Miss Hermione, who was sitting beside her, was stunned, her brown eyes flashing with surprise. Since his clothes were soaked through last night, he went to bed in a daze after taking a shower, so he didn't wear pajamas as usual. What are you looking at? Luan touched Miss Beaver's brown curly hair with his hand and asked with a smile. No, it's nothing, I'll go downstairs and wait for you first. After Hermione faltered, she trotted out of the room. When leaving, Luan could clearly see the little witch's ears turning red. Zhao de Zhao, after being together for so long, it's still so easy to be shy. After getting dressed, Luan yawned and walked down the stairs. The confusion in my head is also much better, at least not as serious as yesterday. Inside the hall of the potions shop, Luan sat opposite Miss Hermione with a rich lunch on the table. These are all made by Hermione. What did you do last night? Hermione took a small bite of the honey muffin and looked at Luan with some confusion. It was the first time she had seen Luan so sleepy. Miss Granger, do you want to go on a date on the clouds today? Luan didn't answer the little witch's question directly, but asked back with a chuckle. Going on a date on the clouds? Go to the clouds. On a date? Hermione was a little stunned when she heard this. She put the half-cut honey muffin on Luan's plate, and asked expectantly, "Are we going on a date with a broom today?" The little witch can already imagine the scene of watching the sunset together on the sea of clouds. It must be very romantic. Broom? Luan chuckled and shook his head. Not really. 95. The horse charm is still in Senior Tom's place, and if he rides on the broom to go on a date, it is estimated that he will be lying in Miss Beaver's arms. What is that? Hermione was a little puzzled. If you don't need a broom, should you use a flying carpet? Luan took a bite of the honey-sprinkled muffin and chuckled without answering. This made Hermione pouted and stared at him with brown eyes dissatisfied. Appetites every time. Damn it, Gerald. Hermione stuck her tongue out at Luan. Luan didn't care, and even took Miss Hermione's leftover muffins with a silver fork. It's too sweet, let him take care of the tooth decay. Ah, those are my muffins. Hermione exclaimed, then looked at him angrily. Like a small balloon, very cute. No way, 720 your lunch is delicious. Luan said with a shrug. By the way, this lunch table is worse than him, but it's not bad compared to the house elves. After lunch, Hermione changed into a set of clothes for going out, a black shirt and white skirt, with a curly hair and a high ponytail. The whole person looked very capable and beautiful. Come on, let's go to a place first. With that said, Luan very gentlemanly bent down and stretched out a hand. There is no way to directly use the form of AF*CK Gus in Diagon Alley. There are too many building doors here, and if one is not careful, several houses can be trampled. In addition, it is the main commercial street of the British wizarding world. If his F*CK Gus form is discovered, it is estimated that the Brontosaurus will replace the picture of Sirius the next day. With a shallow smile, Hermione put her little hand in the hand of her little boyfriend. Then go. Luan chuckled, and his eyes turned into a scarlet kaleidoscope of sickles. As the sickle slowly turned, everything around it seemed to be twisted into a vortex shape. Before Hermione could ask, the two figures left the potions shop. When Hermione opened her eyes again, a vast green grass appeared in front of her eyes, and the fragrance of the grass smelled fresh with the breeze. Where is this place? The surrounding lawns and the English-style cottages where the smoke can be seen in the distance are all proof that this is not Diagon Alley anymore. At the feet of Hogwarts. Luan smiled and pointed behind him, and in the distance was a gorgeous castle perched on top of a hill. There is Hogwarts. The spatial coordinates of this place were marked by me when I had nothing to do last semester. Apparition. Hermione opened her eyes wide and looked at the familiar academy behind her in disbelief. The knowledgeable Hermione immediately thought of this high-level magic spell. Almost. Luan hesitated and nodded. He didn't know how to explain the existence of Shenwei, and it was not bad to be regarded as apparition. Fresh air, green lawns, and blue skies. Hermione glanced at Luan who had walked behind him, and threw himself into his arms with a smile. In this kind of weather and environment, it is really suitable to go out on a date. Then how are we going to get to the clouds? After turning around with Luan in her arms, Hermione raised her head from her arms and asked softly. You must know that neither of them prepared a broom. AF*CK, dab, Gus. Faced with the question, Luan raised the corner of his mouth and said a word. AF*CK Gus. You succeeded? Hermione asked in disbelief, her eyes wide open. But there was no storm yesterday. Miss Hermione, as a scholar, knows the conditions of AF*CK Gus's practice. Diagon Alley was very quiet last night, and there was no rain on the street even in the morning. Not to mention the storm. I went to the House of Requirement last night and simulated a stormy forest from inside. Luan said it without concealment. Does the House of Requirements still have that capability? Hermione froze in Luan's arms. She has always regarded it as a cozy cabin for herself and Luan, and never knew it had such a function. Well, so I slept late last night. Luan touched the girl's curly hair and said. Then your F***CK format is a flying animal. Hermione nodded knowingly, then asked with sparkling eyes. Probably so. If Brontosaurus is also an animal. You stay away first, my F***CK Gus is a little big. Speaking, Luan also opened a blur for himself to prevent accidentally hurting Miss Hermione. A bit large? Hermione wondered what kind of flying animal it was. But at this moment, she suddenly froze. I saw that the Luan in front of me had begun to change. Sharp claws covered with golden scales, gradually growing in size. Under Hermione's stunned gaze, a golden dragon covering the sky spread out a pair of wings entwined with lightning, and those golden pupils were filled with indifference and indifference. Luan. He slowly stretched out a paw and placed it in front of Hermione, who was stunned in place. Hermione looked at the behemoth in front of her and shouted in disbelief. Not from fear, but from biological instinct. A low voice came from the dragon's throat. At this time, Miss Hermione hadn't regained her senses, and she subconsciously took a step back when she saw the sharp claw. Anyone who sees this huge dragon will tremble with fear. This is the coercion from the Thunder Dragon King. Luan controlled the surging magic power in his body, and retracted the golden lightning on the surface into his body. How is it, Miss Granger? How is it, Miss Granger? A pair of huge golden vertical pupils stared at Miss Hermione, who subconsciously took a step back. Is your F***CK Gus a magical creature? Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed after confirming that the huge golden dragon in front of her was Luan. She touched the outstretched claws with her own little hands, and the sharp claws flashed with lightning, making Hermione go numb. She had never seen the creature Luan turned into in any book. It's better to go ahead and talk about it. 35. Luan said softly. Although the voice subconsciously softened, the Thunder Dragon's body is very large, so the sound it makes is like a low roar. Aha! Hermione rubbed her numb palms and stood cautiously on the outstretched claws. Remember to cast a protective spell on yourself. Luan reminded. All right. As an azure light enveloped Hermione, he waved his wings behind him. The whistling wind blew up under the wings, and the surrounding grass was blown out in waves. As the two hind legs leaped vigorously, the wings slammed into the air. Boom, one by one. Under the action of the giant force, the ground was stepped out into a huge pothole, and the soil was scattered everywhere. And that behemoth has already flew straight into the blue sky, and a pair of golden wings flipped from time to time. It was getting farther and farther from the ground. Luan is also the first time to fly in his F***CK Gus form. The wings behind him are natural and very easy to control. Hermione, holding her paws, stared blankly at the distant scenery. So shocking. With the speed getting faster and faster, it just broke through the clouds in the next moment, and the huge wings made the Thunder Dragon's body stagnate in midair. The soft sunlight made Luan narrow his eyes, and he turned away. Underfoot is a vast expanse of white clouds, undulating like a wave. It's incredible. Hermione whispered softly. Whether it is the scenery of this scene or the Luan behind him. She looked back curiously with brown eyes at the giant dragon with golden scales. Huge, majestic, golden scales look very noble. Did your magical creature become a dragon? Among the creatures Miss Hermione knew, only those dragons had such a size. It's not a fire dragon, it's a thunder dragon. Luan said. A crackling golden thunder and lightning appeared on the other paw, which was very conspicuous against the azure blue background. Brontosaurus? This involves the blind spot of Miss Know-It-All, who has never heard of such magical creatures in the world. Not even Fantastic Beasts has any records. You can understand it as a fantasy creature. Luan thought about it and said. After all, Thunder Dragon is not a creature that exists in this world. The long tail cut the clouds in half. Luan and Hermione flew slowly above the sea of clouds. Resting on a thick layer of cloud, no wizard would notice the two of them. Said to be a date, but in fact it was always Hermione who was asking curious questions, and Luan was in charge of answering. Dusk has come. The dim sun hangs far on the skyline, and it seems that it will fall in the next moment, and the surrounding clouds are rendered a fiery red. At this time, Hermione was already sitting on the top of his head, with a pair of blurred eyes looking at the clouds in the sky. It was the first time she watched the sunset from above the clouds. The same goes for Luan. One person and one dragon soared quietly in the sea of clouds. As the sunset slowly fell, Thunder Dragon's huge body also began to slowly descend, and the sea of clouds made waves. A golden figure began to descend from the sky. After chatting for an entire afternoon, the two returned to the vicinity of Hogwarts. Boom, one by one. The huge weight crushed the ground. Luan slowly lowered his long-horned head and let the little witch go down first. Hermione hopped on her nose and landed on the ground, looking at the breezy lawn around her, slightly relieved. Although the scenery on the clouds is very good, I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. Ask for flowers 0. Sure enough, the ground is comfortable. He Qian thought with a smile, and then she walked slowly to Luan who hadn't raised her head yet. Under his suspicious gaze, Miss Granger reached out and touched her lying head. Some stubborn. After all, a dragon like a creature has no hair, so it cannot be hugged and rubbed like a kitten. Luan let out a helpless laugh, and then returned to his original shape through **ck Gus. Under Hermione's wide-eyed gaze, the golden scales gradually transformed into a wizard's robe. The imagined scene did not appear, and the little witch shook her head in disappointment. What do you think? Luan walked over and patted her little head amusedly. 0. I always feel that Hermione seems to be very active recently. Let's go, it's time to go back to dinner. Luan pulled up Hermione's little hand. As the whirlpool turned again, all that was left was a mess of ground. Several huge potholes remained in the ground, surrounded by splashes of soil. And in the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Hagrid's eyes widened as he stared at the empty sky, and the iron bucket in his hand fell to the ground, but he didn't know it. What did he see just now? A giant dragon with scales as bright as gold. Hagrid, who was familiar with any magical creature, would have sworn he had never seen a dragon of this breed. It does not belong to any books and records. That's a new breed. Hagrid murmured in a low voice, with excitement and trembling in his voice. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have found a new golden dragon. 95. Don't bother to feed the small animals in the forbidden forest, this must be told to Dumbledore. It's very likely that the last thunderbolt in the forbidden forest was caused by it. It doesn't matter if it's a new breed, Hagrid just wants Dumbledore to catch it and not let it endanger those cute little wizards. Inside the Akali Potion store in Diagon Alley. Luan, who is eating strawberry cake, is talking and laughing about life with Hermione. He didn't even know he was being targeted by Hagrid. Apparition. With a melodious sound, Luan soon felt that the surrounding space began to squeeze against him, as if it were very repulsive. However, the squeezing feeling disappeared in the next moment. In the open space not far away, the surrounding space produced a sense of tearing, like a vortex of divine might. Immediately afterwards, Luan's figure appeared in that place. How did Luan master apparate so quickly? Sirius, who was standing next to Hermione, had a look of surprise in his eyes. This was definitely the fastest wizard he had ever seen practicing apparition. It's just an apparition, I've learned it long ago. The dark-eyed senior Tom laughed disdainfully. How could Geralt learn so quickly without his teaching? Just kidding. At this 720 time, Luan came over from a distance. So far, he has mastered apparition. It has to be said that the transferability of this spell is still very strong, as long as there is a purpose in mind. Teach me at school, said the studious Hermione, immediately hugging his arm. No problem. Luan chuckled and nodded. There are only a few days left in the current holiday season, and the start of school is coming soon. And recently, Sirius has been wandering the streets of Diagon Alley, just to catch a glimpse of Harry Potter, who he has never seen before. But so far it has not been found. This is for you. Tom took a sip of the herbal tea from the cup and threw Sirius' long-coveted horse charm to Luan. Now he doesn't need the spell anymore. Because of the development of this holiday, more than half of Nocturne Alley was completely in Tom's hands. The werewolves were also very convinced of him, and some of the werewolves who were loyal and reliable were cursed by the horse talisman. For those werewolves with other minds, they are controlled by the wolf poison potion brewed by Luan. As expected of Senior Tom, his work efficiency is as convincing as ever. Luan took the horse charm and hung it around his neck with a smile. If you could give me 4 hours of sleep a day, I might be grateful to you, Gerald. 55. Tom sneered. Sleeping only 3 hours a day, if it wasn't for his immortality, he would have died suddenly from overwork by now. Then you should continue to hate me. Luan shook his head and said. Without letting Senior Tom work 24 hours a day without rest, he was already looking at the face of the diary. Go, Miss Granger. Holding Hermione, who was curiously listening to the conversation, Luan was about to leave Nocturne Alley. If Hermione hadn't been following him all the time, he wouldn't have brought the little witch to Nocturne Alley. By the way, the Aurors will come to check here in a few days, you and Sirius pay attention. At the corner, Luan suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Just yesterday, Lockhart, the captain of the Auror organization, sent him a letter. Said to let him temporarily close the potions shop, because the Aurors will have some big moves in the past few days. Thinking of this, Luan felt that it was a good idea to insert Lockhart into the Ministry of Magic. If something happens, I know to report here. Diagon Alley. Inside a Kali's potions shop. Jingle tilde operator. As the wind chimes hanging on the wooden door rang, the two pushed the door and walked in. Just sitting on the sofa, Hermione couldn't help but ask curiously. Why should that Senior Tom pay attention to the Auror organization? Sirius, she knew, was a well-known Azkaban fugitive after all. However, it was the first time the little witch had met Senior Tom of the Snake House. What impresses her most is the pair of jet-black eyes. Senior Tom is doing black business in Nocturne Alley, or nothing is illegal in Nocturne Alley. Luan explained softly. Yes. Seeing Luan's hand touching the tip of her nose, Hermione couldn't help narrowing her eyes, and a smile slowly emerged from the corner of her mouth. Luan, you big liar. Luan. Hermione whispered. Luan tilted his head suspiciously, but as soon as he turned his head, Miss Granger threw herself on the sofa. You're here again, 55. Luan opened his eyes wide, and subconsciously hugged the little witch with both hands. Who told you to lie to me? Lockhart's message is still accurate. After about 3 days, the Auror organization came to Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. So, someone at the Ministry of Magic noticed Tom and the others? Sitting behind the counter, Luan couldn't help asking. Tom. You're talking about the Dark Wizard Chief who attacked Selwyn Manor? Wearing a gorgeous Lockhart, he played with 10 brand new magic rings on his fingers, and asked in a puzzled tone. He is the captain of the Auror who led the search today, so he came to this potion shop ahead of time to find Luan to update the ring. After all, it is still very dangerous in the Auror organization. If it weren't for his immortal body, he would have died many times, and even 2 rings would be left. But it was this spirit of always being on the front line that made Lockhart successful in his bid for the position of Auror Captain. "Yes, I am an undead like you." Lu-En nodded and chuckled. Today, Miss Hermione went shopping to buy ingredients, and happened to be staggered from Lockhart and the others. "Oh, like me?" Lockhart looked up, a schadenfreude grin on his lips. "I don't know which hapless one was resurrected. Let's go, I'll take you 0.1 to get acquainted." Lu-En's mouth twitched, then got up and walked out. "Then I'm looking forward to it." Lockhart shrugged. When he entered Nocturne Alley, Lu-En discovered that many Aurors were inspecting some shops. Not even the Borkin store was spared. "Captain Lockhart." Several Aurors noticed this and greeted them with smiles. "Well, well done." 35. Lockhart seemed to like the title, winking at Lu-En as if to show off his current status. "You did a good job." Lu-En chuckled. After all, as long as Lockhart climbs up, it means that Miss Granger's ministerial position is one step closer. Hearing Lu-En's compliment, Lockhart's smiling mouth twitched. Yes, his current efforts are all paving the way for this little blonde wizard in front of him. But, it feels good too. Lockhart looked at the 10 rings in his hand, and a smile twitched at the corners of his mouth. At least he now has an undead body and a powerful magic spell. "Go, Tom, they should be in the northwest corner." According to the information given by Morris, Lu-En took the Auror team behind him to the northwest. There are not a few Aurors along the way. Lu-En reckoned he would have been questioned several times without Lockhart behind him. After all, no normal wizard would come and hang out in Nocturne Alley. Northwest corner of Nocturne Alley. This is a residential area, and the surrounding houses look very run down. Lu-En knocked on a wooden door. And Lockhart, who followed behind, looked around curiously. This was the first time in his history that he had come to the depths of Nocturne Alley. Who made him a famous writer before? If he was photographed in Nocturne Alley, his reputation would be lost. Creak. The sour sound made Lockhart cover his ears. The old wooden door was opened with a crack, and the door was opened by a middle-aged wizard who had lifted the curse of the werewolf. When he saw that standing outside was the blonde wizard who was walking very close to their master, he immediately opened the door. "Come in, Mr. Gerald." "Hey, it's so dirty here, it's like a sewer." 35. As soon as he stepped through the door, Lockhart couldn't help but mutter something behind Lu-En. "There are werewolves all around, so be quiet if you don't want to be beaten." Lu-En reminded. "Werewolf?" Lockhart narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips. "They can't kill me." There was confidence and a slight disdain in his tone. To be precise, no one in this world can kill Lockhart except Lu-En. "Don't be so confident, you may be sealed one day." 39. Lu-En chuckled and shook his head. "Although it can't kill these filthy reincarnations, it can seal them all up. But so far, he has not seen the magic spell with the sealing effect in the books he has studied. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After stepping on the creaking stairs to the second floor, I saw Senior Tom who was sitting at the table busy with his work. And Sirius was lying on the sofa board looking at a copy of the Daily Prophet. If it weren't for a large group of Aurors searching outside, he would have gone to Diagon Alley to find his godson by now. "Good afternoon, you two." Lu-En greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon." Sirius put down the daily newspaper in his hand and yawned somewhat boringly. In recent months, his photos have been the headlines of the daily newspapers, and there is nothing to see. Lockhart, who was following behind him, glanced in the direction of the voice, and was stunned when he saw the figure lying on the sofa. Sirius Black. Lockhart muttered under his breath. Lying on the sofa must be Sirius Black. This face was on the front page of the daily newspaper for 2 months, and the last news of Lockhart's promotion to Auror Captain didn't knock him down. And Sirius is now their main target for Aurors. Lockhart and the others were looking for him every day. Didn't expect to see it here. Sirius felt Lockhart's gaze and frowned slightly. I always thought he looked weird. If he hadn't followed Luen, he'd be the first to strike now. Why, didn't you accompany your little girlfriend at home? Tom didn't look up at Luen, who was now documenting the various areas of Nocturne Alley. Although he didn't want to do it, his body didn't listen to his control. I brought the captain of the Aura organization to let you know. 99. If something happens in the future, we can help each other. Saying that, Luen pointed to Lockhart, who was smiling behind him. Gilderoy Lockhart, the Aura captain the other day. Ah yes, his body is the same as yours. Captain Aura, and the same body as him. Still being played with the poor puppet of the soul by Luen. Tom looked up at the gorgeous blonde man. His eyes did not become pitch black, but azure blue. It appears to have used a transfiguration or confusion charm. Captain Aura. 35. Sirius sat up abruptly, staring at Lockhart with wide eyes. Even the captain of the Aura is from Luen's side. Nice to meet you, Azkaban fugitive. Lockhart held out a hand to Sirius with a smile. He didn't expect Sirius to be on Luen's side either. Hello. After hesitating for a while, Sirius held the hand that was stretched out, his tone a bit complicated. Luen's power development is really beyond his imagination. It turns out that not only Nocturne Alley but even the Ministry of Magic has been. 720 thought of this, and Sirius looked at Luen, who was chuckling beside him, with complicated eyes. This third-grade little wizard is so scary. Tom Riddle, as much as you are Gerald's puppet. Tom nodded. Puppet? Sirius was stunned for a moment. He knew that the next conversation was not something he could relate to. You guys talk, I'll go to Morris to discuss something. After he finished speaking, he pushed the door and went downstairs. You were also killed by Luen and then resurrected? Staring into those dark eyes, Lockhart stopped pretending. His azure blue eyes also became the same color, with black whites and gray pupils. Killed by him? Tom froze for a moment, then looked at Lockhart sarcastically. It turned out to be the poor ghost killed by Gerald. Lockhart heard the sarcastic tone, and he frowned at the also resurrected puppet. What name? Lockhart looked for the name Tom Riddle in his memory, but had no impression at all. How do you feel about being superior? Seeing that Lockhart was somewhat dissatisfied, Tom shook his head and said. Voldemort. You may have heard me by another name. 55. I'm not like you. Voldemort. The corners of Tom's mouth were raised, and he said a name that no one dared to mention in the British wizarding world. The cursed name. Mystery Man. Lockhart's eyes widened and he couldn't help exclaiming. His dark eyes stared at the handsome young man sitting behind the table with a dazed expression. Voldemort. Lockhart really never thought about hearing this name after more than 10 years of precipitation. Why, you look surprised. Tom put down the quill in his hand and glanced at Luen, who was sitting on a chair with black tea, out of the corner of his eye. If I'm not Voldemort, how could I possibly be used by Gerald? Tom knew that the reason Luen brought him back to life was because he would become Voldemort in the future. After all, no one will raise a waste. Impossible, the mysterious person looks different from yours. Lockhart shook his head quickly, unable to keep a smile on his face. He was indeed Voldemort, or rather Voldemort 50 years ago. 39. Luen said softly, taking a sip of black tea. As his words fell, Lockhart completely froze in place. The young man in front of him is really Voldemort. Lockhart opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to say anything. What can he say? Now Voldemort, like him, has become Luen's soul-playing object, a puppet who can't control himself. Thinking of this, Lockhart subconsciously glanced at the blonde wizard who was drinking tea. Didn't expect even Voldemort to escape his control. Really scary wizard. Okay, let's talk about it. 5. Luen glanced at the watch in his hand. It was 12:30. The little witch probably bought the ingredients long ago and went back. After all, Lockhart is also an Auror captain, you know how to use it, Senior Tom. Luen asked with a chuckle. Understood, you should go back quickly. Tom narrowed his eyes and drove him straight away. He really didn't want to see Luen's face, it was uncomfortable but unable to move. With a soft creaking sound, Luen walked away slowly. Only Lockhart and Tom were left in the room. Looking at Tom's equally handsome face, Lockhart felt a little numb inside. This is Voldemort. Killing him could not have imagined that one day he would do things with Voldemort. Don't be so nervous, I won't kill you again, 9. What's more, now you are also immortal, right? Tom looked at Lockhart who was frozen in place and chuckled softly. After leaving Nocturne Alley, Luen returned to the potions shop in Diagon Alley. The door that was locked when leaving was already opened. There was no doubt that Miss Hermione had returned. Jingle. The wind chime on the wooden door rang softly, and Luen pushed the door and walked in. A pair of pale blue eyes quickly saw the little witch who was writing a letter on the table. You're back. Hearing the sound of the doorbell, Hermione turned her head and glanced at Luen who was approaching, with a smile on her lips. Her long brown curly hair tied in a high ponytail behind her also swayed with the movement. Good afternoon, sweet little witch. Luen sat beside Miss Granger and wrapped a hand around her waist. The scent of jasmine tickled the nose. You changed your name again. Hermione smiled and squeezed his cheek. It's really cute. Luen touched her little head and couldn't help rubbing it. Wait, I'll finish this letter first. Hermione removed her hand from her head and picked up the quill on the table. The letter was sent by her to the Grangers, as the start of the school year was coming up soon and she would have to stay home for a few days, if nothing else. After finishing the letter and putting it in the envelope, Hermione handed it to the white owl who was waiting. All right. After watching the owl fly out of the window, Miss Granger nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I saw Harry at the Leaky Cauldron this morning. Hermione said suddenly. Harry? Why is he at the Leaky Cauldron? Luen asked with some doubts. He said he ran away from home yesterday, and he was taken to the Leaky Cauldron by the night bus. 99. Should we tell Sirius the news? Remembering that Sirius had been using the form of AF*CK Gus to find Harry in Diagon Alley recently, Hermione couldn't help but said with some sympathy. Sirius? Luen thought for a while and nodded, then I'll go tell Sirius, you go and call Harry here. 35. To say that the safest place in Diagon Alley is undoubtedly his potions shop. After all, there was an Auror Captain Lockhart on the back door. Hermione nodded. The trace of Sirius is still easy to find, after all, when he has nothing to do, he's squatting in front of Lehan Bookstore all day long. Because every new wizard has to buy books for the next semester. A black dog was crawling in a shady place, with golden beast pupils paying attention to the passing crowd. Soon a shadow enveloped him. Luen. Seeing the familiar handsome face, Sirius raised his head in confusion. I don't know what he's doing. Harry will be at the potions shop in a while, are you going? 35. Hearing this sentence, Sirius immediately froze. And on the other side. You mean, I have an Azkaban godfather at large? 35. Harry, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, was told the news by Hermione before he had time to catch up. That wanted man is my godfather. Harry was a little bewildered. Zhao Liao's, he had also seen that daily newspaper, and the attendant of the night bus told him that Sirius was the most vicious criminal. There has been a crazy act of blowing up a street. Didn't you say, Sirius was wronged? 39. Hermione reluctantly explained it again. She didn't realize that Harry still had the habit of selectively listening to people. Wait until the door of the potions shop to judge. Harry's eyes were still a little confused. With the sound of the wind chimes, Hermione pushed the door and walked in, followed by Harry. Harry Potter. 35. A hoarse and excited voice sounded. When Harry looked up, he saw the man on the wanted list. He subconsciously took a step back. Look, he doesn't even want to call Sirius godfather. 35. Lu-en, who was drinking tea, said softly to the girl next to him. Sirius Black. Harry looked at the man in front of him and took a step back subconsciously. As for this man, he had heard of it before he came to the Leaky Cauldron. A fugitive from Azkaban who once blew up an entire street with a spell. Harry Potter. Sirius Black noticed that he stepped back half a step, and he hurriedly raised his hand to indicate that there was no malice. I know your father and mother, we are best friends. He stared at Harry, who had a face similar to James and who had inherited Lily's emerald green eyes, and it was difficult to suppress his excitement. He and the Potters were so similar. It was like seeing James when he was a student. Harry looked at Sirius with complicated eyes, opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. In desperation, he could only turn his head to look at his two friends. He really couldn't imagine that the man in front of him would actually be his godfather. For Harry, who had lived with the Dursleys since birth, family affection was simply too much to hope for. Especially after running away from home the other day. Little Sirius 720 Star was wrongfully imprisoned, don't be so defensive. Lu-en said to a nervous Harry. Perhaps, you can try calling him Godfather. Godfather. Harry looked at Sirius and let out a soft cry. Although the sound was not loud, it was very clear in this quiet potion shop. Harry, may I call you that? Sirius walked over and squatted down, trying to meet Harry's emerald green eyes as much as possible. Did you receive the birthday present I gave you? He grinned. It was the newest broom he had specially bought after borrowing a huge sum of money from Lu-en. Birthday present? Harry remembered a large gift box he suddenly received half a month ago, and his eyes lit up. That firebolt is. That's right, I gave that one. Seeing the joy on Harry's face, Sirius laughed too. With the gift as the premise, the two finally opened a dialogue. Sirius seemed to be at his own house, taking out some food and tea from the kitchen and placing it in front of Harry. Why is he so skilled? Dab, Miss Hermione couldn't help asking. Before you came, Sirius was sleeping in the living room. Lu-en stroked the little girl's brown curly hair and explained softly. His pale blue eyes looked at the fiery Sirius and Harry chatting over there, and the corners of his mouth twitched. So good. Without his intervention, it is estimated that Sirius is still eating mice in the sewers and living a life of fear. Lu-en and Hermione did not bother the two chatting on the sofa, the two of them carefully discussed the knowledge of divination behind the counter. This subject is completely based on talent, and even most of the problems Lu-en can't understand. As for Miss Hermione, she was staring blankly at the Book of Divination. Apparently she doesn't have the talent for that either. The bright sunlight outside the window shone, and the entire potion shop was not hot but warm, which was very suitable for reading and chatting. Harry, were you bullied at Hogwarts? Sirius sat opposite Harry and asked in a hoarse voice. Being bullied? Malfoy's face came to Harry's mind for the first time, but then he thought of the scene where he sacrificed himself to protect himself in the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Harry got a little complicated, but he still shook his head. I lived well at Hogwarts and made a lot of friends. But, I heard Lu-en mention, Severus Snape was targeting you in potions class. Speaking of Snape, Sirius' eyes narrowed. Professor Snape, I don't know why he keeps deducting points from me sometimes, it's like. It seems that I don't like you. Before Harry could finish speaking, Sirius interrupted him. After all, Lupin and James, your father, bullied Snape when we were at Hogwarts. Sirius sneered, I think he wants revenge on you. Lu-en raised his head subconsciously when he heard this. Did the quartet deliberately not mention Peter Pettigrew's name? That's right, after all, for that timid and abominable mouse, Sirius could not wait to swallow him alive. Did this actually happen? Harry's eyes widened, now finally knowing why Snape was targeting him. Unexpectedly, this is actually what his father left behind. Harry looked at the sneering Sirius with a complex face, not knowing what to say for a while. There is really no problem with the father's debt to the son. However, sometimes Snape is nice to Harry. At this time, the dizzy little witch couldn't help but retorted for Snape. Oh, when? Sirius was a little stunned when he heard this. How badly Snape was bullied by them back then, how could he still be nice to Harry? He won't believe it if you kill him. That's what Harry turned into Harry after drinking the potion. Professor Snape gave Harry a passing grade. When the words fell, Harry couldn't help covering his face. It's over, this thing that I don't want to mention is exposed in front of the Godfather. Luan looked at Miss Hermione, who was dizzy, and pinched her cheek with a smile. Is this dizzy from studying divination? Harley. Sirius looked at Harry opposite him with doubts. Miss Granger was talking about, what potion? Well, a potion without a name that Luan brewed. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Harry simply did not hide it, and directly took out a small bottle of Nianguaquin from his pocket. That's it, drinking it can change a person's gender. Change people's gender. And this magic potion? Sirius looked at the crystal-clear medicine bottle in disbelief, then turned to look at Luan who was working with his little girlfriend. He made it, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Sirius looked straight into Harry's emerald green eyes, and had a bad guess in his heart. After seeing what Harry looked like at this time, Sirius couldn't help but grit his teeth. His short hair quickly grew longer, and his face became feminine. Severus, you're so heartless. With a drop of Nianguaquin was drank. Harry hesitated before agreeing to the request. 1. Can you take it, I want to see the effect. He had decided to never use it again, but who made Sirius his only relative? Seeing Harry who looked like Lily, Sirius gnashed his teeth. He finally knew why Snape gave Harry a passing grade. With this face, it is strange not to give it. What's the matter? Harry touched the tip of his nose suspiciously, and looked at the excited Sirius with some ignorance. No, nothing. Sirius shook his head, not telling Harry what had happened before. It's better not to let him know too much now. Yes. Harry looked suspiciously at his godfather. It always felt like he was hiding something. Harry returned to the leaky cauldron as evening fell. Because her owl is still waiting to be fed. And Sirius also returned to Nocturne Alley because there was still something to do on Tom's side. There are 2 more Hermione and Luan left in Nuoda's potions shop. Dinner is ready. 35. Hermione called upstairs. I'm coming. Luan dried her wet blonde hair, put on a pair of pajamas and walked off. Since Miss Granger came to the potion shop, she has basically given her the task of cooking every day. Cooking is also getting better every day. After dinner, the 2 of them sat in the rest area as usual to study various knowledge. As the lights went out, small azure constellations emerged from the wand in midair. This is the best way to teach horoscope divination. Hermione, who was still a little drowsy, opened her eyes and became more refreshed. As the meaning of each constellation was explained, she also took a feather pen and carefully recorded it. Listening to Luan's explanation with serious expression. With the slow rotation of the constellations, the time also came to the night. Good night. My dear little witch. Luan and Hermione hugged gently, and then went back to their room to sleep. When he closed the door and was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door behind him. Is there something wrong with Hermione? He thought suspiciously. As the door opened again, Hermione was standing outside holding a quilt. Due to the fact that he had just taken a shower, his brown curly hair looked wet and had a different kind of beauty. What's the matter? Luan asked suspiciously. After a period of study, it is almost 12 o'clock now. You know, Miss Granger usually goes to bed very early. I'm going back tomorrow. Hermione looked at Luan's handsome face, a light red on her cheeks. Are you going back tomorrow? Luan was taken aback for a moment, then he remembered the letter Hermione sent to the Grangers today. It seemed that she had indeed heard something from Miss Hermione. But Luan looked at Hermione, who was holding the quilt, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. He got it. So, why are you holding the quilt? He deliberately joked, with a hint of a smile in his tone. Hermione heard what he meant, her brown eyes half squinting. Nasty, and pretending not to know. I'm afraid of the dark. The little witch gritted her teeth and said. Well, I thought you would say your intentions directly. Luan chuckled and turned sideways, letting Miss Hermione walk in with the quilt in her arms. But that's a good reason. The lights in the bedroom were already off, and only the silky moonlight outside the window provided some light. As the door closed again, Luan took the wand on the table and cast a cleansing spell on the wet brown curls. In the blink of an eye, the wet curls became fluffy. Fortunately, I prepared a big enough bed. 35. After Luan said a word, he found that Hermione had run to the inside of the bed with his quilt, just like in the room of responsiveness. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. The originally shy Miss Beaver became more and more active. Okay, get ready to sleep. After speaking, Luan lay flat on the outside and slowly closed his eyes. But before she could sleep for a while, Hermione gently nudged her cheek with her finger. Flowers 0. Luan, are you asleep? She said softly. 66. Luan looked at the girl who was approaching, a pair of pale blue eyes met her. Before he could react, he saw Miss Hermione hug him sideways. Although it was summer, fortunately there was a spell in the room, so neither of them could feel the heat, and it was even a little cold. By the moonlight cast by the window, Luan could clearly see the little witch's blushing cheeks, like an apple. Makes you want to take a bite. What are you doing? The next morning, Hermione pulled the suitcase and ran. 0. The 5 days before the start of school has passed quickly. Luan first went to Nocturne Alley to find Tom and Sirius and ordered some things, and then packed all the luggage to bring in advance. Day 5. That's the start date of Hogwarts. This year, a group of unfamiliar little wizards passed over the pillar with a hidden door in front of King's Cross Station. And Luan is waiting for the promised Miss Hermione. Happy new term, Luan. The Weasley family came to the station with Harry. Good morning, Fred. Luan greeted with a smile. Every year when the school starts, I always see them for the first time. Waiting for Miss Granger again? Fred did not see the inseparable little witch, and immediately smiled knowingly. Then let's go. Well, see you at the Hogwarts dinner. 55. After saying goodbye to the Weasley family, Hermione finally arrived with a large suitcase. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Hermione trotted to Luan with the suitcase. Come on, the train will start in a while. After packing up the big suitcase, Hermione pulled her little boyfriend and ran into the pillar with a smile. The train to Hogwarts is slowly stopping in the train station. A new semester begins. 1. King's Cross Station. At platform 9 3/4. The incoming first-year wizards were bustling with anticipation and curiosity on their faces. The exclusive train to Hogwarts was parked quietly on one side of the platform at this time. After Luan placed Hermione's salute into the Kamui space, the two crossed the crowd and boarded the black and red-hued steam train. Since it was late to get on the train, there were people in the front carriages, so we could only find a seat at the back of the train. Luan, Hermione. At this time, a voice came from behind Luan. When I looked back, it was Harry and Ronald who were on target. The two of them were standing there with their large suitcases. Didn't you two get in the car early? Luan asked with some doubts. July 20th, why haven't you found the carriage yet? The carriage was too full, so Harry and I came out to find a room. Ronald, whose hair was a little messy, said helplessly. Fred and George and Ginny are just 3 people, if you add the 2 of them it becomes 5 people. A car can seat up to 4 people. In desperation, the 2 of them had to come out and find another room. Didn't you two find the carriage? Harry asked. We're going to look at the back of the car. Hermione raised her eyebrows and said softly. She didn't want to be in the same car with the others, because then she wouldn't be able to do too much with Luan. Hey, there's only one person in this compartment. At this time, Ronald, who found a compartment in front, shouted to Luan and the others. Luan took Hermione's hand and walked over to take a look. In the inner corner was a man sleeping with a shabby coat over his head, and a suitcase belonging to him on the luggage rack, with a name engraved on it. Remus John Lupin. Why don't you two come in? 35. Ronald, who put down his luggage, questioned Luan, who was still standing outside the door. And Hermione, who was standing next to Luan, half-squinted his eyes and tugged at his sleeve. Forget it, the 5 people are still a bit crowded, and Hermione and I will go to the back to find out. 5. Feeling the movement of the sleeve, Luan instantly understood the meaning of the little witch. That's fine. Glancing at the young couple, Ronald didn't say anything. After all, the 5-person carriage is really crowded. Perhaps the number of little wizards this year is a bit large, and there are more or less people in the carriages in front. Finally found an empty carriage at the end of the train. Luan sat near the window, and Hermione sat across from him. He put some magazines and snacks on the table from the Shinwei space to pass the boring time during the trip. The blue field scenery outside the window is really beautiful, but no matter how much you look at it, you will get tired. By the way, the frog cub went on a trip a month before the start of school. No photo has been sent to him yet. I don't know which world to go to again. After all, frog cubs have a wide range of friends, and there are many kinds of them, including snakes, electric mice, and even robotic cats. The man who was sleeping just now was Professor Lupin, did you see that? Hermione picked up a Momotaro rice ball, took a nibble, and said to Luan. The meticulous Miss Granger saw the name engraved on the old suitcase at once, and it just so happened that they had a professor named Lupin next semester. I know, he's the new dark magic defense professor. Luan took out the Hogwarts opening letter and placed it on the table. The position and origin of Professor Lupin have been introduced above. These are to reassure the parents of the little wizards. Professor Lupin. If I remember correctly, he was also a werewolf. It's also about him that Sirius wants to get the horse charm. Thinking of Sirius, Luan didn't let him come to Hogwarts with him. One is that Tom needs help, and the other is that he doesn't want the mouse to escape in advance. Among the 4 predators, they are all familiar with each other's AF*CK Gus form. Except for Lupin, because he's a werewolf. This semester will be serving as a professor of defense of dark magic. Hermione looked at the contents of the letter and whispered. It's dark magic defense class again. The little witch couldn't help but say. This course basically changes a professor every semester. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help thinking of the curse that Luan had said about this position. Luan, why are you saying Lockhart is okay? Hermione propped her chin up, her brown eyes looking at him smartly. Gerald. Probably because of his early resignation. 99. Luan froze for a moment, then chuckled. Lockhart is even worse than Professor Quirrell, at least the other beheaded has rested, and Lockhart was resurrected and made a puppet by him. As the train slowly traveled on the rails, the bright sunlight outside the window was replaced by the setting sun. Well, it feels like it's going to rain outside. Hermione rested her head on Luan's shoulder and looked out the window with hazy eyes. Halfway through the train, the little witch ran to his side, and she couldn't help falling asleep when she got close. Just woke up now. There was some bright sunlight outside the window, and it was covered with a cloud of clouds. At this time, it looked dark, and the shrouded fog made it impossible to see any scenery. Awake? Luan saw the magazine in his hand on the table, and pinched the little witch's cheek, which was still a little sleepy. A little cold. Miss Granger nodded slightly, feeling the cold air around her. She subconsciously leaned into Luan's arms. The temperature of the entire cabin did drop. They are the origins that lead to all changes. Are you here to search Sirius? But having a Dementor in the summer is also a good idea. As a pair of scarlet sickle kaleidoscopes emerged, he clearly saw those creatures hiding behind the clouds. Dementors. Luan closed his eyes quietly. Feeling the growing cold around him, he couldn't help thinking. Luan looked at the dark sky outside the window with a thoughtful expression. Over time, the sky outside the window is also getting darker and darker, and the moon and stars cannot be seen, just like a bottomless abyss, giving people a sense of fear that follows. Tick. The rain lightly knocked on the window and splashed a small splash of water. It's starting to rain outside. Inside the Hogwarts carriage. The dim light dispelled the darkness. Hermione's brown eyes stared blankly at the pitch-dark scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but whisper. What the hell is going on outside? The little witch had never seen such strange weather. Here are the Watchers of Azkaban. Luan stroked her brown curly hair and replied in a relaxed tone. The Keeper of Azkaban? Hermione repeated suspiciously. What she knew most about Azkaban was from the books and the narrative of Sirius, which is located in the middle of the waters of the North Sea, a wizard's cage on an isolated desert island. But for the Keeper of the Cage, it was obvious that she had not heard Sirius mention it or seen it in a book. Nobody wants to mention 13 of them by name, not even Sirius. Luan seemed to see Hermione's doubts and explained. Those Watchers called Dementors, their main food is human happiness, and those who are sucked out of happiness are left with only fear and pain. I came here this time. It is estimated that there was an order from Fudge to search for little Sirius Dash. Before Luan could finish speaking, the train made a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the car went out, and the surrounding space became pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Fluorescent flashes. Hermione took out her wand and cast a small spell. Under the glittering light, the carriage lit up again. What's the matter? The train has stopped. Hermione looked out the window, but did not see the familiar castle. The train had not arrived yet. Why did it suddenly stop? The Dementors are coming. Luan glanced out the window, and could already see many figures dragging rags like ghosts. They were hollow and shapeless, and their bodies were wrapped in black cloth. Click. The window began to freeze, and even the black tea near the window gradually froze, exuding a biting chill. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. A shadow appeared on the frosted glass. It was a face like a carrion. The long pale hand pressed lightly on the glass, printing a slightly visible handprint. Are these the Keepers of Azkaban? Hermione stared at the figure outside the window, her body stiffened. An indescribable fear surged from the bottom of her heart, and her brown eyes were absent-minded, as if her soul would be sucked away if she saw it. Don't look at it. Luan put his hand lightly over Hermione's eyes, then picked up the shining wand and hung it upside down in mid-air with a levitation spell to illuminate it. Dementor carrion-like faces have no vision, they only find their targets through emotion and happiness. In just a short while, the Dementor lying on the glass left, leaving only a frozen window. Call. Miss Hermione let go of her eyes and let out a soft sigh. She just glanced at the monster, and she felt a lot of sad memories in her mind. Is this the power of Dementors? Are they gone? The little witch asked Luan softly. No, they're in the train now. Luan shook his head, then pointed to the door of the carriage with his finger. One after another tall and floating figures passed by the train aisle, as if they were looking for something. Headmaster Dumbledore actually let them on the train. Hermione leaned against Luan's arms and whispered in disbelief. Although there was the light of a wand in the carriage, it was not enough to make the little witch feel at ease. Only Luan by her side can give her some warmth. Not necessarily what Headmaster Dumbledore meant, it could be Fudge.99. Luan looked at the Dementors passing by the door, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The icy cold air permeated the entire Hogwarts train, and all the wizards dared not make a sound, for fear that they would attract these blind, soul-sucking demons. The rain outside the window is getting louder and louder, and the moon sky is not visible due to dark clouds. Creak. There was a soft sound from the carriages of the pulley, and a long hand that was dry and rotting like a branch came in through the crack of the door. The next moment, the door of the carriage made a creaking sound, which was very harsh in the silent space. Want to come in and investigate? Luan and Hermione switched positions, letting the scared little witch lean against the window. And behind him, Miss Granger couldn't help pulling on the corner of his shirt. As the door was fully opened, a Dementor wearing a tattered cloak slowly floated in. That face without facial features, like it was fished out of water, was slowly approaching Luan's 720. It feels, those delightful delicacies. Dementors are still a kind of magical creatures after all, and they can't control their strong desires at all. Putting the arrests out of his mind, it now just wants a good meal. Luan couldn't help frowning when he saw the Dementor that was approaching gradually. He could feel the memory of being alone in the past few years involuntarily appearing in his mind. And this feeling is getting stronger. Luan! Hermione exclaimed, pointing the gleaming wand at the Dementor. In the end, there was only one divine power left. A vortex twisted in mid-air, and the Dementor was sucked in before he could react. Divine might. Luan used his wand to close the compartment door again as the Dementor was sucked into the divine space. And they themselves are not visual, so the control of the kaleidoscope cannot be cast. However, Luan did not learn this powerful defensive spell. These organisms have research value. Before Miss Hermione could make a move, Luan opened his scarlet eyes first. Ordinary magic spells are useless against Dementors, only escorts can do it. After sucking the eyeless Dementor into the Kamui space, Luan closed the sliding door of the carriage. In the corridor, Dementors wandered one after another, like the soul-sucking death god in the dark night, and the cold air poured into the carriage through the crack of the door. Luan put his Slytherin robe over Hermione and cast a temperature-stabilizing spell with his wand. After stabilizing the temperature, he looked out the window. At present, the train has completely stopped, and it is estimated that it will not arrive at Hogwarts until about 11 o'clock. Those Dementors really dared to rush into the train under Fudge's orders. Thinking of this, Luan thought of the one he put in the Shinwei space again. Just use it to practice the spirit guard. At this moment, a burst of pure white light suddenly erupted in the corridor, very dazzling and very gentle, and the darkness brought by the Dementors disappeared. That is... Hermione's eyes widened at the light outside. This soft pure white light dispelled at least half of the fear in her heart. What spell is this? Call God guard. Luan listened to the high-pitched howls outside, and probably guessed who used this high-level defense spell. Remus John Lupin, the new professor of defense of dark magic. Boom! As several Dementors flew out fiercely, a middle-aged wizard with a shining white light appeared in the corridor. The wizard had gray hair and was wearing a shabby robe full of patches. His face also looked haggard and tired, as if he hadn't slept for a few days. Because last night was a full moon night? Luan couldn't help but guess. Like these wizards infected by werewolves, they will uncontrollably turn into hairless werewolves on a full moon night, and they usually lose their minds and attack anyone. Under Luan's somewhat suspicious gaze, Lupin pulled open the sliding door of the carriage they were in. When Hermione saw Professor Lupin long ago, she leaned against the window in Slytherin's robe. After all, in front of outsiders, the little witch is still a little shy. Accompanied by a creak. A hurried and tired voice sounded. I just saw a Dementor walk into your car, are you two okay? It turned out. I was worried about the two of them, so I came to see. Don't worry. Professor Lupin, we have nothing to do here. 39. Lupin looked at the worried Professor Lupin and shook his head with a chuckle. Although he is a werewolf, he is still the professor of dark magic defense this semester. But people look good, not like Quirrell and Lockhart. How do you know me? Lupin was stunned, he remembered that he hadn't mentioned his name and occupation. Because I just saw your name in your carriage. Hermione, who was leaning against the window, said softly. And it's marked in the Hogwarts Professor Directory, you teach Defense of Dark Magic 5. After listening to the little witch's words, Lupin was slightly surprised. Are these two little wizards so meticulous in their ability to observe? Well, I didn't expect this. Slytherin's little witch. Lupin shrugged when he saw the green-bottomed robe on the other side. No, I'm not Slytherin. She shook her head in retort. Although I would love to be in the same academy with Lupin, it is a pity that Miss Hermione is not. Then Hermione returned the green robe to Lupin, who was still wearing a shirt, revealing the scarlet robe inside. I'm from Gryffindor. Lupin is the wizard of Slytherin. Lupin took the robe and put it on his body, smiled friendly at Lupin, and said hello. Gryffindor. Lupin froze for a moment. Gryffindor and Slytherin, a little couple. Thinking of this, he looked a little weird. This is really strange. Forget it, you two stay in the car. Well, I'll go to the captain to ask about the situation. Shaking his head, Lupin put those complicated emotions behind him, and then reminded the two wizards. The most urgent task now is to make this train move quickly, and it is obvious that the guards of Azkaban have given instructions. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come out casually. Are you here to catch Sirius? After closing the door, Lupin couldn't help thinking as he looked at the deep and dark corridor. Perhaps Lupin's professorship was of some use. The lights were quickly restored in the train, and the Dementors all left. Looking at the gradually recovering temperature around her, the girl took down the wand that was still hanging upside down. I feel that Professor Lupin and Lockhart are different. Thinking of the soft light, Hermione subconsciously held Lockhart for comparison. No way, after all, Lockhart left a deep impression. Every day read according to the book, and occasionally teach some useless little magic spells. He's just a big deal. And she had heard from Lupin that Lockhart had been promoted to captain of the Auror organization. Seriously, if it wasn't for the Daily Prophet's report, she would hardly believe what Lupin said. How on earth did Lockhart become captain, and also the Auror organization? During that time, the little witch frowned and thought about it. That hand-calling guard just now is really good. It seems that this semester is not so boring. Lupin nodded in agreement. The sound of rain outside the window gradually subsided. It may be that the group of ghosts that sucked the soul left here, and the dark clouds in the sky also dissipated a lot. By the way, where did you get that Dementor just now? Remembering the vortex just now, Hermione looked at Lupin curiously. In my storage room. Lupin thought about it and said. Shenwei space is unbreakable, unless it has another god kaleidoscope, but obviously this is impossible. But keeping it in it all the time is not the way. After all, he has to store all kinds of things. Looks like it's time to make a cage. Looking at the ornate castle silhouetted in the distance, Lupin thought. The originally dark sky outside the window has now revealed the bright moonlight. Through the glass, Lupin saw the gorgeous castle reflected under the stars at a glance. After a night of twists and turns, Hogwarts finally arrived. With the loud roar of the train, it quickly stopped. It was still raining outside, so Lupin turned his wand into an umbrella in advance, and then took Hermione's little hand and got off the train. After standing on the flagstone floor, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. No way. He was attacked by a Dementor on the train, and most of the people were panicked, and even a few young wizards who had just entered school were scared and cried. On the other side, Lupin was helping the dizzy Harry down, followed by Ronald, who was worried. "Has Harry been attacked by a Dementor?" Luen walked over with an umbrella and asked softly. Looking at Harry, who was covering his head with an unsightly expression, he probably already thought of the reason. Harry had just been sucked by a Dementor, but his color was much better after eating a piece of chocolate. 720. Ronald, who was standing on the side, quickly explained. When he thought of those creatures with pale skin and rotting faces, he couldn't help shaking his body. It seems that the fear of those Dementors has deepened for Ronald. Lupin, who was supporting Harry, looked at the little blonde wizard from Slytherin, who remembered his name. Didn't expect him to be so familiar with Harry and the Weasleys. He wouldn't be too surprised if he just fell in love with Gryffindor's little witch. But he actually knew so many lion cubs, and he seemed to have a good relationship, which was puzzling. When will Slytherin and Gryffindor mix? When he mentioned this, he couldn't help but think of the slug. Severus Snape. Back then, these little lions were incompatible with the snakes in the quagmire. I don't know how it is now. Hey, Potter, is it true that you were given an affectionate kiss by a Dementor? At this time, Malfoy in Slytherin robes and his 2 servants came over, and there was a hint of sarcasm on his face. What, is this frightened? Seeing Harry lowered his head and didn't answer, Malfoy leaned closer and smiled sarcastically. But where he couldn't see, Harry gritted his teeth. Malfoy, you wait for me. Malfoy, don't go too far. Ronald gritted his teeth and squeezed his fist, wanting to punch the slapped face. Well, it's still the same as it used to be. Looking at Slytherin and Gryffindor who were about to fight, Lupin breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't imagine that the 2 academies would coexist peacefully. But Lupin frowned as he looked at the 2 who had drawn out their wands. Dementors are no joke. Not to mention that laughing at classmates is not a polite thing. Hearing this, Lewin's mouth twitched. Back then, the campus abuser would actually say such a thing, and he didn't know how Snape would feel when he heard it. Who are you? Malfoy frowned at the gaunt man with his wand. His patched, tattered robe was even more conspicuous. This is Professor Lupin, the new professor of Defense of Dark Magic, 9. Lewin introduced it to his close friend. Geralt. Malfoy was taken aback. Why is he here too? Probably thinking about Harry all the time, so he didn't pay attention, to Luen, who was silent on the side. Good evening, Geralt. Malfoy put away his wand, then turned and glared at Ronald. Today, for Geralt's sake, I'll let you go. No, you don't have to look at. Before Lewin could finish speaking, he saw that Malfoy and the others had already left. Humph, thanks to Malfoy running fast, or I'll have to give him a taste of the slug. Ronald raised the new wand in his hand, and said disdainfully. Puff. After hearing the slug, Miss Granger, who was holding Lewin's hand, couldn't help laughing. She remembered the last wand accident again. Ronald had been throwing up slugs all day. Miss Jackie, what are you laughing at? Ronald said with a blushing face. It's nothing, I just think of funny things. Hermione shrugged and chuckled, she didn't want to fight Ronald. If you have that time, you might as well learn something from Luen. Professor Lupin, let's go first. Luen glanced at the first-year wizards who had already boarded the ship, and said with a chuckle, the dinner party will start soon. After saying goodbye to Lupin and Harry, Luen and the others came to the place where Thestral was pulling the carriage. Hermione, like last year, looked curiously at the empty carriage. Can I touch them? Miss Hermione asked curiously. You can try it. Luen took her little hand and pressed it against Thestral's wings. Hard bones and thin wings like a bat. Hermione's eyes widened, she didn't expect that she could touch this magical creature representing unknown. From Lewin's point of view, the Yestral that was being touched tilted his head and glanced at them, but he didn't act too radically. Looks smart and sensible. After all, these Thestrals were raised by Hagrid, and they were trained naturally. Come on, it's time for us to get in the car. After Hermione touched it, Luwen lifted the curtain that was covering it. However, what surprised him was that there was actually a little blonde witch inside. Luwen greeted with a smile. Good evening, Miss Luna. Good evening, Mr. Gerald. It's just that the magazine is the other way around. Hermione, who was behind her, also walked in when she heard the title, and saw Luna holding the Quibbler at a glance. An ethereal voice like a lark resounded in the carriage. Well, and Miss Granger. His long golden hair reached his waist, strange ornaments hung from his ears, and a pair of grey eyes were staring at Luwen in a trance. Good evening, Miss Luna. Hermione also opened the curtain and sat in. She looked curiously at Luna, who was sitting across from reading a magazine with a pair of brown eyes. It was the latest release of the Quibbler, and she also had a weird magazine like this in her hand. But what makes the little witch a little strange is that the magazine in Luna's hand is held upside down, and she herself reads it with relish. It was only after entering the carriage that he realized that there was only this blonde little witch in one of Nuoda's carriages. Looks lonely. Do you mind if we sit here? 35. Luwen asked with a smile. Of course not, Gerald, Mr. Luwen. Luna put down the magazine in her hand and replied with an ethereal voice. Her expression always seemed to be in a trance, as if she was born. Doesn't your magazine affect your reading? Hermione couldn't help but pointed to the magazine she was holding back and asked softly. It's impossible to read an upside-down book. No, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Luna glanced at the magazine in her hand, then shook her head and replied. She was used to reading books like this a long time ago. Yes. Hearing this answer, Hermione nodded slightly and didn't ask any further. After all, everyone has different preferences, maybe Luna just likes to read like this? However, if I remember correctly, she could see the Thestrals outside. Hermione had heard Luwen tell the story of the little Ravenclaw witch on the lawn before, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Thinking of Thestrals, Miss Granger couldn't help but turn her head to look at the empty head of the carriage. There was a Thestral who was in charge of pulling the cart standing in that open space. Although he couldn't see it, with the help of Luwen, Hermione also touched it with his hand. Unlike ordinary horses, they have a gentle temperament and do not resist the friendly touch of a little wizard. Can you see those Thestrals outside too? Luna noticed Hermione's gaze, watching the black Thestral outside the car pulling the car, which made her a little curious. Unexpectedly, besides Gerald, there are people who can see the existence of Thestral just like her. I haven't been exposed to death, so I can't see them. Hermione shook her head under her curious gaze. But, I just touched the Thestrals, and their wings feel like bats. 99. Thinking of the feeling of stroking Thestrals, she whispered. Then you are lucky. 35. Luna looked at her with some grey eyes, and said in a voice like a lark. Are you lucky? Hermione looked at Luwen, who was leaning beside him, and at Luna, who was stunned outside the car. Both of them can see the messenger representing death. Only she can't see it. Yeah, it was a lucky thing to not see Thestrals. Miss Hermione remembered the introduction to this magical creature in the book. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Luna is because of her mother, and Luwen is because of witnessing other people's deaths. It's not a good thing to see Thestrals, Miss Beaver. 35. Luwen, who was sitting next to the girl, touched her brown curly hair with his hand and said in a soft tone. At this moment, the carriage began to move, and the creaking wheels walked across the muddy and wet ground, leaving 2 deep marks. The Thestral slowly pulled the carriage from the dense path to the Hogwarts Hall. Every year, Professor McGonagall finds young wizards who have just entered the school and spends a lot of time teaching them some common rules and precepts. So those of them who set off late in the carriage are not afraid of being late. Inside the car. Lu-en opened the door and looked at the stars emerging in the sky. It was not as dark as he saw on the train. He subconsciously remembered those dementors. The weather at that time was very dark. Harassing horsefly. Luna said suddenly, her voice was soft and ethereal. Harassing flies. Hermione looked at Luna, who was looking at her, with a puzzled expression. She seemed to have some impressions of what this called some kind of magical creature. This seems to be Luna's own fantasy, right? Granger still vividly remembers the chat when they first met on the Hogwarts train. Although I can't see it, I can feel some harassing flies buzzing in your ears. Seeking flowers 0. Luna's tone was full of affirmation, as if they really existed. Hermione touched his ear subconsciously, but there was nothing. And when Lu-en looked at the little witch who was sitting in a trance across from him, he suddenly thought of something. Miss Luna, are you sure that harassing horseflies exist? This sentence immediately attracted the eyes of the two little witches. Of course, Mr. Lu-en. Luna said softly. Although I don't know why there are no harassing horseflies around you, I am sure of their existence. 35. Luna didn't feel those annoying buzzing noises from the always smiling and polite blonde wizard. 0. It was strange because it was the first time she had seen it. As if there were no worries. Why do you think they exist when you can't see them? Lu-en removed the compass from his wrist and used the enchanted ring on his finger to bring it back to its original size. Let this compass tell you the answer. With that said, he threw the compass to Luna, who was a little dazed. This compass? Luna took the somewhat old compass and looked at Lu-en with some doubts. Before she could ask, she heard his explanation. It's a compass that can point to whatever you have in mind, and it's very precious. Do harassment flies really exist? 1. Luna opened the octagonal compass suspiciously, and the fixed pointer inside began to rotate rapidly, and it was looking for the target the holder needed. A compass pointing to what I have in mind? Okay, then you just need to think in your mind where the harassing horsefly is. The corners of Lu-en's mouth twitched as he spoke softly. The needle was spinning for a long time, but eventually it stopped and slowly pointed towards the sluggish Miss Hermione. Even Lu-en was taken aback by the result. After all, it was his own frog cub who got it back for him under the pursuit of Captain Jack. Also, Lu-en wondered if the harassing horsefly, a fantasy creature, even existed. Are there really harassing flies in this world? Even Lu-en was slightly taken aback when he saw the pointer of the compass. Instead, Luna's eyes lit up, and there was a smile on her dazed expression. She said happily. Look, they really exist. Is this compass fake? Hermione looked at the pointer pointing to her, and glanced suspiciously at Lu-en beside her. How could there be such a magical compass in this world? Even if there are props to let people go back to the past, why can't a compass to find a target appear? 99. Lu-en said with a chuckle. If he remembered correctly, in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic there was a pocket watch for changing the time. Go back in time. 35. Hermione opened her eyes wide and muttered to herself 723, incredulously. Can magic even do such a thing? No surprise, there are so many things in this world that you don't know, Miss Know-It-All. 35. Lu-en couldn't help joking looking at the little witch. Knowing everything. Hermione narrowed her eyes subconsciously, and the little tiger teeth couldn't help biting. I really want to give him a bite. And Luna, who was sitting opposite, was holding a compass, her face was thoughtful, she didn't know what to think. At this moment, the needle on the compass began to rotate slowly. The sound of the compass turning was so clear in the carriage that Lu-en and Hermione couldn't help but look sideways. Did Luna switch targets again? Lu-en thought while looking at the frantically spinning hands. This time, the pointer rotation time is a little long, so long that it is very likely that Luna will not find the target. Are you looking for some fantasy creature again? Hermione looked at Luna, who was looking down at the compass, and asked with some doubts. No, it's not. Luna sighed slightly as she looked at the frantically spinning pointer. Sure enough, the dead can be restored. Before she could finish thinking, she saw the pointer suddenly stop. Seeing the aspect of the pointer, several people present were stunned. Because it's pointing in the direction Luen is. Perhaps, what you are looking for is in my position. After all, the compass's search scope is the whole world. Luen looked at the pointer pointing to his position and explained. He even switched places with Hermione as he spoke. Look at the pointer. Before Luen's words were finished, he saw that the pointer pointed to him again. After Luna saw the compass, a pair of silver-gray eyes stared at Luen subconsciously. What goal did you just have in your mind? Hermione opened her brown eyes, looked at the little witch of Ravenclaw in front of her, and asked a question subconsciously. Why does the compass point to Luen? What would you like to do with my Luen? I was thinking. Luna's thoughts were a little confused, and her mouth was a little vague. But it was her appearance that made Hermione feel a sense of vigilance. With this look, Luna wouldn't want to snatch Luen with her. Thinking of this, Miss Granger froze. Creak one by one. With a soft sound, the swaying carriage finally stopped. Going to the auditorium of Hogwarts, there are already many little wizards around, talking and laughing about the topic, which looks very lively. While those first-year freshmen are still floating on the Black Lake in small boats, this year's guide is still the familiar Hagrid. Goodbye. After Luna got out of the carriage, she returned the compass to Luen under Hermione's complicated gaze. Then, holding the reversed, The Quibbler magazine, he ran into the auditorium with his head down. She just wants to be quiet now. You say, what does she want in her heart? Hermione looked at Luen with the compass and asked softly. Luen opened the compass, and the needle inside slowly pointed to Hermione. I just know what I want in my heart. Looking at the compass that Luen handed over, Hermione tilted her head and glanced at him. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she stretched out her little hand and picked up this magical compass, and the pointer pointed to her little boyfriend without a doubt. Me too. Luen looked at the compass in the little witch's hand, smiled and pinched the tip of her nose. My only treasure in this world is probably the girl in front of me. After making the compass smaller and strapping it back to his wrist, Luen and Hermione's little hands were interlocked, just like they were on a date. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey Luen, here and here. When he turned around, he saw Fred and George jumping out of the carriage, and Ginny, the little witch who had become a second grader. Long time no see, 3. Luen looked at the 3 redheads who came over and greeted them with a smile. You didn't come to visit us on vacation. After getting close, Fred complained. During the holidays, the 2 brothers wrote a lot of letters to Luen, on the one hand to communicate about the production of Werewolf, and on the other hand to invite him to the Burrow as a guest. However, Luen had been busy in Nocturne Alley at the time, so he didn't go. Sorry, it's been a bit busy this holiday. Luen shrugged, but I'll definitely be there next holiday. 35. Because if nothing else happened next vacation, he was going to open a shop with the 2 brothers in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade Village. After all, after buying a potions shop in Diagon Alley, he doesn't have much Jean Gallion now, real. 0.1 George's tone was suspicious. Real. Luen nodded helplessly. Next holiday, I think we should officially open the store. By the way, how's the werewolf killing of the 2 of you? Bright candles light up the ornate auditorium. Luen nodded, then led Hermione into the auditorium with a few people. Let's go to the auditorium to chat, it will close in a while. Fry interrupted the conversation. The long tables of the 4 academies were filled with wizards. Okay, auditorium chat. 99. Thinking of the werewolf killing last semester, he asked suspiciously. There weren't many little wizards around, and the freshmen were about to row. It's almost there, but... After passing through the patterned door, several people walked into the auditorium of Hogwarts and walked towards the long table of Gryffindor. Due to the late arrival, the 4 long academy tables were filled with wizards. So only sit at the end of the long table. The long tables of Slytherin and Gryffindor are next to each other, and Luen is wearing a green base robe, which is not too conspicuous. The professors sitting in the front hadn't come yet. Professor McGonagall was in charge of guiding the freshmen. The new Professor Lupin should be with Harry and the others. To Hermione's surprise, Hagrid was actually in the professor's long table, and he was sitting next to the well-dressed Professor Flitwick. The body like a giant is very conspicuous in the ranks of professors. Luen saw it too. Hagrid is going to be a professor too? He also had some doubts. Because the Hogwarts notice didn't say Hagrid's position, not even his name. Wouldn't it be to teach us to protect magical animals? After all, Hagrid's research on magical animals can be said to be the most familiar in Hogwarts. And Professor Kettleburn, who protects fantastic beasts, isn't here, you probably guessed it. George glanced at the professor above and guessed it in an instant. After all, they had taken Professor Kettleburn's class. Hagrid will be our fantastic beasts professor this semester? Hermione asked with wide eyes. For Hagrid's knowledge, Miss Granger still agrees very much. Because she once got a manual of records of magical animals from Hagrid, the content of which is very comprehensive, it can be said that it is simple and easy to understand, without any technical terms. Several people tonight. At this time, Harry and Ronald also entered the auditorium. And Professor Lupin, who was with them, also walked to the professor's position with a worn-out leather case. He's our dark magic defense professor. 35. Ronald introduced his 2 brothers and sisters. Professor Lupin is not like Lockhart, he even drove the Dementors back on the train and saved Harry's life. Harry bowed his head in embarrassment. He and Ronald were attacked at the same time, but he was the only one who fainted in the end. Shoo, the sorting ceremony is about to begin, 9. Miss Hermione reminded. I saw Professor McGonagall walked quickly to the center of the auditorium, where a wooden chair was placed, and on the chair was lying a worn-looking wizard's pointed hat. The most anticipated sorting ceremony of each semester officially began when the first curious little wizard stepped forward and put on the sorting hat. This year, there may be a lot of new little wizards, so the sorting ceremony didn't end until about half an hour later. As the last freshman was assigned to Hufflepuff, with the warm applause of the little Badgers, the dinner was about to officially begin. Clang! As the silver fork struck the silver cup, everyone turned to Headmaster Dumbledore, ready to listen to his speech this time. First of all, welcome everyone to a new school year at Hogwarts. Before the rich dinner is about to begin, I have 2 more words to say. The first is Professor Lupin. He has accepted the position of Professor of Defense of Dark Magic, which means that he will teach you next school year. Good luck, Professor Lupin. Dumbledore smiled. Hearing that Harry and Ronald looked at each other with a smile, it was finally a reliable dark magic defense professor. If it's still like Lockhart, they can't imagine how they're going to spend this semester. Professor Lupin also stood up with a smile, bowed and greeted the little wizards. But Luen clearly noticed it, and Snape, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and showed a sarcastic smile. Seeing the expression of his dean, Luen narrowed his eyes. An idea popped into his mind. Thinking about it, he turned his head to look at Harry, who was looking very happy. If it does, it will be fun. The corners of Luen's mouth couldn't hold back the curved arc. I guess Harry wants maternal love too. Okay, there is another news. Professor Kettleburn of the Fantastic Creatures Conservation course has retired due to a limb defect. But luckily, Rubeus Hagrid will take his place in the future. As Dumbledore's voice fell, there was warm applause in the auditorium. Although most of the little wizards thought it was incredible, they still applauded him. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to Hagrid, clapped and poked Hagrid, who was still a little dazed, with his elbow. Hello everyone. 35. Hagrid stood up hastily, his huge body nearly overturning the table. Professor Flitwick, who was eating, was also taken aback. It sure is Hagrid. Miss Hermione smiled with the corners of her lips raised. Hagrid actually became a professor. Ha 723 Lee widened his eyes and exclaimed. When Luan and the others were discussing just now, Harry didn't come, so he didn't know about Hagrid. No way, I heard that Professor Kettleburn's leg was bitten off by a fire dragon, so I had to retire. Fred, who has the grapevine, said. Finally, at the request of the Ministry of Magic. Headmaster Dumbledore squeezed his palm, keeping the voices in the auditorium as quiet as possible. There is also disturbing news that Hogwarts in recent days will welcome a group of guests from Azkaban, the Dementors. 35. Until Sirius Black is caught. I'm sure you've all seen them on trains. Although the Ministry of Magic has guaranteed that they won't hurt anyone, try not to provoke them. Also, please take care of your own safety. After this sentence was finished, the auditorium fell silent. Harry clutched his head even more, remembering the painful memories and the screaming of the woman. Okay, the dinner officially starts now, I wish you a happy meal. As the last paragraph fell, the rich and delicious food appeared on the table one after another. The third school year's dinner has officially started. After a sumptuous dinner. Under the leadership of the prefects of each grade, the new wizards all returned to their dormitories. And Luan followed Malfoy back to the bedroom in Slytherin. Well, familiar shades. Looking at the green water window, Luan lay directly on the soft bed that had been made. After Malfoy and Crabbe packed their luggage, they left the bedroom and ran into the hall to chat. In the silent bedroom, Luan threw aside the earphone in his hand, and closed his eyes for a while. He and Hermione's suitcases haven't been taken out of the Kamui space yet, because there's still a wandering Dementor inside. I don't know if other abilities can hurt it except for the Guardian of the Gods. Thinking of this, Luan was going to go in and try it out. Anyway, a Dementor that can attack mentally can't be as powerful as his kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope should hold up. As his body slowly inhaled into the vortex in mid-air, his figure disappeared into the bedroom. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a dark space with many irregular squares. This is the interior of the Shenwei space. There are also some plants, luggage, daily necessities, and some strange things brought back from other worlds by the frog cubs on those irregular boxes. And a Dementor looking for a way out in midair. Saw you. After Luan put his light blue eyes on it, the Dementor reacted quickly, with a corrupt face without facial features, staring at the sudden appearance of the outsider. It tastes delicious emotional flavors, that's the breath of joy. In the next instant, the Dementor who was floating slowly in the air quickly approached Luan's direction. He looked at the flying figure and slowly extended a hand. Let's see if lightning has any effect on it. Thinking of this, with the surge of magic power, the golden thunder and lightning roared in the palm of the hand, and the originally pitch-black space was instantly illuminated. Wu 135. A hissing sound came from the face without facial features, it seemed to be very afraid of golden thunder and lightning, and hurriedly stepped back. The Dementor slowly floated in midair, looking at the food discharged below, and did not choose to continue to retreat or move forward. Are you afraid of lightning? Luan looked at the golden arc in his hand with some surprise, and a powerful and turbulent magic was surging inside. It turned out to be fear of this magic power. He found the reason. The magic power inherited from the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is not comparable to that of ordinary wizards. Interesting. The corners of Luan's mouth raised, the magic within his body burst out instantly, and brilliant golden thunder appeared in the surrounding space. It was like a cage that completely controlled the Dementors. Can you understand what I'm saying? He looked up at the Dementor who had gradually become flustered and asked. It is impossible for such a group of creatures to survive by relying on human happiness to be easily controlled by the Ministry of Magic, but if they can hear and understand the words of wizards, it will be different. Wisdom and non-wisdom have different meanings. It's just a pity that after hearing his words, the Dementor did not give any response. It is now dodging the thunder and lightning, running in the air in a panic. Seeing this scene, Lewin couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know how the Ministry of Magic communicated with them. Looks like I'll have to ask Lockhart about it when I have time. #Tsu. Lewin looked at the Dementor in mid-air, picked up the wand around his waist and aimed it at it. Transfiguration spell. 35. With a dazzling white light from the tip of the staff, the panicked Dementor turned into a solid black statue. The golden thunder light turned into a cage tightly covering it. In the Shenwei space, there are many herbs and precious potions, and if it is allowed to wander in it, it may damage how many things. After doing all this, Lewin turned around and went back to the bedroom. Malfoy and his henchmen have not returned yet, and they are probably still outside chatting with the group of pure-blooded wizards about their dreams. Putting the headphones in his ears and listening to the rhythmic music, Lewin lay down on the bed and went to sleep. The second day of school day. The sun was shining brightly on every corner of Hogwarts, and the early morning mist was beginning to dissipate in the golden sun. When Lewin woke up, it was only about 7 in the morning. Malfoy and Crabbe were still sound asleep in bed, not knowing when they got back last night. He tidied his clothes, put on Slytherin's custom robes, placed his wand in the Kamui space, and was ready to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Walking on the long steps of the slate, the surrounding sides are full of emerald green grass, which looks full of vitality. The shadows of the surrounding trees swayed, and the reddish leaves fell on the ground to form a carpet. Professor Snape, good morning. When he arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, a figure in a black robe appeared in his sight. It was Snape who had finished his breakfast. I didn't expect Snape to actually eat in the auditorium. This is really rare. Lewin greeted politely. Well, Geralt. Snape squinted at the blonde wizard who had grown much taller in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Recently, the potion has achieved good results. Come to my, Zhao Lihao, office when you have time. 35. From the first time he saw Lewin until now, he knew that he was not wrong. All the talents of this little wizard are surprisingly good, except for the magic history class. After complimenting Lewin, Snape hurriedly left his brother. Are you free to go to the office? Lewin looked at the leaving figure, the corners of his mouth gradually raised. After the auditorium. At a glance, he saw the petite figure with brown curly hair in front of Gryffindor's dining table, and there was a pile of books in front of her. These are all elective and compulsory courses. Waking up so early to work hard. Hearing the familiar tone behind her, Hermione turned her head with a smile. This semester, I must win you. Looking at the books on a table, Lewin picked up a few books by her side, flipped through them, and glanced at them. The knowledge in it is almost all he has learned by himself in the last semester, so the content of these semesters is not difficult for him. But, with so many subjects, have you taken all the courses as electives? Lewin had a guess in his mind. Although the elective courses were selected in advance last semester, Miss Hermione at that time did not show him the elective list. Do you have so much time to study if you choose all of them? Aren't you the same? Hermione glanced at him, tilted her little head and said. She ticked according to Lewin's elective list, mainly to be with him for a longer time. 66-99. Hearing his little girlfriend's answer, Lewin shook his head with a smile. You must know that many of these courses are conflicting. For example, if you take Hagrid's Conservation of Magical Creatures class, you can't take the Run-Evan class. He chose all of them purely because he had studied these knowledge and was confident that he would get an excellent score in the final exam of the last semester. And, there's a time turner. Thinking of the time changer that can go back to the past, Lewin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As long as there was a class conflict, he might be able to apply for one from Headmaster Dumbledore. If I remember correctly, Hermione once got a time turner with the help of Professor McGonagall. As an excellent alchemist, he is naturally interested in this alchemy product that can affect time, and he does not know what the principle of operation is. If you can penetrate it, you will be one step closer to grasping the mystery of time. A honey muffin, would you like it? Hermione put the book beside the table and asked Luan a question while ordering a breakfast. Well, here's one. Luan, who had come to his senses, nodded. One more cup of black tea by the way. 99. He has no desire at all for chocolate milk in his heart now. Maybe it's a habit of drinking tea. It could also be that Miss Hermione was beside her and subconsciously didn't order one. Today is the first day of school, and the two of them do not have any courses, because the timetable for this school, period has not been handed out. On the first day of school, you two got up too early, didn't you? Halfway through Luan's meal, Harry and the others came over, yawning, looking sleepy. Why are there so many books? Ronald looked at the books on the desktop and blinked in surprise. He also held a sleeping pet mouse in his arms. Peter Pettigrew. Luan looked at the mouse, which he hadn't seen for a long time, with a thoughtful expression. It seems that I have time to settle things on Sirius Black's side. Didn't you two choose electives? Hermione asked with a frown. Electives? Harry and Ronald looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. There are not so many books for elective courses, right? This is your book? Harry asked cautiously. No, it's all Miss Granger's alone. Luan shook his head and replied. All alone. How many courses did you take? Ronald couldn't help exclaiming. At this moment, a piece of parchment floated from mid-air, and was slowly distributed in front of every little wizard. Each day's lessons are clearly recorded on it, which is a unique timetable from third-grade students. The timetable is here. Harry picked up his timetable and glanced at it. Most of the above content is blank, except for some necessary courses. His elective courses are all selected according to the minimum. It made him feel satisfied. Ronald and Harry next to him have exactly the same timetable. After all, they were chosen together. On the opposite side of Luan and Hermione, the two of them have the same timetable, but compared to the blank, they are full. There are even several conflicting courses in it, listed in the same place. Like tomorrow morning's divination class and Muggle studies class, the two of them are destined to choose only one class. You took all the classes. Harry glanced curiously, the content above made him stunned for a while, and he shouted in disbelief. Above the dense courses, watching him dizzy. Compared with them, his blankness seems to be a satire from scumbags. Some of the courses above are conflicting, how do you resolve them? And a course like Muggle Studies, you two don't have to take it. 5. Harry's little head really couldn't imagine the thinking of a scholar. These two are just too scary. Well, there's another letter. At this time, Miss Hermione also discovered a letter that had been brought to the table with the parchment scroll. The signature of Professor McGonagall is written in elegant cursive lettering. It was sent by Professor McGonagall. Hermione said to Luan with some doubts. What did Professor McGonagall send them letters at this time? Luan probably guessed it. If nothing else, the timetables for the two of them were known to Professor McGonagall and told to Dumbledore. Next, then, is the time turner from the Ministry of Magic. You can only get that thing, and then Luan has another research goal. As the envelope was opened, the contents above were presented in front of the little witch's eyes. Professor McGonagall asked the two of us to visit her office. There was only such a short sentence on a piece of white paper. Let's go then. After Luan ate the rest of the muffins, he said goodbye to the two who were still in shock. The two of them are a perfect match. Looking at the back of the young couple leaving, Harry couldn't help muttering something. Is this the scholar couple? Hearing Harry's words, Ronald nodded in agreement. Compared to these two, the two of them are just trash. Walk out of the Hogwarts Great Hall and head towards the main building. Inside Professor McGonagall's office. Bang bang. With the knock on the door, Professor McGonagall's slightly hoarse voice sounded from inside. Come in. 39. Before Hermione could push it open, the door opened automatically. The mottled shadow of the window shone on the desk in the bright sunlight. Professor McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor, was sitting at the desk, writing something with a quill in his hand. Seeing the two little wizards coming in, Professor McGonagall put down the quill in his hand and looked up at them. Lou and Gerald, a talented little wizard from Slytherin, even Professor Flitwick wants to drag him to Ravenclaw. That's what Flitwick said when he was partying at the Three Broomsticks that day. Although he's a Slytherin, Professor McGonagall doesn't mean too much. After all, Lou sits at the table of Gryffindor every day to eat, and also walks very close to Harry, Fred and the others. He doesn't look like an arrogant and conceited little snake at all. And her most satisfying little lion, Hermione Granger. She is also a diligent little witch. Only. I saw the course selection form for the two of you. You filled out all the courses, didn't you? Professor McGonagall pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the neatly organized files on the side, marked with the content of their course selection. There is a tick at the back of each course, and a sheet of paper is full. That's right, Professor, we just want to take some more courses to supplement our knowledge. Before Lou could speak, Miss Hermione nodded quickly in response. Supplementary knowledge? Professor McGonagall couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at the brown eyes that looked directly at her. Supplementary knowledge is not so supplementary. You must know that the courses they have chosen are conflicting with each other, let alone study. I am afraid that they may not pass the final exam. You have to know that there are conflicting courses like this. You can only choose one to take the class. It will make you feel tired rather than knowledge expansion. A person's energy is limited, Miss Granger. There was a hint of helplessness in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Although she looks like such a studious little witch, she also appreciates it very much. But if you try too hard. But Professor McGonagall, it doesn't say you can't take all the courses. 35. Lou said softly. And, I believe that time will always make up for that knowledge. 39. It's just a matter of spending more time. After speaking, Lou looked at Professor McGonagall standing in the golden sunlight with pale blue eyes. He is now waiting for the older cat lady in front of him to tell the alchemy tool. Yes, that's right, time always makes up for it. After being silent for a while, Professor McGonagall answered slowly. Her slender fingers slowly crossed on the table, and a pair of old but spirited eyes looked at these two young lovers who were pursuing knowledge. Seriously, in all her years at Hogwarts, she had never seen anyone so thirsty for knowledge. Looking at the two people in front of him, Professor McGonagall, after thinking for a while, took out a string of golden chains from the drawer below the desk. At the end of the chain was a transparent hourglass that could be turned, and there was an azure blue inside. Grit. It is the best expression of time. Actually, I have been hesitating whether I should give you 2 of this thing. Professor McGonagall said softly. She looked at the hourglass that she had applied for from the Ministry of Magic, and her expression was still a little hesitant. The risk of using this thing is high. If it is not used properly, a life will be lost for no reason. After all, time is the most difficult thing to grasp in this world, and it is also the lifelong pursuit of wizards who study time. This hourglass. Seeing what was in Professor McGonagall's hand, Lou subconsciously came up with a name. Time Converter. What is this, Professor? Hermione opened her eyes wide and asked suspiciously. 4 flowers. Time Changer, it can make people go back to the past, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall picked up the hourglass in his hand and put it in the air. The bright sunlight reflected a reflection on the ground through the hourglass. This is what I have requested from the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, for both of you, and, of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. can make people go back in time. Hermione couldn't help exclaiming when she heard the explanation. Afterwards, she seemed to have remembered something, and hurriedly turned to look at Luan beside her. The little witch clearly remembered that he once talked about this kind of prop in the carriage. Luan's expression was also a little surprised. Although he knew it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. Of course, it's just that this time changer can only let you go back 5 hours. When it came to the usage requirements, Professor McGonagall's face gradually became serious, and she didn't want the 2 little wizards she was most satisfied with because of this. Face death. If it's more than 5 hours, then the time won't be stable. Don't try that because someone has tried it before. The witch aged several decades in an instant and died at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. She was only 20 years old at the time. Hearing this example, Hermione couldn't help but glance at the hourglass pendant floating in midair. How terrifying. But don't worry, if you only control it to 5 hours, this kind of thing won't happen. 5. Please remember, don't play with time. Luan held the hourglass pendant in his hand and responded with a chuckle. After speaking, Professor McGonagall used the floating charm to send the time converter to Luan's hands. Bureau G. There are 2 more chapters later, which will probably be finished by 12 o'clock tonight. 1. Then now, this time turner will be handed over to Mr. Gerald for safekeeping. I'll take that to heart, Professor McGonagall. Otherwise, it is you who will be played with by time in the end. Seeing that the example he gave seemed to frighten the little witch, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Okay, now the time converter you have applied for has been handed over to you. Since you can only apply for one, you 2 can use it together. Professor McGonagall looked at the 2 with a smile and said involuntarily. After all, the 2 of you are studying together every day, so be careful not to get yourself too tired. After speaking, Professor McGonagall sat back at the back of the desk and picked up the ink-stained quill to continue the unfinished writing. After pushing open the carved wooden door, Luan and Hermione walked out of the office. Is this a time converter that allows people to go back in time? As soon as he walked out of the office, Luan took out the hourglass pendant from his pocket, stared at the hourglass left and right with a pair of eyes curiously, but in the end he didn't see any difference in 723. There is no depiction of any inscriptions, and you can't feel any magic surging, just like an ordinary decoration. Luan even thought it was a fake if it hadn't been given to him by Professor McGonagall himself. With this, the 2 of us will have enough time to go to class. Miss Granger, who was also curious, leaned over and chuckled. Great pursuit. Luan laughed a little dumbly, and he involuntarily pinched the tip of Miss Beaver's nose. He got this time converter mainly because he wanted to study it through his own alchemy. Might be able to make a copy. It's just that on the surface, there are no runes on this hourglass pendant, and I don't know how to control time. It seems that the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic is also not to be underestimated. Even the time aspect is involved. The Ministry of Magic was a lot deeper than he had imagined, and he wondered if Lockhart would be able to quickly climb to a high position in recent years. If not, maybe you can help him. Thinking of this, Luan couldn't help but think of Peter Pettigrew. This is a good prey. The recipient of the Merlin Medal, a dead hero, turned out to be a traitor, and turned into a rat. This is something that can stir up the entire British magic world. Don't pinch my nose. 33. After breaking free of Luan's fingers, Hermione rubbed the tip of her little red nose and gave him a shy look with her mouth open. This B**************** D knows how to pinch the tip of her nose every day. After coming out of Professor McGonagall, Luan glanced at the blue sky and didn't know where to go for a while. The weather is nice today, why don't you go to the Quidditch pitch to watch Harry and the others practice? On the first day of the new term, Harry and his twin brothers were dragged by Wood to practice Quidditch. Get ready to continue suppressing Slytherin this year. I want to go to the observatory to see it. Hermione wasn't interested in Quidditch, she wanted to go somewhere and traveled. For example, near the Forbidden Forest, there is an abandoned high tower. I heard that it was used by Hogwarts professors to observe the starry sky for divination, but it is now abandoned. Okay. 35. Anyway, Luen wasn't interested in Quidditch either, so he just listened to the little witch's advice. Near the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. The little witch with brown curly hair bounced on the moss-covered stone steps, and the low ponytail and grey pleated skirt tied behind her also swayed, and her snow-white shirt stood out against the emerald-green background. Luen followed behind her, holding a red-bottomed Gryffindor robe that belonged to Miss Hermione in front. Although it's summer now, the weather hasn't gotten too hot. Tall pine needles stand deep in the forest, and crimson leaves spread across the ground like a colorful carpet. Luen could also see birds with dark blue feathers flying in the woods. By the way, we're going to have a divination class tomorrow. Miss Granger, who was walking quickly in front, slowly turned around to look at Luen. Her pace was still receding. I know that fortune-telling is taught by Professor Sybil Trelawney. Luen nodded, and he also had some impressions of this professor who taught divination. If I remember correctly, the opponent's divination ability is sometimes good and sometimes bad. I always feel that divination is so difficult to learn. Hermione couldn't help complaining when she remembered studying with Luen over the holidays. Except for alchemy and divination, she can get the best grades in several other subjects now. Divination requires talent, and even I have a hard time learning it. Luen said with a shrug. He has also studied divination, but until now he can only understand some simple prophecies, and he is still not on time. Unfortunately, he has no talent for this. Isn't Professor Trelawney great? Hermione couldn't help asking. Trelawney? If it's great, it's really great. But in normal times, she is like an old witch who cheats and eats and drinks. He still heard this sentence from Fred and the others. I heard that Dumbledore has raised her for decades, maybe it's quite good. Luen said softly, the corners of his mouth raised. If it wasn't great, it wouldn't have been raised by Dumbledore for so many years. Yes. Hermione heard the sarcasm in Luen's tone. It seems that this professor is really not very good. In front of it is the dilapidated 0.1 tower. Luen looked at the grassy slope with a spire in the distance and said softly. Astronomy is also the main course this semester. Under his teaching every night, Miss Granger has become familiar with the outlines and positions of all the stars and their meanings. Although not interested in divination, Hermione was happy to learn about the stars in the sky. Perhaps you can use the constellations for divination. Luen happens to know where there are professional professors in this field. Centaur in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, each of them is a master of divination who observes the sky at night. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't like divination. Hermione looked at the abandoned tower and whispered. My pleasure. Luen chuckled and pulled up her little hand. There is a divination class at 9 in the morning, and a Muggle Studies and Linnean class in the afternoon. 99. Hermione looked at the schedule for the new semester in her hand and turned to Luen, who was drinking tea. Looks like we're going to be busy this afternoon. So are you two going to drop the Muggle Studies course or the Runavan course? Harry, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help asking. Looking at the relaxed expressions of these two people, it doesn't look like they are anxious at all. Why give up? Hermione asked him back with a small smile. With the time converter, they have enough time to study, and they don't have to worry about which course they want to take. That's 5 hours more than someone else's 24 hours. Thinking of this, Hermione touched the golden chain hanging on her white neck, and a circulating hourglass was lying quietly on her underwear. The time turner was originally 13 in Luen's hands. However, considering that he still had a horse charm hanging on his chest, Luen gave it to Miss Hermione for safekeeping. It's the same no matter who you put it on. Would you like to go to the room of requirement tonight? Luen leaned over and asked softly in her ear. Hearing the room of requirement, Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she nodded hurriedly. I will go with you. She was more used to being with Lu En in the room of requirement than in Gryffindor's bedroom. After all, she didn't know the people in the dormitory well, even if it had been 3 years. The two of them really didn't panic. Looking at the young couple chatting and laughing, Harry turned to Ronald and shrugged. Now that he has taken 2 courses, he feels that time has become more and more urgent. Harry couldn't even imagine how these two would spend the rest of the semester. Is this the world of a scholar? So horrible. The divination classroom is not in the main building of Hogwarts, but in the North Tower. Lu En and Hermione have been here for 3 years and this is the first time they have been to the North Tower. Thank you, fat lady. Hermione smiled at the portrait of the fat lady at the door of Gryffindor. Okay, you two get out of here. Naughty little couple. The fat lady waved her hand in disgust. However, the two of them didn't care, they followed the direction given by the fat lady and headed towards the stairs of the North Tower. Since the door was not closed last time, Mrs. Fat seems to have completely remembered the two of them. Although she was a little disgusted, she still chose to tell the 2 little wizards the direction to the North Tower. Following the winding stairs that changed positions from time to time, Lu En finally found the stairs leading to the North Tower. Harry and Ronald, who were following the 2 of them, were about to faint. There is only one divination classroom in the classrooms in the North Tower, and there is also an office. All belong to Professor Trelawney. The fortune-telling classroom is a small classroom with dozens of round tables arranged in an irregular manner, and the windows are slightly blocked with curtains, making it look a bit dark. There are various bottles and jars in it, the most conspicuous of which are some crystal balls. These things are the basic props needed for divination. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, Lu En saw the woman with thick lenses hidden in the corner. Sybil Trelawney. However, apart from him, Ronald didn't find it, and it was the story that sat on a seat at a round table. The divination professor hasn't come yet. Harry looked around suspiciously, but did not find the professor's figure. You know they were just a few minutes late. No, she's already here, right in the corner. 35. Following Lu En's gaze, Hermione found it too, she pointed her finger at the corner and said softly. Nice to meet you in the material world. When the crowd was almost there, the woman slowly walked out of the corner of the shadow. It shocked many little wizards who didn't find her existence. I'm your divination professor, Sybil Patricia Trelawney. 55. Trelawney wears round glasses with thick lenses, various decorations hanging on his body, wearing a robe that looks a little messy, his long pale blonde hair looks like an afro, and he is covered with a headscarf. Covered. Her eyes looked very nervous, as if nervous. Is she really our professor? Ronald said suspiciously. He was taken aback just now. Redhead, oh, I saw something unknown on you, remember to be careful lately. Trelawney glanced at Ronald, who questioned her, and opened his mouth to give him a prophecy. Many little wizards dare not speak out for this kind of babbling prophecy. After all, being a professor at Hogwarts is definitely capable. Lu En looked at this crazy old witch and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He really didn't see any difference in Trelawney. As if 723 is a magic stick pretending to be a ghost. Why do I feel like she's an imposter? Hermione thought, then said, like Lockhart, 9. I feel the same as you. Lu En nodded in agreement. This class is destined to not be boring, because Trelawney has begun to make a prophecy to many little wizards. For example, Neville will smash a cup, and the next moment, under the tension, a cup really shatters in his hand. This made the people present panicked. For fear of being the next target. Miss, I feel that your fate is a bit strange. At this moment Trelawney suddenly stopped in front of Hermione, she scrutinized the cute little witch with her chin. It seems like your fate has changed, I've never seen you like this. Her tone was different from the chattering at the beginning, but a little low and serious. What fate? Miss Hermione asked nervously. Well, romance and a bright future. Trelawney whispered. But your fate didn't belong to this. But, your original destiny was not like this. Trelawney's deep voice echoed in the silent classroom. Her eyes lost madness, and her expression no longer looked strange. Hermione had not had time to be happy when she heard this. The original fate? The little witch looked at the serious-looking Professor Trelawney in a daze, and she asked suspiciously, then what was my original fate? Although he wasn't interested in divination, these words caught Hermione's curiosity involuntarily. And Lu-En, who was sitting by the side drinking tea, stared at the witch in the green robe with a pair of light blue eyes. Something. Can you even see something like fate? It seems he underestimated Trelawney's strength. No, how do I know your original fate? Trelawney shook his head, the chain hanging from him making a crisp sound. She just felt it suddenly, this kind of prophecy will appear from time to time. And those prophetic images will soon dissipate. It was like an epiphany. Okay, let's talk about the divination content. Trelawney clapped her hands under Hermione's stunned gaze, and shouted to the little wizards around. Can this kind of professor really teach people? Why do I feel like she's talking nonsense? Hermione lowered her head and said softly to Lu-En. Especially in the scene when he just walked into the classroom, he pretended to be a ghost to a group of little wizards, and almost made Neville cry. Divination is like that. Lu-En nodded in response. After all, no one can guarantee that their divination is accurate, so it seems that there will be some confusion. But Trelawney's bloodline still has some abilities, especially the prophecies made by Miss Granger. Destiny has been changed, isn't that referring to his arrival? Dumbledore hadn't raised her for decades. There are some things you must know before teaching this class. Trelawney's thick-lensed eyes glanced around. Neville and Lavender Brown, a Gryffindor girl, looked away in fear, not daring to meet her. Because just now, Trelawney made a prediction to Lavender that the rabbit she raised would die on October 16th. Lavender's rabbits look healthy, and I don't think Ronald's mice are necessarily dying if Ronald's mice are dead. Hermione propped her chin a little bored and said. She and Lavender are in the same dormitory. Last night, she also saw the cute little rabbit, who looked very lively and did not have any disease. How could it be said that he would die if he died? He must be pretending to be a ghost. It's impossible to say that. Lu-En picked up a huge crystal ball and placed it on the table, and some pictures gradually emerged on it. It was a dead rabbit. But the date is on the night of October 15th. It seems that my talent is still good. Lu-En couldn't help thinking. Divination class needs talent, innate talent. This kind of mysterious thing is not something that ordinary people can learn. If you are responsible, you will gain nothing in my class. Trelawney pushed his eyes and said half-squinted. Her tone was no longer serious, but returned to the way it was at the beginning, which sounded out of tune. She's just like you said. Hermione couldn't help but kick Lu-En, who was still observing the crystal, with her little foot. She remembered that her little boyfriend often said this. Divination depends on talent. Lu-En felt the movement under the table, and reached out to hold the calf that was swaying again. Soft, smooth. It was a hot day, so Miss Granger wore only a knee-length pleated skirt and a white shirt. When Lu-En grasped her fair calf, Hermione's ears instantly turned red. Let go. There were many people in the classroom, and everyone was listening intently to Trelawney on the stage explaining the mysteries and usage of divination, so Hermione didn't dare to use too loud a voice. Don't let it go. Lu-En responded with a chuckle. At this time, the basics of Trelawney have been explained. The next thing to do is to start the first divination prediction. Lu-En has tried many times in the potions shop, but only one or two has really been successful. The efficiency is simply ridiculously low. As the patterned teacups were placed on the table, Trelawney's figure shuttled around the classroom, and the voice sounded at the same time. Now, all you have to do is to open the prophecy in the book and follow the steps inside to make the teacup prophecy. 5. 2 in a group and watch each other. As the words fell, the little wizards went to find their little friends. Luan and Hermione did not move. It was just the two of them at the table near the corner. Does this really work? Hermione touched her hot face, looked at the steaming teacup, and asked softly. Just when the teacup was handed out, Luan loosened her calf. Otherwise, I will be caught and tickled now. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. This revenge must be returned tonight. Some of Trelawney's words, you can treat her as nonsense, but this teacup prophecy is true. Luan picked up the teacup and blew the heat, then took a slow sip. Hurry up and drink it, we'll have to exchange it later. Seeing Luan sipping his tea slowly, Hermione poked his finger on his cheek and said. Her tea had leftover residue, and she was just the last step to check the prediction result. What's the hurry, the tea is hot. Luan seemed unhurried. Luan chuckled and handed the tea to Miss Hermione. The temperature of the tea is just right, how can it be so hot? If you don't believe me, you can try it. It seems that Trelawney is also a person who knows how to enjoy. You're lying again. Hermione rolled his eyes at him. The taste of these teas is surprisingly good. As soon as she took a sip, she stuck out her little tongue. So hot. It's hot. After taking a sip of Luan's hot tea, Hermione couldn't help sticking out her little tongue. It's too hot. It warmed up a little. Luan chuckled and took out the wand hidden in his sleeve, and there was still a glittering light on it. The tea just now was cast a heating spell. Damn. 35. Seeing the wand still shimmering, Hermione also understood that the tea had already been used by Luan. Just wait, sooner or later I'll be back. Thinking like this, Miss Hermione remembered the bottle of pink love potion again. The smell of parchment and Luan's body seemed to tug at her heartstrings all the time, and even after a long time passed, it still reverberated in her mind. But, looking at the steaming tea, Hermione took out her wand after thinking about it, and pointed it at the teacup lightly. Cool quickly. As the light flashed by, Luan, who was sitting across from her, could feel a chill. On the teacup, some small crystal ice grains have appeared, and it looks like it has been taken out of the refrigerator. 727, here you are, dear Mr. Granger, and be careful of the heat. Hermione winked mischievously, then returned the teacup. Looking at the frosted teacup, the corners of Luan's mouth twitched. The cold air replaced the boiling heat. Hot tea also becomes cold tea. But in the hot season of summer, it is still very good. After drinking, Hermione picked up his teacup and looked at, poke the fog and see the future, looking for a corresponding explanation. The same is true for the other little wizards, who look at each other's tea leaves in groups of 2 to make predictions. Luan also picked up Hermione's teacup, and the tea leaves left in it couldn't tell what shape it was. Judging the prophecy based on the shape of the leaves of the tea leaves may sound a little weird to muggles, even for Luan's first divination. If this kind of prophecy succeeds 3 times out of 10, it is not bad. What prophecy did you see in my teacup? Curious Miss Granger turned her head and asked. I don't have enough talent, and I can't see it either. Luan flipped through a few pages of the book, and there were no corresponding shapes for comparison. Me too. Hermione also brought over his teacup, and the tea leaves spilled and it didn't form a proper shape at all. It seems that the two of them do not have an innate talent for divination. Oh, my God, you are unknown. At this time, Trelawney made a sharp exclamation, attracting everyone's attention. Luan also raised his head suspiciously. I saw Trelawney holding a white teacup, looking at the shape inside in horror, and in front of her stood a panic-stricken Harry. Professor Trelawney, is there something wrong with the shape of my tea leaves? Harry asked quickly. This gentleman with a scar on his forehead, you will be betrayed recently, your friend will leave you, and face death and approval alone. Trelawney held the teacup in trembling hands, panic in his tone. Am I going to be betrayed? Harry's eyes widened, looking at the crazy witch in front of him in disbelief. Approaching him, he turned his head and glanced again, Ronald, who was also sluggish beside him, and Luen and Hermione behind him. There weren't many people in Harry's school, and these three were the only ones who came close to him. Harry, don't be nervous, maybe her prediction was a mistake. Dab. Ronald comforted after recovering. However, this sentence completely irritated Trelawney. She hated most when someone said her divination wasn't working, even if it really wasn't. Redhead, give me your teacup. Trelawney sneered and took the teacup from Ronald's hand. Equally a bad sign. Pay more attention to your friends, and be careful that people who like you are taken away by others. 35. Saying that, she slapped the teacup heavily on the table, leaving Ronald, who was stunned, holding the mouse. What do you mean, I'm going to be green? But who will like me? Ronald thought in confusion. The two of them are too miserable, aren't they? Hermione said in a sympathetic tone. If the prophecy is true, then these two are really troubled brothers. Have you noticed anything? Luen played with the girl's brown curly hair and asked softly in her ear. Hermione's petite body froze at the heat of her exhalation, and her face flushed red. Hermione hurriedly pushed Luen, who was leaning on her shoulder, looking at the chuckling boy angrily. What did you find? The cups in Ronald and Harry's hands were exchanged. Although it was pushed away, it was worth seeing the shy little witch. You mean, the prophecies of the two of them are opposite? Hermione's eyes lit up and she guessed right away. That's right. Luen looked at the two Harry in front of him and nodded. Ronald is the one who will be betrayed by his friends, and Harry is the girl who likes him is taken away by his friends. A girl who likes Harry is not. Hermione and Luen looked at each other, and a name came to mind subconsciously. Ginny Weasley. Luen said the name they both guessed together. She had no idea at all about this prophecy. Ronald's friend, isn't it Peter Pettigrew? Luen responded. In the face of death and approval, the high probability refers to prisons and courts. If Trelawney's prediction is correct, Ronald will be betrayed by a friend, and this friend will face death and approval. Miss Granger said softly to herself, frowning. If the predictions are accurate, does it mean that Ginny is going to be looking for Harry's friend as her boyfriend recently? Looking at Hermione thinking hard, Luen had an answer in his heart. The prophecy has been solved, but now there is one left. Professor Trelawney has been making various predictions to the little wizards throughout the divination class, especially Harry and Ronald. This led to the two people holding the book just after class, looking downcast. It can be seen that Trelawney's nonsense has a great influence on them. Harry listlessly looked at the two lovers who were holding the book, chatting and laughing, and hesitantly called out. What? Luen, who was teasing Hermione, heard the call and turned to look at Harry questioningly. You say, is Professor Trelawney's prophecy accurate? Harry hesitated for a moment, then asked softly. After all, among the four, Luen was the most knowledgeable, and even Miss Know-It-All couldn't compare. He must know about these divinations or something. Predicting this kind of thing requires talent, and no one can tell. Luen explained to Harry and Ronald, after all, no one will believe that picking up a teacup and shaking it twice and looking at the shape of the tea leaves can predict the shape of the tea inside out the future. For something like divination, he has no talent for it. And Luen thought about the teacups of these two people, and didn't know if he should tell them. And what? Hearing the words halfway through, Harry's curiosity was immediately attracted. Even Ronald, who was still thinking about whether he was green, came over. And, didn't you find out that you both have each other's cups? Hermione sighed helplessly and reminded the two little lions. Why are these two people so stupid? The opponents? Harry and Ronald were stunned on the stairs. The two of them looked at each other and finally had some impressions in their minds. It seems that the teacup holding this is indeed the other party's. That is, I will not be betrayed. Harry thought of this, and finally a look appeared on his listless face. Wait, but Ronald's prediction. Will the girl who likes me be taken away by my friends? Ronald and Harry's thoughts came together. He looked a little complicated for a while. Since it is a good thing not to be green, but my friends will betray him and face death and judgment. It seems that it is still replaced, and there is no difference. Ugh! 2 helpless sighs sounded on the empty stairs. By the time the 2 of them came to their senses, Luann and Hermione had already descended the stairs. Wait for us. The stairs kept moving, and the figures of the 2 were getting farther and farther away from Luann. The afternoon course was a double course for them, a Muggle Studies course and a Runic course, which could not be taken together. That said, it's time to use the time converter. Which class do you want to take in the afternoon? Touching her brown curly hair, the scent of jasmine was very pleasant, Luann asked Hermione, who squinted like a kitten. Well, rune lessons. Hermione replied. Runwen is another name for rune, which is generally a rune carved on alchemy tools. Hermione used to study with Luann for 2 months during the vacation, so it is relatively familiar. Row. Luann nodded. For him, it doesn't matter which course he takes first. The Ancient Rune Study course is a must-learn basis for alchemy, and Harry and the others basically took this course. On the contrary, there are basically not many candidates for Muggle research courses. Most of the wizards have recently come from the Muggle world, and there are not many pure-blood wizards who are interested in Muggles. Walking into the spacious and clean classroom, the first ancient rune lesson officially began. The professor of this class is a young witch, Bathsheba Babrin. Her youthful appearance looked like she had just graduated from Hogwarts. Runavan's course basics Luann had already mastered it through self-study during the vacation, so most of the knowledge he explained made him a little bored. On the contrary, Miss Granger, who was not interested in alchemy at the beginning, listened very enthusiastically, holding a quill pen in her hand to record continuously, as if she was taking a class on the history of magic. I have to say, seriously, Miss Hermione looked really charming. At least in this class, Luann kept his head up and stared at the little witch who was listening to the class in a daze. During the period, Professor Babrin, who was in charge of teaching the Lunavan course, also frowned and called Luann up and asked some difficult knowledge. Seeking flowers 0. What surprised her was that the blonde little wizard actually answered all of them, and the answer was particularly profound. You know, some of the esoteric words even she can't understand. Perfect answer, Mr. Gerald. Professor Babrin gave him a look of admiration. Then the Gryffindor gets 10 points. Gryffindor. Luann was stunned for a moment, then remembered that he was only wearing a white shirt today, not a robe. But Miss Hermione beside her was wearing Gryffindor's red-bottomed robes. Mr. Gerald of Gryffindor. Hermione couldn't help laughing, teasing her little boyfriend next to her. Professor Barbrin, I'm from Slytherin. Luann squeezed Miss Hermione's little hand, and then said helplessly to Babrin. You're from Slytherin. Babrin looked at Luann, who was sitting in the middle of a group of little lions, in disbelief, and then turned to look at another part of the classroom. There are all green-robed wizards of Slytherin. Yes, that's right. Geralt is our Slytherin. 35. Malfoy shouted from the crowd. He is quite willing to testify to himself about the extra points, not to mention that he has a good relationship with Luann, and he doesn't look down on this betrayal like other pure-blood wizards. Malfoy is my best friend. Luann thought with a smile as he looked at Malfoy, who spoke up for him. Not surprisingly, none of the wizards from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff competed for Luann alone in this class. It can be said that Slytherin crushed the audience. Those questions are too simple. Walking out the door, Luann said lightly. I will too. Hermione muttered. It's just that her thinking is not as fast as Luann's, so she didn't grab it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but grab Luan's tie and pulled him over with a little force. Then he put the necklace of the time changer hanging on his chest around the necks of the two. It's time for us to go to Muggle classes. After walking out of the classroom, Hermione took out the time converter on her chest. Since there was only one, the two of them had to wear them together. Come on, we're going to a Muggle studies course. 35. Saying that, she pulled Luan directly over and put the golden chain around his neck. Due to the small range of the chain, the two of them were almost face to face, and they could even hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. It's the scent of jasmine. Luan gently kissed her cheek and said with a chuckle. Do you not like it? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, raised her head and asked with a small smile. To maintain the scent, she uses the same shampoo every day. No, I like it. Luan's pet, 727, fondly patted her little head, and then turned the hourglass of the time converter 3 times in a row. As the hourglass gradually began to turn, he could clearly feel that the time around him had begun to regress rapidly, the space became gradually blurred, and a sense of dizziness came from his mind. Everything in front of them disappeared in their eyes, as if the whole person was outside the world. However, this feeling only lasted for about half a minute, and soon, his feet touched the ground made of slate, and all the surrounding buildings began to stabilize. Hermione looked around curiously. It was still in a corner of the 8th floor, but the sunlight coming through the window had changed a bit. It had already reached the dusk of evening, and it was as bright as noon at this time, which proved that they had returned to 3 hours ago. What an amazing prop! 39. Hermione couldn't help but sigh. Props that can affect time are truly magical. Luan couldn't help thinking of those props in the world of Doraemon. The same is to affect time, but one is magic, and the other is science. I don't know when the frog cub will come back, and I haven't sent a photo back recently. Thinking of the frog cub who had been away from home for nearly a month and a half, Luan missed a little. After all, I have been raised for 11 years, and I haven't even seen the shadow a few times since I entered school. Every time I come back for a day or two, or hibernate for a period of time, I go directly to travel. Ah, that's us. Just when Luan was thinking about his frog cub, Hermione pulled his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Luan looked up and saw himself and the other Hermione walking up the stairs with Harry and the others. Hurry up, let's hide first. Hermione remembered Professor Mike's warning to them, and quickly pulled Luan to hide in a dark corner. Watching himself and the other Hermione leave, Luan felt a little amused. Now at the same time, I have myself and another self, and I don't know what will happen if the two meet. However, it is better not to be provocative in terms of time. He also can't guarantee that something unexpected will happen. Looks like we came early, it should be the end of the divination class now. 55. Luan looked at Ronald and Harry who were stunned on the stairs, and immediately knew the time. At this point in time, they should be heading to the auditorium to prepare for lunch, about an hour before the next class. Let's go to the Muggle class and wait in advance. Luan said and pulled Hermione towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Muggle studies classrooms are not very big. There were only 2 people who came early, so we found a seat near the corner. It's convenient to fish during class, only for Luan, of course. Miss Hermione doesn't do anything like fishing. No matter what class she is in, she will try her best to pick up the brush and record all the useful knowledge. As time passed slowly, some little wizards gradually came to the classroom. Most of them wear azure and yellow robes, the sorcerers of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, Luan has never seen one. Gryffindor is also less crowded. Unbelievable, Slytherin didn't come alone. Hermione noticed this too. She couldn't help pulling Luan's sleeve and said, I am not. Luan said with a shrug. Fortunately, he wasn't wearing Slytherin's robes today, otherwise he would have been the most conspicuous one in the classroom. As the bell rang for the class, a Professor Carity Babaji, wearing a black robe with a kind smile, pushed the door and walked in. She glanced at the little wizard sitting in the classroom with soft eyes, and a gentle voice sounded. "I'm your professor of Muggle Studies, Karadi Babaji. This term, I'll be teaching you how to build relationships and live peacefully with Muggles." Speaking of which, Professor Babaji's tone became a little more serious. "Remember, we are not much different from Muggles. Of course, and those werewolves." Professor Babagi said it well. After listening to the kind professor's first class again, Hermione knew she had picked the right class. "Indeed, I also think she's right." Lu-En nodded in agreement. Compared to the wizarding world, where bloodline civil wars take place at every turn, the technology of Muggles outside can be described as rapid development. Such as 0.1 aircraft, tanks, etc., these have completely exceeded the imagination of pure-blood wizards. Not to mention there are more powerful area damage weapons. Miss Hermione seems to enjoy the class. 35. Lu-En chuckled. "Good night, my friend." In this class, Hermione answered questions very actively and scored about 10 points for Gryffindor. The werewolf kill by their twins is ready. After leaving the classroom, the time also came to evening. Would you like to have a tense and exciting werewolf kill? Now it's time to go to the auditorium for dinner. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, Fred asked enthusiastically when he saw the young couple coming over.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.